Turn it on and rip the knob off.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Wrestling Memory Grenade, episode number 44. It's all about the fallout from the WWF King of the Ring 1993. This week we're going to cover everything June 14th through July 4th. That's the 4th of July of 1993. I am Ray Russell, and joining me, Mr. Steven Eckstedt, Mr. 1993, ready to take shape of the second half of 1993. Are you now, Mr. Steven Eckstedt?
Definitely. Would it be July 4? 1993.
July 4, or the 4 of July, perhaps. Is that how you would say it? I don't know. I gotta go contact Vince and ask him how exactly he would word that. Good luck for me, I guess. Yeah, exactly. But also, happy 2022 to everyone out there. Happy New Year, everyone. Yes, it is 2022 now, our very first show. And what an interesting show it's going to be, because it's the fallout from King of the Ring. We just did the watch along last week for the King of the Ring. A very fun time. Some really good matches here, Steven. An interesting way to end the show. We saw the end of HULK Mania as we knew it in the WWF. We also saw the beginning of Lawler Mania. It's going to run wild for a few months here anyway, for whatever happens there.
Till it runs wild in another reason.
Yeah, and down in Memphis. But but Bret Hart, man, with some great matches there. It was a really fun time doing that King of the Ring.
Yeah, it was. It was a good show. I had fun talking about it and seeing some things that I didn't really ever see before. So good times. Definitely need to go back and listen to it, everybody.
Yeah, and I think you said it best going into it and coming out of it. It was easily the best pay-per-view of the year as far as wrestling goes, actual wrestling in the ring goes. Lots of good stuff. You have to give Bret Hart credit. The Mr. Perfect Bret Hart match, phenomenal. Bam Bam and Bret, very good. Bret and Razor, it's perfectly acceptable as a solid match on a pay-per-view. You can't complain. So Bret did an excellent job throughout the entire night. But overall, not too much bad coming out of that pay-per-view. Most of the bad stuff was kept short. And for the greater gift of God, except for that one match, that 15-minute draw, the narcissist in Tatanka. I don't know about.
Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to ever live through that again. And I said as we were doing it, I don't remember watching that ever after the first time I watched it live. And now I remember why.
I'm not one to fast forward through shows. I'll just not pay attention when the bad stuff's on, and then pay attention when the good stuff comes up. But that's one I definitely don't pay attention to. And also, Bret will be the first to tell you that he had a hell of a night at the King of the Ring. Definitely. I agree with him there.
No, it was really fun time. I had a great time doing King of the Ring. We've done Royal Rumbles in the past. We've done Survivor Series 95. We've done WrestleMania. King of the Ring, that was our first King of the Ring to do, and it was probably easily maybe the best King of the Ring. I think you've said in the past the wheels kind of fall off year to year beyond 1993, but it was, even though maybe we questioned how well they booked that tournament, they still put as much effort as they could into actually making it mean something. And I think they did an excellent job as far as that goes. And it was a fun pay-per-view, and I had a lot of fun. So anybody that missed it, go back to last week's episode 43. You don't have to watch along if you're not into that watching along type deal, but you should do yourselves a favor and go back and listen to the show. We do a good job covering what's going on in the ring, but we also do a lot of other conversations throughout the pay-per-view as well. It was a fun time throughout, and some fun sound bites in there we picked up from the pay-per-view itself. As we move along, though, Steve, time continues. It doesn't stop for anybody, including the WWF here at 93. And it's the fallout now from the King of the Ring. We're going to see everything else that comes up after the King of the Ring. King of the Ring Sunday night, June 13. Here we are. It's the latter half of the month. Now we're at June 14. Then we'll kick things off with Monday Night Raw here after we get through the news and notes. We're going to culminate here on this episode with the Wrestling Challenge and All-American for the 4th of July, heading into that USS Intrepid. Well, we haven't gotten there yet. You guys might not even know what we're talking about, so we'll save that As we continue on with the show, let's talk about social media real quick. You guys can listen to the Wrestling Memory Grenade as part of the WrestleCopia podcast network on WrestleCopia.com and all of your favorite podcast streaming apps from Apple Pod, Spotify, Google Pod, Pocket Cast, Stitcher, TuneIn, Audible on Amazon, iHeartRadio, Himalaya, so many more. And go on to Twitter. You can follow us on Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade, home of the free prize giveaway. Also now Facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade, also home of the free prize giveaway. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and follow us and like us on Facebook for your chance to enter and win all future free prize giveaways. Another giveaway coming very, very soon, I do believe. And congratulations to Michael Wooderson for winning the most recent free prize giveaway of a lot of 4 After magazines. I sent them out today. 4 After magazines from 1987, 1988, 1991, and 1993. 4 separate After magazines all sent to Michael Wooderson. Congratulations again. And all he had to do was follow us on Twitter or Facebook, or both. You guys can cheat. You can do both. That's okay. Double your chance of winning. And we draw a name, and it's as simple as that. And congratulations again to Mr. Michael Wooderson. Also, we move on to YouTube. And we talk about our new YouTube custom URL, Steve. It's at youtube.com/Wrestling Grenade. You guys made that possible. We asked for 100 subscribers. You guys took no time to do that for us. And we've already shot up far beyond that now. So thank you guys again for youtube.com/Wrestling Grenade. And again, after the holidays, after the new year, or actually it is after the new year now that this show's dropped, but anytime now, you guys can expect a lot more new videos to be posted there on our YouTube account. From the WWF in 1993, from the USWA in 1993, and so much more, Steve. And I don't know if you have anything that you want to add as far as the free prizes go or anything else about our social media accounts.
No, we do. To kind of go with the theme here of July 4, we'll have a fitting giveaway. Probably announce it after this show drops, and then we'll do the giveaway on the following show or 2 weeks out.
Well, that makes sense.
Either
yeah,
way.
I think I kind of know where you're going with that, so it makes sense. We'll save it for the next episode. We'll announce it very, very soon, I'm sure. You guys want to definitely follow us for that one. It's going to be a hell of a fun time as we move on through July here in the WWF. But first, we got to close out June. And this week, we're going to talk all about the post-King of the Ring news for June in 93. We talked all about the first half of June. Lots of things have changed here after the pay-per-view. And first, we're going to talk about the King of the Ring fallout. Many of you know I typically, when we do the watch-alongs, I cover all the little news bits. I talk about the house, how many people are in the seats here for the pay-per-view. I talk about the buy rates. I talk about the dark matches. I do all of that fun stuff, but as we got going, I couldn't find it. Where the hell was it on my show notes? But we were already live and running, Steve, and I couldn't really go back and try to find where the hell did all this go. It was a simple scroll down on my page, which I didn't bother to do while I was looking at my notes of the actual matches on the pay-per-view. At the bottom of my notes were all of these extra notes. And I usually put them at the top of the page, but here they are now. I want to make sure I get those out to everyone. For those curious, you remember, Steve, it was just a Nutter Arena, the Nutter Center in Dayton, Ohio, 6,500 fans. Yes, just a 6,500 fan arena for a WWF pay-per-view. They sold out, though. Good job there. But let's talk more about the buy rate. The buy rate, 245,000 buys. Only Royal Rumble 89 did worse with 165,000 buys, though that wasn't nearly carried in as many markets here as King of the Ring in 93. So not a good job as far as the buy rate goes. Survivor Series 92 only came a close second as far as doing this bad. It did 250,000. This 245,000. 93 buy rates still continue to do poorly, though, Steve, as SummerSlam only 5,000 more, 250,000 buys. Survivor Series dumps down in 93 to 180,000 buys. Royal Rumble 94, 200,000 buys. Now, WrestleMania 10 being the 10 year in the making and being WrestleMania, it does double up. 420,000 buys. Congratulations to WrestleMania 10 next year. But King of the Ring 94, remember, King of the Ring 93 here, 245,000 buys. King of the Ring 94, 185,000 buys. If that's not bad enough, let's fast forward 2 years real quick. King of the Ring 95, 150,000 buys. So things do get worse. So as bad as this looks, it continues to decline. So thank God we're here in 93, and this isn't like 95.
Yeah, they would love to have a 93 buy rate in 95. Holy shit.
Yeah, not good at all. Yeah, and I made a brief mention of this in one of the Bret Hart matches during the actual watch-along, but there was a dark match at the Nutter Center in Dayton, Ohio. It was actually a USWA title match, believe it or not, due to the crossover they have going on right now with the Memphis territory. It saw the USWA champion Papa Shango defeat Owen Hart. Of course, we already talked 2 episodes ago when we talked about all of the things going on in the USWA throughout the course of June. We know Owen will eventually win that USWA title from Papa Shango here over the next couple weeks and actually turn heel in the process. So Owen Hart a heel down in USWA. I also wrote, according to the Melts, after Hulk Hogan returned to his dressing room following his loss to Yokozuna at the pay-per-view, Bret Hart supposedly stormed in and confronted Hulk Hogan over his apparent change of heart in wrestling Bret Hart at SummerSlam. Remember, supposedly Hogan conned his way into winning the title at WrestleMania by promising to drop the belt to Bret Hart at SummerSlam, only to immediately change that tune once he actually had the belt physically in hand. Supposedly, after Hogan dropped the belt to Yoko, Bret finally stood up for himself and went in and confronted Hulk Hogan. As Hogan stood there speechless, that's in quotations, so that may be a quote from Bret Hart. I'm not particularly sure. Hart finished off his verbal torrent by telling Hogan that he could go fuck himself. Do you find this to be a true statement, Steve? What do you think?
So this is what the Meltzer's reporting.
Yes.
Right. I haven't read Bret Hart's book, so that's where I would go to see if this is legit or not. That's something I would feel like you would hear be brought up all the time, like some of the other stories. I've read the Observers from '93, so I'm sure I've seen this story, but I don't recall it. And this is the first time I've heard about it in a while. So I'll call BS a little bit. The book, Bret's book, would be where it should be. That would tell you where it's at, if it happened or not.
Yeah,
I believe Bret over most anyone in the wrestling business because he's on record as saying that he did tapes and took notes and chronologically kept his career in order because he knew he's going to write a book one day. So if his mind doesn't remember it, his tapes and everything else is going to remind him of what happened. So it's kind of like that Jericho book that just came out, like 30 Years of the Lionheart with all his matches and the star ratings and everything. Some guys like him and Bret, they wanted to track their career, know what they did, when, and where. So I would believe that over the Meltzer getting fourth or fifth hand, knowledge of something happening. So I would go to Bret's book and try to figure out if that's there or not. We all know he doesn't like Hogan, but
my only squabble with that is as meticulous as his notes may be, he's still telling them in his perspective. So there could be some skewed conversations. There may be a few words changed here and there. You know what I'm saying? This is what I did versus what really took place. But either way, I could really give a shit less. I hope he went in there. But you lousy hyena, go back to your thunder in paradise.
Why didn't you do the job, Hogan? You lousy hyena.
I do. The only reason that it sounds like something Bret would do here is, if you read it, is he waited until Hogan dropped the belt to go do it. Because he was making sure he wasn't going to get screwed even further. If he had done it at the beginning of the day, Hogan could have walked in and said, you know what, I don't like the way he talked to me, so I'm not dropping the belt to Yokozuna either, so fuck all y'all. So Bret, at least if he did do this, at least he had the common sense to wait until he knew Hogan didn't have the belt on him anymore to go call him out.
And he knew Hogan was gone.
He was absolutely done. Absolutely, yeah.
Like, Hogan didn't give a shit.
No, and I'm sure if this took place, that was my next argument was, had he come in there and said, fuck you, Hogan. Like, Hogan didn't give a fuck. He was taking his boots off and going back to fucking Hollyweird, dude. He don't give a shit what the hell Bret was saying. Yeah, it's fucking Hulk Hogan in his own fucking world.
It's like that fake tough guy shit that you see in the NBA. Hold me back, man. Hold me back. To make it look like you're going to go at somebody. Like, Bret is waiting for the least confrontational moment to do this, if that's accurate. Let's wait till he's about to leave the company, knowing he can't do anything. You're definitely not going to do anything, Bret.
No more harebrained ideas at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's useless. Just let him leave and shut the hell up, Bret.
Yeah. We'll stick on Bret here for a minute, though. And you made reference to this there at the end of the King of the Ring pay-per-view. It's reported that post King of the Ring, at one point, Jerry Lawler lifted up the wooden throne and threw it down forcefully onto the back of Bret Hart, leaving Hart in a crumbled heap. By Bret Hart's recollection, he would have a hard time taking a deep breath without pain for months after this altercation. Of course, you mentioned something similar to that and said how Bret had mentioned in his book, or maybe on one of these documentaries or something, where he got some reparations to Jerry Lawler there at SummerSlam with some with a nice shot of his own. So this sounds like maybe what you were referencing as far as Bret taking a stiff shot from Jerry the King Lawler at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, Bret called. He gave me a potato at King of the Ring, so I gave him one back at SummerSlam. So an eye for an eye, I guess. Yeah, it looked pretty rough. Like he dropped that chair on I think it was on his stomach, because Bret barely got his arms up to protect it, or it may have been too late for him to even protect it because he didn't know it was coming. And that chair was pretty big, and it just dropped it on him. So
yeah,
a little dicey there, but
typical week on Memphis TV, but maybe not so much in the WWF. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, Bret's like, don't do that shit to me, Lawler. What are you doing? At least let me know it's coming, because it looks like it caught Bret off guard to where he couldn't. It's like a quick, let me put my hands up to block it, but it may have been too late. So, yeah. Anyway, he got him back. Probably with a right hand or two.
But yeah, Lawler got the best of him at King of the Ring, no doubt about it. Bret Hart still, I mean, you can't sell him short. Some really great matches. So both of those guys did well for themselves at the pay-per-view. Bret, it took him most of the night, but Lawler just as memorable, and it took him 2 minutes of beating the shit out of Bret with whatever props weren't nailed down. Good for both guys, though. We'll talk about the King of the Ring just for one more second here. Bret Hart, we talk, Vince, the way they open up the pay-per-view, it's the first ever King of the Ring. Of course, that's not true. It's the first ever televised King of the Ring, but we can go all the way back to 1985 with King of the Ring. Don Morocco. 86 was King Harley Race. 87, Randy Savage. 88, Ted DiBiase. Tito Santana even got himself a King of the Ring there in 89. No King of the Ring in 90, but we turn around in 91. Bret Hart beats IRS in the finals, and that's out there on a handheld, I do believe. That tournament, King of the Ring in 91, Bret Hart became the King of the Ring in 91. Again, no King of the Ring in 92, but here's Bret. He's technically a second time King of the Ring here in 93, even though they're not really acknowledging that. So Bret, he knows what's going on here. Finally, when we talk about the pay-per-view, we mentioned this actually during the pay-per-view, I do believe. The reason, this is what DeMelt says. Now, I haven't went back and actually listened to the pay-per-view to verify from my personal perspective, but DeMelt says the reason Randy Savage's announcing at the pay-per-view was so off was because there was a technical problem with the headsets, and the other announcers couldn't hear what he was saying, and it ruined the flow of everything for a duration of the pay-per-view. Now, I don't know that to be true. I don't necessarily remember that either, thinking there was a major issue. Now, you pointed out Jim Ross and Bobby Heenan are such professionals that maybe you wouldn't notice it anyway. But you would have to notice if they're acknowledging Randy Savage's comments. And I'm a little curious about that because just a few audio bites we did play live while we were doing the play-by-play or the watch-along, it sounded like they were corresponding with Randy just fine. So I don't really know there. Yeah. Again, this is all, Meltzer.
Terry Taylor probably told him.
Yeah, it could have been. He was there. We saw him backstage. Could have been.
He was there. Oh, boy.
And thus begins the mass exodus of the summer of 93, Steve. A slew of talent getting ready to leave the company over the next 2 months, including several people giving notice here in June. You never heard tell of guys giving notice to Vince McMahon and the World Wrestling Federation. It all begins with the Sensational Sherri, who gives her notice. She's planning on leaving in September. She's actually gone much earlier than that. She'll leave here in July, but Sherri gives her notice here in June, and she'll be leaving the first week, she claims, of September. She's going to enroll, supposedly at this point, in a beauty college in the fall and will be available for weekend indie dates, says DeMeltz. And that's why Luna Vachon's role is going to be changing here. We'll see before this episode of The Grenade is over. Also, why the Sherri Funalude has, we saw it kick off really, really hot, right? Rip it off and all that good stuff. And now it's kind of fizzling out. It started out really hot, and now we're getting cooled off here, and it's because Sherri has given her notice, and it's been reported in recent episodes of Bruce Pritchard's show and some other shows. It's been verified that Sherri actually gave this notice because they're starting to crack down even harder on the drug policy, and Sherri was a big proponent of smoking the weed, Steve, and she just wasn't willing to keep a job, even this WWF job, if it meant she couldn't smoke her weed. That is the entire reason Sherri gave her notice here.
Good times. I seen a recent clip. It's the Bret Hart show, I guess, but he was talking about how he hated the fact that they got rid of allowing weed. He's like, the people that smoked weed, they just went to their hotel and went to sleep and didn't do anything.
Right.
He's like, it's the guys that were doing alcohol and everything else that were causing, like, got into all the trouble.
Which makes sense. But it makes sense.
He told him, he's like, just watch, in a year or two, since they crack down on weed, all these people are going to go back to the pills and the alcohol, and they're going to start dying. It's going to kill them. And next thing you know, here we go. And so Brett was pretty pissed. I don't know if he did the weed himself. I don't know. But he was pretty upset for the boys that did do it because it kept him out of trouble. Everything that it tells you is good for you for the most part. So in hindsight, it was a terrible decision. But I just guess you didn't know back then the benefits of the marijuana. So
'twas the times.
It's unfortunate.
We were told it was not good, and you're not supposed to do it. And that's basically where they're at there. And Sherri said, "No, I'm good. I'll just go do something else."
Unfortunately, she didn't stay that way. She would still be here. She did.
Yeah, if she just stuck to the weed, maybe we'd still have Sherri here with us right now. Sherri's not the only one that gave notice, though, Steve, going into the pay-per-view. Another guy, wow, what a name. The $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, gives notice to Vince McMahon. He says he's going to finish up at SummerSlam 93. From there, DiBiase plans to work all of the All Japan tours for the remainder of 93 before completely retiring from the ring. And I give him this much. Ted DiBiase told the Giant Baba many, many years ago, before he even came to the WWF, Baba said, "Make me a promise that you will retire here in All Japan." And DiBiase said, "I will come back and I will retire in All Japan for you, Baba." And that's exactly what he does. He finishes up with Vince McMahon and he goes back to All Japan, just kept his promise with the Giant Baba, and finishes up here for the remainder of 1993 with that company. But that literally means that pretty much everyone in the entire Mega Maniacs Money Incorporated feud that we're seeing on the house shows right now, they're pretty much all gone except for IRS. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it is crazy. Just think, 2 months, 3 months, the whole big main event is gone. It's pretty wild. It's crazy how quickly things changed in 93. It almost feels like we talked about the same thing. I don't know if this is a bump. It's just an accident. But in 89, like by April, everything was just completely different than the first 2 or 3 months in that company. And it's kind of the same here. Royal Rumble to WrestleMania, it's like one company. And then after WrestleMania, it's a completely new company.
Right.
It's totally different, and a complete change of direction and everything. So I'm not surprised by a lot of these guys. I mean, they've been running balls to the wall. DiBiase 87. I think Sherri came in 87 too, because she was at the first Survivor Series. So, I mean, they've been going hard for 6-7 years straight, and that's not even counting the territories and stuff that they did. So it's crazy that they're putting in notices, but at the same time, they could see the writing on the wall around them. The company's changing. They're coming in with new people. It's time to go. So good on them. They had a long 6 years doing 300 dates a year, and it's time to take a break. So I'm happy for them that they did take this opportunity to step away.
Yeah, this might be the first time in the company history where we actually see people doing this. I don't remember any other era where guys were going, "Yeah, I'm done." Maybe Bundy, he thought he was going to go become a movie star or something like that, or Roddy Piper. I get that. They thought they were going to go and do something different, but in general, there weren't guys that had no plan beyond retiring that said, "Yeah, I'm good. Just gonna be done." And you'd be dumb to give up Hogan paydays right.
in his heyday.
Right.
Nobody's giving that up. Now you ain't getting that, so it's time to move on.
Yeah, and it is time to move on. With this episode, I'm going to talk about 2 separate weeks of observers here. We're going to look at the first week following the King of the Ring first. Coming out of the pay-per-view, DiBiase's already given notice. Sensational Sherri has given notice. Here's the biggest one yet. Hulk Hogan and company have given notice to Vince McMahon at this point. It's Hulk Hogan, Brutus Beefcake, and Jimmy Hart. All of them gone. This is the first week. This is what Meltzer wrote the week after the King of the Ring. He says, in the wake of the pay-per-view, Hulk Hogan's future with the WWF is up in the air. Early last week, Hogan, along with his associates, that's Hart and Beefcake, pulled themselves from all previously committed dates with the exception of the shows coming this weekend in Chicago and Boston, of course, major cities, and the European tour that starts in 5 weeks, since it was too late to adequately get the word out in those markets that Hogan, who faces Yokozuna in both of those big cities and is the main ticket seller on both shows, wouldn't appear. The trio will fulfill those commitments. Also, and this is a true businessman in Hogan, with the European tour, with Hogan's name advertised, it had such huge advances based largely on his name, including more than 20,000 advance tickets sold for an outdoor stadium in Germany. Those commitments as well will be fulfilled. No shocker there. Hogan's going to make sure he makes those 20,000 seat commitments. Hogan, Beefcake, and Hart then pulled themselves from all previously advertised July house shows in which he was scheduled to face Yokozuna. In those markets, Hogan will be replaced by the hitman Bret Hart. So Bret Hart going to replace Hogan for the title matches with Yokozuna on the house shows. Hogan also pulled himself and company off of the SummerSlam pay-per-view show. Hogan was scheduled in the main event, supposedly, according to the Melts, to wrestle Yokozuna. Now, this is, we talked about he was supposed to drop the belt to Bret, but supposedly, according to the Melts, they worked out some kind of a deal where Yoko would beat Hogan for the belt at King of the Ring and beat him again at SummerSlam. So either way, Hogan was losing at SummerSlam, and either way, Hogan wasn't having anything. Although no advertising had gone out for that specific match, Hart will not be moved to the main event at SummerSlam to wrestle Yokozuna, but will instead work a semi-final storyline with Jerry the King Lawler on the pay-per-view. However, in any case, the opponent is supposed to be a major surprise to take on Yokozuna. Hogan and his associates were known to be unhappy, Steve, with the direction the company was going. And because of the differences between Hogan and McMahon in regards to that direction, it was decided it was time for them to pull out while leaving the door open for future business. We'll get to the second half of this. I want to get your take so far. Is this just Hogan taking his ball and going home, brother?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. I don't like the direction, dude.
He's got to get those checks at the end before, though.
It's funny how he cancels every show except for Boston, Chicago, and these 20,000 seat arenas in Europe, isn't it?
Can you blame him?
No, I don't blame him. Well, yeah, I blame him. Don't cancel any shows, asshole.
No way.
You fuckbag.
No.
Yeah, you dick.
Yeah, let's go to South Dakota and get 1,500.
I don't think Vince was running in South Dakota. I'm going to look up the fucking
what was that
schedule.
No, what was that show? Remember? Was it West Virginia? Where did they go?
They work Huntington, West Virginia. Yeah. They worked that show. Yeah, it's a TV taping.
People there.
That's a Huntington, West Virginia, though. I think that's actually we'll get to that. He works that show for a reason, though. There's always a reason behind everything he does.
Well, there should be.
No, it's fucking dickhead. He's a dickhead. That's his fucking reason. You fuck.
Well, dude, I mean, come on, man. This is the way it works for everybody. If you are the best at what you do or the biggest draw, you get a little bit more leeway and the ability to kind of say and do what you want to do.
Does that make you become a dickhead because you have that ability?
Any line of business. I mean, come on, dude. We see it every year with LeBron James, like getting a new guy in to carry the load for him. Like, this is what he does. Nobody else is getting away with this shit that LeBron does or Jordan did.
He's not. Well, Hulk Hogan's not getting away with it anymore at this point. He's being told to fuck off.
So he sees that. So he's like, "F you, I'm out."
And then he goes on to be a multi-mega movie star, right? Isn't that what happens next? No, wait,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's what he wants to do.
That's what he expects, yeah.
Have the ability for that.
We'll see what happens there.
Have the acting chops for that.
Doucher.
Suburban Commando.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Get you, Ramsey.
I just, you could hate Hogan. I don't care. Like, whatever you feel about Hulk Hogan, I don't care. This stuff doesn't bother me at all because he earned, to me, in my eyes, I think he earned the ability to dictate what he did with his career. And if the business wasn't there for him to make the money that he wants to make and he decides to leave, then good on him.
Well, let's
no point in sticking around.
Let's listen to what this dickhead does in his last couple of matches here, Steve, and let's see if you want to defend this stuff. Is that okay with you? Because I want you. Let's hear what this doucher does.
Read it, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not fair. Don't read the damn shit before I fucking read it to the people. Damn it. God. Anyways, it says later in the month, Hogan worked his final 2 WWF US events in Boston and Chicago before crowds of only 3,800 and 3,500 people. 3,500 people in Chicago. 3,800 people in Boston Garden. Way to draw, Hulkster there. In both cases,
That's
Hogan...
only 3K less than King of the Ring. That's not bad.
Well, King of the Ring only held 6,500. Boston Gardens, I think it holds a few more than 3,800 people.
About 18K probably.
So Hogan didn't seem to be taking matters seriously. Go figure. In Chicago, Hogan brought Horace Grant of the Chicago Bulls into the ring from the crowd and let him pin Ted DiBiase to signal the end of his tag team match because he didn't give a fuck. The next night in Boston, during a tag team match with Brutus Beefcake again against Money Incorporated. Remember, it was initially Hogan versus Yoko for the title on these shows. It's been switched back to these fucking Money Incorporated tag matches for good reason. Hogan jumped off the apron and began a conversation with some fans at ringside instead of acting like he was heavily involved in what was an advertised main event match. Hogan still had a series of European matches against Yokozuna starting in about 4 weeks, says DeMeltz, before what, at least at this point, appears to be the end of his WWF tenure for the foreseeable future. I'd say so. Most likely, Yokozuna's opponent will be made public after an angle is shot on July 4th. Really? Best guess is that one of the bigger heels will turn and represent the USA and slam Yokozuna a la Mr. Perfect and his turn last year when the company was in desperate shape before the Survivor Series when the Warrior and Davey Boy left the company. So I don't want to focus so much on what happens here on Yokozuna on July 4th. I just find this fucking amusing that Hogan's dropping off the apron and having conversations with the fans because he doesn't give a fuck about those. He's almost doing this on purpose, right? And he's dragging Horace Grant out of the crowd. Wow, come on, brother. For those who don't know, Horace Grant, part of that big Bulls team back in the Michael Jordan days. Jordan obviously not in the crowd. Scottie Pippen not in the crowd, but Horace Grant brings him in and boom, you make the cover, brother. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Hulk Hogan. There you go. And he's gone. Pop. Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm sure it did in Chicago. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. But no, I've said it 100 times. You got to be professional, and that's definitely not professional. If you want to leave, that's fine. Agree to do the dates. So go out there and be Hulk Hogan for the 10 minutes that you're out there. That's shitty. And I don't like that at all. I'm not going to defend that. But the business side of things, he's just taking care of himself, just like everybody should.
Yeah, well, I'm very old school. Right? I'm very old school. You do the job on the way out. You put other guys over. You leave things better than what it was when you got there. And I'm just very old school.
I agree with that
100%. And there's no reason for you not to. If you're leaving, if your plan is you're done and you're going to go to Hollywood and you're going to go become a movie star and make $1 gazillion, why not get thank Vince McMahon or whoever you want to thank. Thank the other guys that busted their ass on the undercards every night for being there and putting in their fucking, putting in their effort every night and getting somebody else over to leave that company that you work so hard for. Give them something on the way out the door, and then you go do your thing. And if you're better than what the WWF is, good for you, man. But you don't need to fucking be a douchebag on the way out.
Oh, this is just 2 house show matches. I thought he did a pretty good job of putting Yoko over. I know the camera angle's stupid, but if you look past that, he still got the bonsai and was laid out and looked like a total
I'm referencing this entire run, though. Like, coming back, conning people into getting you the belt, changing all of your mind.
Yeah, that's shitty.
Never fucking appearing on anything up until you dropped it, but never wrestling in between. I mean, it's fucking ludicrous.
I agree with all that. It's ridiculous, but I also I'm talking about just in this month alone. I would continue to do those house shows for nothing. It's time to move on. We talked about it on the King of the Ring show. He just seems he's not interested in any.
No, he's not. He's done. He's out. He's clocked out.
He's not the Hulk Hogan that hell you saw at WrestleMania 8. I really honestly felt like at WrestleMania 8 he was done. But he kind of got conned to come back for some reason. They sold him a bill of goods, and he's like, "All right, fine, I'll come back." And he didn't really want to. I honestly think he really wanted to give Hollywood a shot and just keep on going at that until it paid off. But he got brought back for whatever reason, and he just wasn't into it. This entire run, he did not give a shit.
Yeah, and I didn't give a shit to see him, so I'm happy to see him gone.
No, a lot of people didn't. I was ready for him to be gone for good, too. I liked the direction they were going with Bret Hart, and I enjoyed the match between him and Yokozuna, so I was looking forward to seeing more of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then here comes Hogan sticking his nose in. It was cool. I liked the surprise finish of WrestleMania 9 as a kid, but
hated it.
But then, like when you look at it, it's like, okay, Hogan did this, but then, so you expect him to see him on TV, like on Raw, because that's a new show and everything. He's gonna maybe get some matches,
or any show,
any
show for that matter.
I didn't watch Challenger Superstars as a kid.
But I mean, he wasn't on anything
here and there. But like, so if all you watch is Raw, you never seen Hulk Hogan until King of the Ring, outside of a couple promos here and there.
Right.
So that's what confused the shit out of me. I was like, where the hell's he at? He wins the belt and disappears. Like, what's going on?
That's essentially what happened. I mean, for the most part,
yeah,
when he come back. He didn't even start doing Titan actual WWF promos in Stanford until like 2 weeks before the fucking pay-per-view. So yeah,
like May, yeah. So it really was a wasted opportunity for Bret Hart. I really think beating Hogan could have helped him to a degree, but if you just look at the company, nobody's there ready to be carrying the flag like a Hulk Hogan.
Well, no. I mean, not everybody's going to be a Hulk Hogan. I'm not even a Hulk Hogan fan, and I mean, I never was, but I'll admit that. I mean, you gotta be fucking kidding yourself to fucking just pretend like that's an easy replacement to do. Obviously, it's not. We're going to see what happens here as the summer goes.
They tried it with Warrior, and it didn't work. And
yeah.
I don't. Vince was constantly looking for his next Hogan, but it just took him a long time to realize these dudes just ain't made on trees, and whatever made Hogan just somehow click with the audience in America isn't. You just can't do that. You just can't create that. It's not something you can just go to the drawing board and say, all right, here we go. This is what we're going to do, and it's going to get over, and it's going to work. It's not that easy. If it is, WWE would still have 4 million viewers every Monday. They don't. It's not that easy.
Well, if it was that easy, I think half these territories would still be in business. They would have never lost their dogs and things like that.
It's just ridiculously hard.
So Hogan's gone, and Dibiase's gone. With Dibiase preparing to leave here at SummerSlam, I think it's time to drop the tag team titles. And thus they do in a slew of title changes throughout the following week, following the pay-per-view, the King of the Ring pay-per-view. Tag team title changes galore as the Steiner brothers are the new WWF Tag Team Champions, defeating Money Incorporated the following night after the pay-per-view on June 14th. Money Incorporated held the belts from October 13th till June 14th. That's an 8-month title reign after beating the Natural Disasters back there in 92. They beat the Steiners win the belts here on a Wrestling Challenge TV taping Monday night in Columbus, Ohio, when Rick Steiner is looking to go up for a pile driver by Ted DiBiase, but Scott Steiner comes off the middle rope with the Steiner line, and the Steiner brothers win the tag team titles, only to lose them back to Money Incorporated. You heard me right. 2 nights later, Wednesday night, June 16th in Rockford, Illinois, IRS nails Scotty Steiner with the briefcase, and Money Incorporated regained the tag team titles. But again, Saturday night, June 19th, this is the third title change in 6 days. The Steiners regained the titles for a second time Saturday night with a Frankensteiner on Ted DiBiase. The Steiner brothers now a 2-time tag team champion in a matter of 6 days, and they'll hold on to those belts, making 3 tag team title switches in a matter of just 6 days, and 6, count them, Steve, 6 WWF title changes in a month. 3 tag team title changes. Hulk Hogan drops the belt to Yokozuna, and of course Marty Jannetty beats Shawn Michaels, and then Shawn beats Marty back at a house show. That's 6 title changes in a month's time, 4 of which didn't even air on TV. The entire idea here is to get people to go back to the house shows. The house shows are at the bottom of the barrel as far as bringing in the crowds, and they figure all these title changes, anything can happen at a house show. That's what's going to turn things around. They're going to start getting people to drive back into those houses. We'll see that on an update coming up with the Gorilla Monsoon. He'll sell it like that as well.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I remember watching these, like, talking about, I was like, damn, why aren't they showing it? We just got pictures. Because, TV, like, title changes were huge. They were a big deal. They just didn't happen like they do now. It's not, I saw the comment from Meltzer, like, a couple weeks ago. It's like a pass-around title. that statement didn't exist back in the day. Every single title mattered, even though there was only 3.
Mm-hmm.
You knew the tag team titles and who the good teams were. You knew who the IC crowd was, and you knew the world champion contenders and the champions. So these things just didn't get passed around, and that's why you can relive the history of the WWF title from Hogan all the way on real easy until about 98, and then it's like hot potato, and it's crazy to even remember. So I like the idea to get the house shows up, but that's not what the issue is. The issue is nobody cares about the people that are wrestling. That's the problem.
Well, here's my. I think the logic is great. It makes sense. If I'm sitting there in that room with Vince and Bruce Pritchard and Pat Patterson and whoever, and somebody pitches that to me, if we start doing this, maybe we can bring him back. I'm not going to tell you that's a stupid idea. In logic and on paper, when you make that statement, it's almost like, yeah, that's a pretty damn good idea. But I'll tell you what I thought as a fan at that time. Why the fuck isn't this on TV? Why the fuck am I not seeing this? And I don't give a fuck about Rockford, Illinois. Why are they getting to see this and I'm not? So I think it worked, at least in my perspective. It did the opposite. It did the opposite for me. It made me angry as a fan.
Yeah, it feels like you're missing something.
Yeah.
Like I remember, like you said, who gives a shit about Rockford? Why ain't that happening on the 200 Center in Hamilton or wherever the hell it is? From the Wrestling Challenge tapings. Like, why ain't we seeing this? I don't know if it's been on WWF or it was with 89 NWA, but like they turn something on and a new person's wearing the belt, and it's like, did I miss something? What the hell's going on? Why do they have the belt? And so it just makes it hard to follow. And they did this quite a bit in 92, 93, the Mountie beating Brett. I know the situation there was Brett possibly leaving, so they wanted to get the belt off of him. But so that would make sense. First available opportunity, you got to do it.
And at least the finish was eventually aired, I believe, in the Coliseum video version or whatever. So at least the finish of that match is out there. But
I know Piper coming in to set up the match. So yeah,
right. And the Steiners, actually, the first match or the first Steiners win was at a Wrestling Challenge taping. So they had the footage. They chose not to air the footage.
Perfect for the hidden gems.
Yeah, it would have been.
Thanks, Network.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Peacock and Vince.
Yeah, lazy bitches don't want to don't want to do anything positive for the network. We're just gonna keep churning out shit that nobody cares about. Ruthless aggression.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to regain fans or subscribers, man, shit, give me all the old stuff from like 84 all the way up to 92, 93, and I guarantee you, if you have full seasons like in chronological order, people would flock to that stuff.
Yeah, you're going to get a different audience for sure. I agree with you. Certainly not anybody from the fucking 2000s. So
I'd want everybody. That'd be my goal. I wouldn't want just one demographic. I'd want all the demographics.
No, I agree with you.
But I digress.
We'll talk really quickly.
Time.
Yeah. And we'll talk really quickly about June injuries. We already talked about it, actually. Bret Hart injures his ankle on June 12th in a match with Bob Backlund in Madison Square Garden. Continues on to King of the Ring, works 3 matches, Razor Ramon, Mr. Perfect, Bam Bam Bigelow. Seems perfectly fine, right? But he does miss the following night, Columbus, Ohio TV tapings because of that injured ankle. And then Bret right back on the road. That's our big injury here, if you want to call it that, here in June, in the latter half of June. Also, Luna Vachon will break her wrist on June 30th, the final day of June here in one of her house show matches with Sensational Sherri. Of course, the way those two girls go at it, I'm not exactly shocked that one of them would suffer an injury here. We'll talk a little bit about those house shows. The latter half of June, the house shows completely change up. Still 2 touring groups, but a lot of tour changes after the pay-per-view. And what a mess it is. We'll look really quickly at the Columbus, Ohio TV tapings the day after King of the Ring. On that show, Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake, they worked the TV tapings, defeating Ted DiBiase and IRS by disqualification. Sergeant Slaughter as referee there, so they're still here for the TV tapings anyway. This match, for anybody curious, there is a Mega Maniacs Money Incorporated match from this era out there. It's on that WWE unreleased DVD set covering 1986 to 1995. The following day in Huntington, West Virginia, the Superstars taping, that's when Well Done, the future Well Done, Rex King and Steve Dahl get their tryout over Tito Santana and Virgil. Again, this is a good one, Steve. It's the Mega Maniacs again Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake with Crush for some reason in their corner, defeating
Shaka bra.
defeating Ted DiBiase and IRS with the Giant Gonzalez in their corner. After the bout, there was a near You talk about hidden gems. There was a near confrontation between Hulk Hogan and the Giant Gonzalez, but Hogan escapes the ring before Gonzalez went to charge at him in the corner. And Hogan saw money in his eyes when he looked at the 8-foot Giant Gonzalez there across the ring from him. Also on that show, it was Lex Luger over Randy Savage with the forearm to the skull in about 10 minutes. That's out there on the Randy Savage unreleased DVD set. And then listen to this one. WWF Spotlight for July 24th. It's going to air then the Head Shrinkers over Jim Duggan and Kamala on that TV taping. What a lovely match that had to be.
I want to see all of these.
This is TV tapings. These matches exist. Some of these aired, like the Kamala and Jim Duggan versus Head Shrinkers match. That was on Spotlight, so it aired. There's actually commentary and everything with that. The Luger and Savage match, I do have it. It's on the Randy Savage unreleased. But yes, I want to see Hogan and the Giant Gonzalez confrontation. Yeah, I always point it back to whenever that was, when one of those things they showed when it showed some of the documentary stuff from WrestleMania 9. You see Hulk Hogan arriving in the locker room and the very first human being that he fucking goes up to. I mean, like, he makes it a point to immediately go up to the Giant Gonzalez and shake his hand. And even back then when I first saw that, it was like, I knew Hogan well enough to know this motherfucker sees money in this guy. I don't know why he does, but Hogan, how he thinks with the height and or the big giant Yokozuna sized guy. That's just money to Hogan. It's Andre, if you will. And so Hogan just wants to go make a buddy with the Giant Gonzalez. It's always funny. I don't remember what that was on, but if any of you guys know what I'm talking about.
Story of WrestleMania?
It could be. Could be.
Yeah. Well, of course he sees money in a big guy. I'm not surprised about that. That's how he made his money all the time. Look at all his opponents. They were all big.
It's funny. It's funny to look at this. This is a Hogan booking, right? It's Money Incorporated with Giant Gonzalez in their corner. What the fuck is that about? It doesn't have to make sense.
Out there? Why is Crush out there?
Why is any of this happening?
Hogan's the one who wants. Well, my question is, why is Crush out there if Hogan's the one that wants to confront the Giant Gonzalez?
It's just so nobody questions why the Giant Gonzalez is one. We'll get somebody too, brother. I don't know. It's Hulk Hogan. I have no fucking clue. He's never going to tell you the truth because he doesn't know what the truth is.
You think Macho got Crushed the gig there?
No, I don't think Macho did. Hogan. No, I don't think so.
Well, Macho's Crush was Macho's cool with Crush.
Oh, that's what they say,
He's not.
A lot deeper into that. I don't know their friendship.
I will say, I can't remember. It was at a funeral, and really they said Savage showed up, and the only person he really talked to was Crush. He didn't talk to anyone else. He talked to Crush. Yeah. And that was really it. I want to say it was Owen, because I'm pretty sure the story came from Brett. Brett went up to him and was like, "Hey, man, I'm trying to get a hold of you and all that. Call me," and gave him his number. And Savage never called him back because he didn't really care about anybody or the business. But he did take time to talk to Crush and that sort of stuff. So,
brother.
I'm pretty sure they were pretty tight. So
I'll get you over.
Maybe Macho got him in with Hogan.
I don't. On a house shot of TV.
Who knows? This is so random. It's so.
It is random. It's like who's standing around. There's Crush. Yeah, I have no fucking clue. So we'll look at these house shows though as some interesting things go on. Group A house show. We're playing musical chairs with the undercard again, including the likes of Owen Hart over Terry Taylor, Jimmy Powers over the Tasmaniac. Taz did a little stint up there in the Northeast doing some jobs to Jimmy Powers, so he wasn't getting pushed. They just needed some filler. Virgil over Iron Mike Sharp. Owen Hart some more matches over Damian Demento. The Brooklyn Brawler over Hogan's nephew, because he's not going to have a job for very long now. Brooklyn Brawler over the Predator, who is Horace Bolea, under a mask. And Bob Backlund over Blake Beverly in one match that was described as going 23 minutes. Steve?
Oh, my God. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Go on, man. Go on.
I was just going to say, there is a Taz match on the Hidden Gems.
With Scott Taylor, yeah. Tryout. That was his tryout, yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Early shows after King of the Ring saw Bret Hart taking on Lex Luger, usually lumberjack matches, until Bret has to replace Hulk Hogan. And And then Brett will go on to wrestle Yokozuna for the WWF title on some of these shows. Most nights, though, it is WWF champion Yokozuna over Jim Duggan in lumberjack matches. Eventually, Bret Hart replaces him. Yokozuna still going over. Mr. Hughes over Bob Backlund. And once Bret replaces Duggan, then it's Mr. Hughes over Jim Duggan. We also see the Bushwhackers and the midget wrestler Tiger Jackson, the future Dink, over the awesome team of Blake Beverly, Damian Demento, and Little Louie. Adam Bomb defeats Tito Santana most nights. Doink the Clown pinning Crush by hitting him with a weapon after a second doink distracts the referee. Also, some nights when Crush isn't working, it's Macho Man going over Doink the Clown. So Macho Man, the commentator, he can beat Doink, but Crush just can't beat Doink no matter to save his life. Sensational Sherri over Luna Vachon on these shows. And WWF Tag Team Champions, the Steiner Brothers, continue to beat Money Incorporated. And we talked about Chicago and Boston. I have these notes up here. Of course, we already talked about Money Incorporated doing the jobs to the Mega Maniacs in those towns. So we'll move on to Group B. And these shows look a little bit like this. It's the 1-2-3 Kid now in the company over Terry Taylor. Smoking Guns over the Head Shrinkers. Papa Shango defeats Marty Jannetty, and then nights Jannetty doesn't show up. It's Papa Shango over Louis Spicoli, of all people. The Undertaker over Lex Luger some nights, also over the Giant Gonzalez on disqualification. Tatanka defeating Bam Bam Bigelow on countouts, also double count out of the ring on some of those matches. There were also nights where during intermission, Razor Ramon would cut a promo challenging the 1-2-3 Kid to a match later in the show. Kamala was actually wrestling Razor on some of the earlier shows, but Kamala begins to no-show due to family emergency. So we get the 1-2-3 Kid versus Razor Ramon on some of these house shows in the latter half of June. He defeats Ramon by disqualification when Ramon attacks him with a chair. On other nights when the Kid isn't available on the West Coast tours, it's Razor over the former Tonga Kid. We also see Lex Luger over Razor Ramon with the illegal elbow. And in the main event of these B shows, it's Mr. Perfect defeating Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels after Diesel interferes. So that's where we're at right now as far as house shows go. It seems like we're a little all over the place. We got Brett subbing for Hogan on these matches with Yokozuna. I don't think they wanted to get there yet. And on the other nights, we got the Intercontinental title matches ending in disqualifications.
Pretty rough. It's crazy how many people they just have on like standby. I know they're not on standby, but
right.
Hey Tonga, you want to do some couple matches over here on the West Coast for us?
Yeah, do you think Louis Spicoli's going to say no? I mean, shit.
Right, like Tonga and all those guys. It's so crazy some of the names you can just see just by looking at house show results and things like that. Pretty wild.
Yeah, the Predator, the Brooklyn Brawler, Jimmy Powers. It's
Taz.
Taz, yeah. They're working the East. Taz, we need you for a weekend or two. Yeah, brother. No problem, brother.
It's so crazy seeing the Tazmaniac. Like, we talk about it all the time how great Taz is in like 96, 97.
Yeah, right.
But then you see him as the Tazmaniac and it's like, is this the same guy, really? It's so wild.
Drop the gimmick, brother. Sin Taz. Right?
Taz is the best. Taz is awesome.
All right, guys. So last week, the King of the Ring watch along, Virgil took the night off. How dare you, Virg? But he's back, and it's time for the Virgil of the Week. And as I promised you guys, because there was no Verge promo last week, we got two this week, Steve, and we're going to go back to 1992 and listen to a little more Verge here. I'm sure you can't wait for that. The first one, I titled this one, Virgil, what the fuck is he talking about? Let's listen to what Verge has to say in this first promo, Steve.
Sid Justice, you did the job right, man. You broke my nose. That's why I'm wearing a guard. But at WrestleMania 8, Hulk Hogan will get even for me. And for the whole world, man, he's going to beat you 1, 2, 3. Well, Shawn Michaels, it's me and you, man, okay? I got a broken nose. I got an attitude. You need an attitude adjustment. And I'm the right man. How I feel now, I'll definitely give you an attitude adjustment. And you have Sherri to help you out.
I don't know where to start with that. We can go back, and I'm sure everybody that knows that era knows that Sid Justice broke Virgil's nose. He slammed his face into the exposed buckle in the corner, and he wore the guard over his face. But Hulk Hogan is coming for revenge for Virgil at WrestleMania. And then he doesn't even take a breath, Steve. In the same sentence, he just turns the entire conversation to Shawn Michaels. Hulk Hogan's going to get you revenge. And Shawn Michaels, I'm coming for you. Yeah. And Sherri's going to help you out. Is he projecting that he's going to lose? Like, he already knows Sherri's going to screw you? Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't know.
I don't know what to say either, man. It's like, he thinks highly of himself, for one. And two, clearly. He says, I have an attitude.
Sean,
yes. You need the attitude adjustment. Like, you say you have the attitude, but Sean needs the adjusting. Okay.
I got a broken nose, okay? Yeah. And Sherri, she's going to help you out. Like, he's literally telling them what to do to beat him. And Sherri, she's going to help you out. Like, that's his end game, the whole fucking promo. So we love you, Verge. And that was just number one. And I got to go back a couple weeks ago. The week you weren't here, Steve, the May 1993 episode. You have since listened to Virgil cut a promo on Papa Shango because he was born on Friday the 13th and all that good stuff. But before that episode that we did together, back on the May one, he cuts a generic promo on pretty much everybody that was coming into the company. Kamala, Papa Shango, and Nails. Well, I found another one from that same exact era where he continues to talk shit on those three guys that I want to listen to more. I just couldn't get enough. Let's get a little bit more of Virgil talking trash on those newcomers of 1992.
There's a lot of tough guys going around the World Wrestling Federation, and let me name a few. I'm talking about Papa Shango. Yeah, big old voodoo type guy. Well, I don't know where he's coming from. And let me tell you about Nails. You, Nails, I'm talking about you came up and you handcuffed one of my best friends. I'm talking about the big boss man to the ropes where he couldn't move, man, and then you beat him down like a dog. Yeah, but every dog got his day. You know what I mean, Nails? And talk about you now, Kamala. You're a big man, and you like to splash on people. Well, I'm here. You get to splash on me if you can. Well, I'm the type of man I like to go around, pick up all the trash in the neighborhood, and I see 3 big trash cans to go after.
He likes to pick up the trash, but they are the trash cans. Kamala likes to splash on people, it's true. Kamala does like... Every dog has its day. Apparently, yeah. He likes to beat the boss man like a dog, but every dog has his day. And Papa Shango, the voodoo type guy, here in the WWF. So,
oh my God!
Yes.
Thank you, Virgil.
I appreciate you very, very much. That's all I can really say. I had to make up for last week. We have some really good ones coming still around the corner. We're gonna do the whole culmination of the $1 million title win into the Repo Man, costing him the $1 million title. We've got some fun promos towards the Nails lined up for the SummerSlam era here coming up here in 93. We're going to listen to Virgil. So a lot more good Virgil on the way around the corner, but I couldn't resist. A couple nice Virgil promos here this week before we get going, shall we? With the WWF Monday Night Raw. For June 14th, the following night after King of the Ring here in the Manhattan Center. But this was actually taped last week, June 7th. And we get a promo, though. It's a pre-tape promo from Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji, a celebration after defeating Hogan at King of the Ring. Clips air of Yokozuna celebrating with the WWF title after regaining it at the pay-per-view. And we get a post-King of the Ring promo, supposedly, with Gene Okerlund backstage with Yokozuna and Fuji. Gene asks why they're holding a celebration on American soil, and Mr. Fuji says that it's because Yokozuna won the belt here in America. Gene asks, when will the celebration take place? And Fuji says, the 4th of July sounds very good to him, boy-san. Gene then points out that, that's America's birthday. What a coincidence, Gene. Fuji says they'll celebrate with everyone else, and it'll be held at a historical American landmark. Gene accuses Fuji of trying to desecrate the American holiday. Yokozuna then yells, Hulkamania is dead, as we fade into the Monday Night Raw intro. We kick things off. It's Mr. Perfect in the ring over L.A. Gore, the big man, and you can't backdrop Mr. Perfect. Plex gets the win, 2 minutes and 46 seconds to kick off the show. Intriguing commentary, I noted. In the opening match, there's a very brief mention of the Mr. Perfect Bret Hart match from King of the Ring the night before, but the entire show really focuses on the WWF title scene here. No mention, Steve, of Hulk Hogan as an upcoming challenger moving forward. They don't mention the fireball and Hogan deserving a rematch. They kind of leave it open-ended as what's going to happen next. There's just no mention of Hogan being screwed whatsoever here, which I thought was very interesting. They do discuss the future potential challengers. They mention Bret Hart. Bobby Heenan refers to this as the new era of Yokozuna as WWF champion.
Yeah, pretty emphatic there. Clearly, we talked about it on the King of the Ring show. We mentioned Gene even kind of mentioned like Hulkmania could be dead, a piece of Americana could be over with, right, and that sort of stuff. So this is just a continuation of that. So I'm not surprised at all about that.
So as the show gets going, it's basically been a big focus on Yokozuna as the new champion. Hulk Hogan's kind of by the wayside. We're not really even discussing him anymore, but the show goes on because we've got other storylines in the works, including Vince McMahon in the ring with Razor Ramon for another promo. Razor has offered the 1-2-3 Kid $2,500, $5,000, $7,500, and now Razor Ramon offers $10,000 to the 1-2-3 Kid. Razor, he comes to the ring here. He's got that big cartoon bag of money. You know what I'm talking about? Like Scrooge McDuck bag of money here. I was waiting for the dollar sign to appear on it here. Luckily, we don't get that, thank God. But Razor out here with a big bag of money, that burlap sack bag of money. Vince talks to Razor. He talks about his obsession with getting the Kid back in the ring. Razor says the Kid knows that his win over Ramon was a fluke, and nobody can beat the bad guy as 1-2-3 chants continue on throughout the crowd here. Razor ups the offer. That's when he announces he wants to up it to $10,000. With $10,000, he says the Kid can help his family all he wants. He can go out and get a life. And he also tells Vince that Vince can get that, for that kind of money, Vince can go out and get the personality transplant he's always wanted. Razor then taunts the Kid to come prove that it wasn't a fluke the first time out. McMahon asks him, what will Razor do if he loses to the Kid a second time? To which Ramon tells everyone to laugh it up, but everyone knows that Razor is the main man in the WWF and nobody can stop him. So Razor has upped the ante yet again to $10,000. What's keeping the Kid from just saying no, waiting till he gets to like $100,000 at this point?
That's what I would do. I love this angle. It's so cool. Like the Kid's being smart by not just jumping in at the first chance of money. So like they're just prolonging it, which I think is cool. Obviously they had to get through it because of the Japan tour and everything, but this is very cool and different. It feels Memphis-y trying to do. This feels like Jerry Jarrett and those guys, but all in all, I love this angle, and this is just a continuation of that. So good shit.
Yeah, we're going to wait to see what the Kid has to say to Vince McMahon here later in this episode of Raw. But first, it's to the ring. Marty Jannetty taking on Doink the Clown. Doink comes out for his match and goes under the ring immediately, Steve. Apparently, Matt Bourne likes Pepsi as he's coming out drinking Pepsi. Does Steve Kern like Coca-Cola, I wrote? Is that how they're going to tell them apart? One drinks Pepsi, one drinks Coke? I don't know. He comes out, though, and on the other side, I was hoping he'd come out and change his pop brands. Maybe he climbs under the ring with a Pepsi, comes out with a Dr. Pepper on the other end, but he does come out now wearing a jacket top. So Vince McMahon claims, is this a second Doink? Is this a fake Doink? But no, it is Matt Bourne who comes out the other side, even squirts McMahon in the face with the can of soda. Doink then, to get the match going, attacks Marty Jannetty on the outside of the ring. Marty comes back with a bulldog of sorts off the middle rope, and it's back and forth as we go into a commercial break. Marty Jannetty works the arm of the Clown. Doink grabs the tights, though, and sends Marty out to the floor, but Marty comes back in off the top of the body block for a near fall. As the match goes on, Doink catches Jannetty in a power slam to take control, and he stretches Jannetty all over the ring because that's what Matt Bourne does. Top rope butt drop by Doink the Clown. Bombs away. If you're talking Matt Bourne, if you're talking Doink, I guess it would be the future whoopee cushion. A very slow cover here, finally, and only gets a 2 count. Nice finisher, but he didn't go for the cover right away, and it just wasn't enough to put away Marty Jannetty. Back to more punishment from the Clown as he delivers a hangman submission over his shoulder into a neck breaker for a 2 count. Doink goes back up to the top rope again, but he's slammed off by Jannetty as Marty makes the comeback with the spinning elbow and a drop kick, face buster, and then a variety of moves and covers, but he never hooks the leg. Marty never hooks the leg and thus never gets more than a 2 count on the Clown during his comeback. Doink then scoops Jannetty up and they tumble backwards over the top rope out to the floor, and a brawl outside leads to Marty with an atomic drop on the outside and a super kick. Drops Doink outside, but both men wind up getting a double count out here in just 10 minutes. Post-match, though, it's Marty Jannetty up on the apron with a Hurricane Rana.
What a maneuver!
On the floor, and again, back up to the apron. He runs across the apron and a running crossbody block.
Oh! What a maneuver!
In fact, you could say,
Awesome maneuver!
Marty Jannetty gets a double count out here with Doink the Clown, but he tries to save face with some fun moves on the floor. What did you make of this one?
This is a pretty solid match. Thought it was good, and I know this leads to something further down the road. Yeah, pretty good stuff here. I liked it.
Yeah, and we'll learn later on the show this actually leads to a rematch, so the double count out I was okay with since I knew they were going to come back and do this again. Good commentary. It kept you guessing that there was a second Doink under the ring. In the entire match, they played it up. There's a second Doink under there. Vince knew there was a second Doink under there. We kept waiting for Steve Keirn to appear that second Doink, but he never does. So it was nice to keep you on your toes as a fan watching on TV, waiting to see when they were going to do the switcheroo, but it never actually comes to fruition. It never takes place. So there was no second Doink under the ring here. So I thought that was a little bit of fun they had there.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Pretty solid stuff all around from everybody involved. Great sound bites, too. Awesome maneuver.
Awesome maneuver, son of a bitch. As we look into the crowd and the announcers attempt to try to bury Hulk Hogan just a little bit, there's a fan in the crowd with a Hulk Hogan mascot, to which Vince mentions he's only 135 pounds and he's in the background. I thought that was kind of a snide remark from Vince McMahon towards Hulk Hogan. Bobby Heenan says that's what's left of Hulk Hogan after his match with Yokozuna at the pay-per-view. We get a little hype for WWF Mania this coming weekend. It's going to be Bob Backlund and Tito Santana taking on the Head Shrinkers. I wrote, now there's a throwback of a match. Backlund and Tito versus the Head Shrinkers. That should be interesting.
They were all probably on the same card in Philly in '83. So.
That could be. Fatu might have been backstage, but they were all there. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
We go back to the ring. It's Raw Girl Themis Clarity's in a pink bikini. At the time, she was even an attorney then, Steve, but she went later on to become a state representative, beginning in 1998 for Connecticut, and later a House Minority Leader in Connecticut from 2015 to 2021. I'm thinking WWF Raw Girl is not on her resume. What'd you say?
Probably not. Let the Marks Online figure it out, and they'll probably get her canceled along with Linda McMahon. Oh, you worked for Vince? That's terrible.
Well, she's had a hell of a career. I'll give her that much.
Yeah. She looked pretty good, though.
Yeah, she did her job well. In Connecticut, I mean.
She's in a white number on the one and on the 28th of June. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, nothing wrong with white numbers when you get a nice tan, for sure.
Definitely not.
Back to the ring, it's Owen Hart returning from that injury, taking on Dan Dubiel. Two parts here. We'll talk about the match first, Steve. Owen Hart back in the ring. I wrote, in his high energy gear? No! I don't know why he did this here tonight. Owen looking better here than he did in his previous match we talked about where he didn't do a whole lot. Much faster in the ring, more crisp. Does the spinning heel kick, a nice missile drop kick, normal style, which is interesting. Owen usually does the missile drop kick with the back bump. Here he does it, your typical missile drop kick, a little bit different for Owen. And the Northern Lights suplex picks up the win in 3 minutes and 48 seconds. I wrote a warm-up match as Owen will face Bastion Booger on this weekend's All-American. Randy Savage says his money is on Owen, while Heenan says, when it comes to boogers, I got to pick him. Talking about Bastion. So that's already started here on commentary, as you can see. The entire match, though, really just a backdrop for Vince McMahon to talk about the 1-2-3 Kid. He actually talks to the 1-2-3 Kid on the telephone during this Owen Hart match. The Kid talks about how promoters from all over the world have called him since his win over Razor Ramon. He says he's in Osaka, Japan right now, and talks about how big Yokozuna's win was over there. Oh, I bet. He's already lying for Vince McMahon here in 93. Vince tells him that Razor has offered a $10,000 challenge to the Kid if he'll get back in the ring with him, and the Kid says that's simply too much money to pass up. So the 1-2-3 Kid here during this match accepts Razor Ramon's challenge for next week here on Raw. So we know we're going to get the Kid in the rematch with Razor Ramon next week. And back to Owen really quickly. This is one of those instances where Injury at the wrong place at the wrong time leads to obscurity because it feels like Owen is just a complete afterthought at this point. So you can take your pick if you want to talk about Owen real quick. You want to talk about the kid, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Owen. I think the feud with Bam Bam would have been pretty good. I think Owen would have been a lot more relevant, a lot quicker, instead of having to wait till the beginning of '94. That would have put him on the map, I think. So it does suck for him, especially with how thin the roster is. He could have slid in perfect, in that upper mid card or lower mid card, I should say. He'd fit in on those house shows and things like that in a significant feud, but it just didn't work out due to the injury. The kid stuff is cool. I'm glad they acknowledged that he was actually in Japan working. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if they said he's over there wrestling, but the fact that they mentioned that he was over there and didn't come up with something stupid was pretty cool and different for the time. So
like he was in summer school or something like that.
Yeah, something dumb. He's probably getting like his black belt in Taekwondo or something because he can do some kicks. Something ridiculous. But
educated feet.
He went to see Mr. Miyagi. So good stuff all around right there, I think.
We go back in time to Superstars. We see The Undertaker defeating PJ Walker. And then, of course, Mr. Hughes attacks. He lays out Paul Bearer, puts him out of commission for the time being, and lays out The Undertaker also and steals The Undertaker's urn. So we got that ongoing storyline as we go back to the ring. Jerry the King Lawler just a day after King of the Ring taking on Mark Thomas. And what is Jerry Lawler wearing to the ring? A pink and black singlet. I wrote, ha! I loved it. Classic Jerry Lawler there. Bobby Heenan on commentary says he's leaving ringside for commentary in protest of the Burger King chants, only to return with news. He claims that Mr. Fuji has planned a celebration on the 4th of July, and he's going to issue the challenge to any American professional athlete to try and slam Yokozuna. Bobby Heenan says Fuji wants to do this to embarrass America. Back in the ring, it's Jerry Lawler picking up the win with the pile driver on Mark Thomas in just 3 minutes. I wrote, good heel heat here by Lawler now that he's finally being utilized as an in-ring performer. But it's also, again, another backdrop as well for Bobby Heenan to get over the Fuji Body Slam Challenge. So another double dose here by Vince McMahon to get two things over. Technically, your main event and your semi-main eventers over in the same segment.
Yeah, nice job again. They're pretty on it this episode. Production and everything.
No wasted time. No wasted time.
They're bagging Hogan pretty good.
Yeah, for sure.
But they're doing it in a way that is enhancing other people. So it puts over Yoko. They can do the challenge. It gets even crazier on July 4th, actually, with the wrestling challenge segment about bagging Hogan. But all in all, this is a very solid show, and they did everything they needed to advance where they're going.
So there was a little bit more to this, and I'm going to get to this at the end of the actual episode of Raw as well. See, you have to remember, this episode of Raw was actually recorded on June 7th, the Monday before the King of the Ring pay-per-view. So you guys might be asking, why is all this being done on commentary with Bobby Heenan or these pre-production recorded promos with Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji? The reason for that is simple. It's not live. So this crowd here has no idea what's going on because this is 6 days before the King of the Ring. Yoko's not even champion technically here as these matches are taking place. So all of this post-production done here with getting over this upcoming Yokozuna Body Slam Challenge deal, which is a pretty good deal. They do excellent. You said they did a really great job throughout this entire show of getting everything over. And just remember, all of this took place before the pay-per-view. So all of this commentary, just a really good job. Next week, we know on the show, it'll be Razor Ramon taking on the 1-2-3 Kid. Also, we know Marty Jannetty will be back in a rematch with Doink the Clown in a best 2 out of 3 falls match. I wrote solid Fallout show as we build up the summer. We've got Kid versus Razor Ramon. It finally escalates into a rematch. Lawler begins getting that heat in the ring where he needs it as he gets ready to take on the Hitman. Yokozuna announces the big body slam challenge. We know where that's going. And even here on Raw, one of those Raw storylines, we got Marty Jannetty and Doink coming back for a second night. So like you said, they did a really good job all night long here on Raw.
Definitely.
And we move forward to WWF Superstars for June 19th, taped back on May 24th, Halifax, Nova Scotia at the Metro Centers. It's Father's Day weekend, guys. King of the Ring clip. Again, Yokozuna now the new WWF champion. As we go to Mean Gene Okerlund, he's doing a promo here with Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji.
The winner of this bout and new World Wrestling Federation champion, Yokozuna.
We are with the brand new World Wrestling Federation champion, Yokozuna, his manager, Mr. Fuji. In recent interviews, you stated you would celebrate your victory here in America on America's birthday, the 4th of July, at a suitable historic landmark.
Yes.
And just exactly where is that landmark?
The Big Apple, New York City, New York.
Well, there are a number of landmarks in New York City. Precisely where?
We're playing fly and land.
Kennedy Airport, LaGuardia?
No. Plane fly and land immediately. And then a ship. Interpreter?
You've got to be kidding me. Not the USS Intrepid, the aircraft carrier anchored in New York Harbor?
Yes,
Why?
yes.
Why?
Why? Simple. We want to challenge all professional U.S. athletes to pick up my 505-pound Yokozuna and slam them.
But why, Mr. Fuji?
Why? Simple. We want all Americans to make big fool of themselves.
There has got to be some red-blooded American that is waiting and willing to challenge Yokozuna. I can't believe it.
They don't believe in a take-two here in the WWF. Intrepida? Oh, the USS Intrepid? Mean Gene covering that one pretty good there. But, yeah, Mr. Fuji doing what Mr. Fuji does best there. We go where planes fly immediately. Intrepida? Very good, boy, son. Yeah. So, but there it is. It's we've got the announcement. We heard about it on Raw. The challenge was issued on Raw. We didn't know where it was going to be. It was going to be a historical American landmark, and it's at the Intrepida, or the USS Intrepid, as Mean Gene has said here. So now we know where it's going to take place in New York City. Now, being a 13, 14-year-old at the time, I had no idea what the fuck the Intrepid was. I'm not from New York City. I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, oh, okay. But it is what it is. And here we go. They've set the stage. Mr. Fuji's got a place. He's going to kind of do this 4th of July challenge.
I love Fuji. This is probably one of those promos, or this is probably some of the work that caused them to bring in Jim Cornette.
Yes.
Because
and I have that kind of note. I have that note somewhere before this show's over.
You really need somebody to really sell this, and Fuji's not that guy. God bless him, but he's not that guy. It's funny. I enjoy it, but no, it's not what you need to get a huge event over that you're trying to sell. So, is the Intrepid still there? Is it still?
I believe so.
In the harbor?
It's a pretty big deal. Yeah. I last I ever checked, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we kick things off. It's the announcers. It's Vince McMahon, the Macho Man, and Jerry Lawler. Yes, Jerry Lawler even bothers to show up after what he did at the King of the Ring. We go to the ring. The Smoking Guns taking on Scott Taylor and Reno Riggins. Vince mentions that there were 2 tag team title changes over the week. They don't reference the one from the weekend yet, so we know the Steiners beat Money Incorporated on Monday, and we know Money Incorporated regained the titles on Wednesday, though they haven't announced the final title change here this weekend. Vince and Macho Man expressed their disgust at Jerry Lawler and what he did to Bret Hart throughout commentary in the Smoking Gun squash match, and bang, bang! It's the nasty revolver. Poor Scotty Too Hottie takes that pile driver from Bart Gunn here. I just wrote, oof, as the Smoking Guns pick up the win in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. We move on to the post-King of the Ring report. We see still photos of Yokozuna winning the title from Hogan, as well as Bret Hart winning all 3 matches at the King of the Ring, and then Jerry Lawler's attack afterwards. Of course, this is all to hype the upcoming replay this Tuesday on pay-per-view, and it's back to the ring for one of our feature matches. Oh, here we go. It's Virgil, everybody's favorite Verge, getting ready to take on the debut of He's the former Friar Ferguson. He doesn't have theme music yet here, Steve, but that is his theme music. It is Bastion Booger. And Vince is so disgusted on commentary of Booger's appearance, he says, grotesque, no teeth. He has to describe, as if we're not watching the actual match with the hump on his back, even, as Bobby Heenan likes to point out repeatedly as well. So Bastion Booger makes his WWF debut here. Virgil uses his speed, though, early on and takes a shitty bump on a crossbody attempt on Booger. Booger just falls over the side for a 2 count. Booger, though, with a cheap shot in the corner and lands a leg drop on Virgil for a 2 count. Booger then with an actually decent-looking power slam for another 2, but he goes right into that big chin lock before Virgil breaks out of it and lands a crucifix. Virgil picks up the win on the debuting Bastion Booger with a crucifix. 2 minutes and 31 seconds. I wrote, jobbing to Virgil? Now that's how you get over, pal.
Wow, I was shocked when I saw that he lost. I didn't realize he lost that quickly.
I remember this.
But,
so I wasn't shocked, but I was just...
I mean, I'd never seen it, so I've seen it, but it's been a while since I watched 93 Superstars. But what are you doing? Like, I get it. Like, Bastion Booger is not a name or anything that's going to get over ever anywhere. But losing to Virgil, like that, whatever doubt we had about this dude's ability just went out the window at that point. So,
well, for what little faith you might have had in the Bastion Booger character, they continue on here as the Royal Magistrator is pulled up by Jerry the King Lawler. That's where he draws on the screen following the match. It's a picture of Bastion Booger as Jerry Lawler begins to trace his body, and it winds up looking very similar to the Macho Man, hat and all. He asks the Macho Man, is he Bastion Savage or are you Randy Booger? That seems to upset Savage pretty good here. Mike Shaw, who is Bastion Booger, has said in shoot interviews that he was given this embarrassing gimmick. He was also given other choices of a pizza delivery man or a plumber whose ass crack was always showing before he finally went with the Booger gimmick here, which was also originally supposed to be a hideous sewer creature / gargoyle type character. There was even talk of Vince McMahon originally planning to put a mask on him to make him look even more hideous, but realized based on the way he looked without a mask that it was even more disgusting. Vince clearly had it out for poor Mike Shaw here, who has admittedly came to the company about 100 pounds overweight.
Yeah, we've seen him as Norman, and that's when he could still move and do some things, and he looked decent. Like, he was crazy, and he was not Mockin' Singh or whatever the hell his name was in Canada. Sure. He wasn't that level, but he was serviceable, and he could actually go and hit the Karachi Crunch or whatever it's called in the corner and the Bat Cave and all that stuff. It looks like he ate himself. There's like 2 Bastion Burgers here, 2 Mike Shaws, because he's just huge. Like the gear they gave him, like doesn't even cover up his undershorts. Like you can see his trunks,
the black trunks underneath the gray ones.
He's so damn big. You can see that, and it's just of all the people, like he should just put in his release. Like, this ain't working. I'm not in shape. I can't do this. I'm not going to embarrass myself. But he must have been getting paid something decent to stick around for as long as he did.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him for wanting to collect a payday. He wasn't doing anything else at this point. But Vince McMahon is as cut happy as they were here in '93. I can't believe this goes on into, or at least into the beginning of '94.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I know they make fun of him even more at the Rumble when he missed his number. And Dibiase said, "What do you do? Have stomach problems?"
Yeah,
I think
tummy ache.
Said he had
tummy ache.
Yeah. So it didn't stop. He was still there, still getting made fun of, and he gets disgusting as the year goes on. So I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah, and here's a fun one. You guys go back and watch that Royal Rumble pre-show. It was live. You'll actually see him in the background sitting on some tables backstage. So he was actually at that show. They just opted not to use him in the match to play up the whole Bret Hart injury. And if that was Bret Hart, that didn't come out. Poor Mike Shaw. Just poor Mike Shaw. But we'll continue on with this episode.
He probably got paid for showing up, don't you think?
Well, I'm sure he got something. But yeah, well, that was pretty much the end of him too, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yep. We move on with the show. It's face-to-face time. And of course, Peacock has their own version of face-to-face, but here on this localized episode, it's the Nassau Coliseum. And we're going to hear from Money Incorporated. The reason for that is we don't have a whole lot of Money Incorporated left. And they're going to talk to Steiner Brothers here, and I want to pick it up. Pretty good promo here from Dibiase and IRS.
Next weekend out in Uniondale, it's going to be, yes, the Steiner brothers.
You know, something, Okerlund, it's real obvious to Money Incorporated that the Steiner brothers are as stupid as they look.
Hey.
If they think they're going to waltz into Nassau County Coliseum and take the World Wrestling Federation tag team titles from Money Inc., when not even the Mega Maniacs and Hulk Hogan could do it at WrestleMania, then they are proving how stupid they are. You know what that M on their jacket stands for, Okerlund?
Michigan.
Morons. And that's what the Steiner brothers are.
Ted DiBiase, yes.
Yes, let me tell you something, Okerlund. Don't get us wrong. We're not going to underestimate the Steiner brothers. They have walked into the World Wrestling Federation, taken it by storm, so to speak, beaten everybody that they've crossed. But they haven't crossed paths with Money Incorporated, and we will do whatever it takes to keep these titles that we've proven in the past.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nassau County Coliseum a week
Your
from tomorrow
pleasure.
night. Don't you dare miss it.
Just what's so fun about the Money Incorporated Steiner stuff, even though there's no real feud there, is the history they have with the Steiners. Of course, DiBiase knows Rick Steiner going back to at least 86, and Rotunda has worked with the Steiners a shit ton, not just Rick Steiner with the Varsity Club and beyond, but he worked with both the Steiners throughout 1989, as we're both very familiar with. So it's just fun to we see them in a different light, but these guys are all familiar with each other.
Yeah, they are. And that was a pretty good solid promo. I liked how Irwin brought up the Mega Maniacs not even beating them, so why the hell do you think the Steiners can?
Yeah.
So that was pretty clever and pretty smart on his part. So, yeah, it was a good promo. I liked it. It wasn't bad. It was short and sweet, and he got his points across. Good job.
Show goes on. It's Tatanka taking on Mike Davis. It's the typical Tatanka match. Lots of chops. Chops the shit out of Mike Davis, the poor job guy here. Out to the floor. More chops. And he lets said job guy do a move or two so that he can do the war dance comeback and the papoose to go in only 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Tatanka picks up the win there. I should mention, by this point in the show also, all they've done on this show is hype up Yokozuna's Body Slam Challenge, which Vince has now aptly named the Stars and Stripes Challenge, coming July 4, Steve. So the Stars and Stripes Challenge on the USS Intrepida, or the USS Intrepid. But that's all they've done. Like, literally, during these squash matches, it hasn't been, oh, this is the debut of Bastion Booger. Let's see what he can do. This isn't, oh, this newcomer tag team, the Smoking Guns, the undefeated Native American Tatanka. It's been all about the Yokozuna Slam Challenge. So they're really pushing this hard. You know, something should have to come out of this big thing coming up on the 4th of July. The show goes on, though. We get a Raw replay of Razor Ramon offering the kid 10 grand. We again learn the kid accepted the 10 grand challenge. He'll wrestle Razor Ramon on Monday Night Raw. If you miss it, though, it'll air here next week on Superstars. And we go back to the narcissist Lex Luger takes on Phil Apollo. And here we are only 2 weeks out from the 4th of July, and Lex still in the ring, still loving himself, as the pounce forearm and a cover with 1 foot on the chest of Apollo picks up the win in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. During the match, Randy Savage wonders if President Jack Tunney rescinded his decision about Luger having to wear a protective pad on his forearm. Remember at King of the Ring the previous weekend, Luger was forced to wear that forearm pad when wrestling Tatanka. The reality here is this was taped before King of the Ring, so they hadn't really enforced this yet, but Randy Savage is selling it here on commentary as we head on to...
From inside the pages of the WWF magazine, here's Update.
Update with Gorilla Monsoon. He talks about the Mr. Hughes attack on Paul Bearer and The Undertaker. Alfred Hayes does the voiceover on the video before we hear from Mr. Hughes and his manager Harvey Whippleman about taking out Taker, his manager Paul Bearer, and stealing the urn.
Undertaker, how does it feel to be just a mere mortal now that Mr. Hughes has taken away your prized possession?
Undertaker, this is where your power lies. And I'm the one, the only one, who ever took it.
Mr. Hughes, the first man to steal the urn, Steve, but also it's almost as if the Giant Gonzalez no longer exists.
Thank God for that, you know?
Well, yeah, but it's just, it's so odd that we're not done with that feud based on SummerSlam, but it's still like he's not even there. It's so odd. So weird.
It is, but at the same time, it's not, just because the whole appeal of the Giant Gonzalez is as an attraction. So if you have him out here every week trying to advance the feud and everything, he's going to wear out his welcome if he hasn't already. But they're still trying to get to SummerSlam somehow. I guess you could tie it in with Harvey Whippleman being the piece that ties them all together. But either that or Undertaker just finally got enough stroke to be able to say, I'm not doing this every single night. You got to give me something else. It's going to kill me. And so they gave him Mr. Hughes in the meantime. So probably a combination of all that, but glad he's not on TV every week, then we don't have to talk about him.
Well, that is true. We go back to the ring. It is Shaka Bra Brada. Crush in the ring against Joey Tempest. Crush picks up the win pretty easily. 1 minute and 40 seconds with the cranium crunch. We learned two things in this match, Steve. First, Crush has likely entered the Stars and Stripes challenge to slam Yokozuna, though Lawler argues Crush shouldn't qualify because he's Hawaiian, and Hawaiians, they're not Americans. Classic Lawler there. We also learned that Bastion Booger has been granted a rematch with Virgil for next week here on Superstars. So hooray to that.
Yeah, can't wait to see that. Booger gets his revenge, huh?
Booger's revenge. That's my pick. Show goes on. It's, here we go again. Oh, yeah.
Then he pin him, pick them up, and then he'll skin them. We're on a mission.
We're on a mission.
We're on a mission.
Fuck yeah.
We're on a mission.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You don't stop.
Boy, he's willing and able. What's his name?
His name is Mabel.
Mabel, I said it. He's on the case, but for a Mabel to his face. 495 and he's built to last. So let the sign for you, the boy is fast. M to the A to the B-E-L. He's guaranteed to ring your bell.
Get the fuck out of here.
We're on a mission. We're on a mission. We're on a mission. That's right. We're on a mission.
Woo! You don't stop, Steve. And please, to the millennials and thereafter, what is it, Gen Z now? I don't even know what it is. This was not good rap even in 1993, guys. The M to the A to the B-E-L, he's guaranteed to ring your bell. How this guy got a fucking, God bless Oscar for whatever the fuck he did to con his way and get 2 years the paychecks here in the World Wrestling Federation.
Oh my god.
His name is Mo. It's not Joe. Dear God. These are lines from this fucking these raps. I don't know. I don't know.
I will say the M to the A to the B-E-L. I always remember that when I got to spell Mabel's name. So
there you go.
He did something right, I guess. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but so terrible. I even remember in '93, like when you're young and you're a kid, like all rap sounds cool because it's so like seems edgy and ahead of it. Like, you know, it's just the cool thing to do. I thought this shit was terrible as a kid. I was like, what is he? I always like, well, what is he even saying? I can't even understand what he's saying half the time.
It wasn't very good.
It was horrendous. It's even worse when he starts rapping to the ring.
Oh, this first match is atrocious, but we'll get there whenever we get there. So coming out of that vignette, Vince McMahon says that men on a mission can rap and wrestle. I wrote, not sure about either of those, Vince. Jerry Lawler says he doesn't care because they're just three guys from the ghetto. I wrote LMAO because that's just what Jerry Lawler does. As we move on with this show, it's time for
Mr. Bomb, Mr. Atom Bomb.
Accompanied by Johnny Polo as he takes on Jerry Seavey. Johnny Polo with one of those little circular comedy-looking bugles as he comes out to the ring. I thought that was fucking awesome. It's like a bugle with a random circle in the middle of the fucking brass for no reason whatsoever. Bomb dominates here, but he runs into a jobber's boot. I wrote stupid booking. Why is a 300-pound fucking monster running into a job guy's boot? From there, though, Bomb comes right back. He drops the jobber ribs first across the top rope and a gourd buster. Then a top rope back elbow from Adam Bomb. The now named Adam Smasher powerbomb picks up the win in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I wrote, why isn't this clicking, Steve? You tell me, is it the pairing? Because Johnny Polo and Adam Bomb do not mix well whatsoever. But it's also, where are the moves? Like, we saw Sid Vicious come into the NWA in 89, and he just literally didn't give a fuck. He just murdered people. And Adam Bomb here, his repertoire, not really Sid Vicious-y.
Definitely not Sid. I don't know why it's not clicking. I think he looks awesome, and he got rid of the one move that I thought looked cool out of all of them. Was the slingshot clothesline. I love that move. I think
we'll see it off and on, but it's not an every
it's just
match thing, which it should be at this point. I think
it looked way better than that back elbow off the top rope.
Yeah,
I get it coming off the top rope is impressive for a guy his size, and that's probably what he's going for there. But you got to go with what looks deadly. When you're that big, you don't want to be finesse. You want to be brute strength and power, and you just want to kill people.
Yeah.
And so doing a back elbow off the top rope does nothing for you. Yeah, it looks cool.
It looks cool when you're Marty Jannetty, and it's impressive that you're a 300-pound guy who can do that, as Randy Savage will put over from time to time. But other than that, it's just not a move, like you said, that you want to see a guy that looks like Adam Bomb doing. Yeah, he can do that. That's great, but yeah, the slingshot clothesline looks far more impressive than that as far as a beast goes.
It's like watching Nate Robinson go through the legs and do a dunk compared to Dwight Howard. It's going to look way better with Nate Robinson doing it because he's smaller and it looks like it takes more effort for him to do it. Whereas Dwight Howard, he could just barely jump and do the dunk. So, like, Adam Bomb, yeah, it looks cool, but it doesn't look as good for what he needs to do.
No, just go in there and murder people.
Clothesline, I thought, the slingshot clothesline, you can hit that and they can go on the back of their head and flip over and make it look deadly. And it still shows your athleticism and your finesse, but it's still a power move. So why you got rid of that one or use that one sporadically is beyond me. But I think that leading into the Adam Smasher or the power bomb, that should have been the combo. And I think it would have worked better for him. He's too fancy for his own good.
No, I can go along with that. I buy that, and I still don't understand the pairing. It's just not working for me. And I love both guys, so it's just not working for me. We go on with the episode though, and as we come to a close here on Superstars, it's another face to face, and this time it's a pair of promos. I'm going to play both of them, guys, back to back. First, it's the Peacock version, the generic version of the Sherri and Luna feud continuing on. We're going to hear from both ladies at the same time on Face to Face. And after that, I'm going to play you the version of Sherri and Luna again face to face. This time they'll be talking about the Nassau Coliseum.
Here's a match that I wouldn't miss for the world. And joining us this week face to face, two of the premier women wrestlers in the World Wrestling Federation today. They are Luna Vachon and, of course, Sensational Sherri. And Sherri, little history on the relationship between you and Luna. It started, I believe, back in April at WrestleMania, did it not?
Oh, yes. It started back in WrestleMania when the little demented witch saw fit to come and stick her nose into my business. Then we go to Monday Night Raw, where she goes up there and proceeds to rip off everything I'm wearing, embarrassing me and everybody. Right. Yes?
I saw that. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes. She started it. I'm going to finish it. Now, she goes to the next Monday Night Raw, and then she comes up there. She doesn't even have enough guts or courage to come out and do her own dirty work, so she goes and has to bring Bam Bam Bubblehead Bigelow in there. Well, I got news for you, Luna Vachon. I got nothing to lose no more.
If you'd only shut your mouth half as much as you don't.
Hey, ladies.
This is my time.
Whoa.
Tell her to shut up, Mean Gene.
One at a time.
Tell her to shut up.
Sherri, we've heard from you. Now, Luna Vachon, let's hear your side of the story.
What makes you so sensational anyway? If you'd shut your mouth half as much as you'd open it, you'd only sound half as ignorant. I, Luna Vachon, I am the vandal on your heart, your mind, and your soul. And I, Luna Vachon, am your unforeseen contingency. And I am the woman that is going to eliminate you from the squared circle for good.
And this match, ladies, could take place anywhere, anytime. Am I correct?
That's right, Mean Gene. In the ring, around the ring, out in the street. I don't care if I gotta find you in the mall. I'll come to your home if I have to. Like I said, I got nothing to lose. And when I'm finished with you, if there's anything left, maybe somebody will feel sorry for the defective little girl that you are.
Sherri, did I hear you right? You said you have nothing to lose?
Got nothing to lose.
I just wanted to make that official. And
stutter, your ears.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Luna Vachon meeting Sensational Sherri. When that one comes to town, you won't want to miss it.
Seemed like Gene was setting up for an inside joke there. Sherri, you said you have nothing to lose. Even Luna, like, basically defends Sherri. She didn't stutter. So it's kind of interesting what was really Gene was implying there. I have no idea, other than you have nothing to lose because you put in your notice. I don't really know what the deal was there, but I thought that was funny. And Mean Gene, tell her to shut up. It just seems so ridiculous. Some of these face-to-faces, so interesting, the little gems you get out of them. And here it is again. It's Luna and Sherri again. This time they're talking about their upcoming match at the Nassau Coliseum.
Also one week from tomorrow night, out at the Nassau County Coliseum. Boy, here's some exciting action. One-on-one, Sensational Sherri is going to be facing Luna Vachon. They're standing by right now, face-to-face. Luna Vachon, you want to topple Sherri from the pedestal that she has stood high atop here in the World Wrestling Federation for so many years, correct?
That's right. There is without a doubt. I am the most dominant force in the World Wrestling Federation. I, Luna Vachon. I am the ex-queen of the ring. I, Luna Vachon, will eliminate you altogether.
Quickly, Sensational Sherri.
Luna Vachon, we've been outside the ring. We've done everything there possibly is. Let's go in the ring. I got nothing to lose anymore. Luna
Thank you, ladies. 1 week from tomorrow night, we'll see you in Uniondale, Long Island. Jeez.
Jeez, says Mean Gene there. I like in these promos, Luna Vachon. She's pronouncing her name properly. It doesn't last very long, right? Vince must go, no, you're just Vachon. This is fucking America, motherfucker. So it's funny how quickly her name just becomes Luna Vachon.
Right. Yeah, these are, you can tell it's a condensed version. Like, hey, we only got like 30 seconds compared to the 2 minutes that they had. But
yeah,
same message, just summarized a little bit.
And as we close out this week's episode of WWF Superstars, we know next week now it's going to be Bastion Booger taking on Virgil, part 2. So that's what we need. We need more of that in our life. Bastion Booger versus Virgil now becomes a feud, Steve, at least a 2-week feud, as they'll continue to wrestle again next week. Booger closes the show with this promo.
Yeah.
Oops, wrong promo. My bad. Booger closes the show with this promo.
In addition to which, as we mentioned before, Virgil in the rematch against Bastion Booger. Standing by with comments, Bastion Booger. Virgil, you punk! I came here to the World Wrestling Federation to make my mark. Virgil, are you feeling pretty good about yourself? When we meet right here again next week, you may not survive. That should be some matchup. Virgil squaring off against Bastion Booger right here next week. Well, I'll tell you this. I picked Booger to win.
Lawler picks Booger to win as the jokes begin, Steve.
Virgil, you punk.
Virgil, you punk. Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Classic wrestling promo there.
Cheesy.
Yeah, it is. So,
oh, Lord.
Virgil didn't get a promo when he wrestled Adam Bomb. And now he pins Bastion Booger and still can't get a promo. Clearly they've realized what Virgil promos sound like. I wrote, come on, Vince. Right. Give me another Virgil of the week here. No, it's not meant to be. The Stars and Stripes challenge commentary throughout this entire Superstars, though, you know it's a big deal. As we move on to WWF Mania for the same day, June 19th, Todd Pettengill hosting. Mania exclusive is Jim Ross on the USS Intrepid as he covers the history of the ship, as well as he talks about everything going on with the Yokozuna Slam Challenge upcoming here on July 4th in New York City in the harbor, as well as the Mania exclusive here on the show, taped back in Sydney, Nova Scotia on May 25th. It's Tito Santana and Bob Backlund defeating the Head Shrinkers on a reverse decision in 6.5 minutes. Originally, Tito nails the flying forearm on Samu, but Fatu comes in and replaces him, nails a thrust kick, and pins Santana in about 6.5 minutes there. But the Steiner brothers appear ringside with the referee, with an additional referee, and they tell the active referee, Danny Davis, what had transpired, and the ruling was reversed. Tito Santana and Bob Backlund defeat the Head Shrinkers on a reverse decision. Kind of funny that they implement the Steiners there. It almost feels like we're going back to a Steiner Brothers Head Shrinkers feud, and this is not the only time in the next few weeks that it seems that way. Another rare Mania exclusive is the Macho Man interviewing his former manager, the Sensational Sherri, taped back on May 31st at the Manhattan Center. Randy Savage conducts the interview with Sherri in the ring, during which Sherri challenges Luna Vachon to come out if Luna was looking for a fight. Of course, she doesn't, though, but Sherri continues on with the promo. She said she could beat any man except for Randy Savage, including Bobby Heenan at ringside. She says she could beat Jerry the King Lawler and said the Macho Man is the only king. I popped for this, Steve. She said Macho Man is the only king she has seen in her lifetime. So I like that throwback there. Sherri, then Macho Man, as he continues to list random WWF personnel, asking Sherri if she can beat them. He mentions Todd Pettengill. And since this is scheduled to air on Mania, Sherri puts Todd over. She says, well, Todd's kind of cute, so she wouldn't whoop him. I wrote, whoop me. Oh, yeah! Yeah, dig it. As we close out that segment there, Sensational Sherri promo on Luna Vachon here. WWF Mania exclusive. It's a fun little promo to check out. As we go on to WWF Wrestling Challenge, June 20th, 1993, taped May 25th in Sydney, Nova Scotia at the Center 200. It is Father's Day, Steve, as Jim Ross and Bobby Heenan announced the first two tag team title changes that took place over the week. The Steiners won the belts, and then Money Inc. won them back. We're still not yet referencing the final Steiner Brothers title win over this weekend here. As we go to the ring, here's a barn burner. Talk about a contrast of styles, at least when you look at it. Doink the Clown versus Bob Backlund, but in reality, Matt Bourne's a hell of a wrestler. As he proves here, Doink wrestles Bob down to the mat repeatedly, but Backlund continues to out-wrestle Doink the Clown. Fun counters. Fun stuff, honestly, watching two wrestlers wrestle here, if you can get past the whole clown deal. Doink finally takes a powder to the floor. Back inside, though, and it's more of the same, and Bob Backlund lands a suplex. Great back and forth stuff with a waistlock ride and reversals out of the waistlock. But Doink tries a pile driver and gets backdropped by Backlund. Backlund tries a body slam, but Doink, he learned it from Razor Ramon at WrestleMania 9. He counters that body slam with that inside cradle. And apparently that's Bob's kryptonite as Doink the Clown pins Bob Backlund clean in the center of the ring in 4.5 minutes. Post-match sees Backlund, he wants a handshake, and he holds it there for fucking ever, Steve. It is fucking embarrassing how long he holds his hand out for this handshake. Doink even has time to go get his jacket, put it on, and he finally squirts Bob in the face with some kind of liquid. It seems to blind Backlund. Bob then wildly swings around the ring and finally connects with Doink the Clown. I wrote, blindfold rematch, question mark? Let's do something with Doink. He's just too good to waste in these situations. It appears the whole Backlund experiment, though, may be over.
Thank God for that. Just like Giant Gonzalez being gone. Not Doink, but Bob Backlund can go away just as quickly. Man, I'm not going to trash him for being terrible, but he does not fit in 1993. I don't know if he fit, like you said, in the 80s in his title run, but man, whose idea was this?
Clearly Vince McMahon's. But I'll tell you what.
Bob wanted to come back.
Well, I don't know if Bob went to Vince, but I'm sure he didn't say no either. But
obviously, clearly.
I was so enamored with watching Doink keep up with Backlund on the mat. It was really fun. For as short as it was, and for the very little wrestling moves that we saw, the actual wrestling, I really appreciated it. It just made me love Matt Bourne even more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Show goes on with the King of the Ring, post-King of the Ring report. We hear again from Fuji and Yokozuna about the Intrepid in that announcement, the Intrepidor that we heard on Superstars. Back to the ring, El Matador. Tito Santana taking on Bert Centeno, picks up the win with El Paso de Muerte in a matter of only 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Show goes on. It's face-to-face. It's Wrestling Challenge, so Mean Gene, he can't be bothered with face-to-face here. It's Raymond Rougeau hosting this face-to-face as he talks about the Nassau Coliseum. Yokozuna coming to the Nassau Coliseum. We also hear from Mr. Hughes, who talks about his upcoming match with Bob Backlund, of all people. How about that match, Steve? Would you like to have seen that one?
No, not that one.
Okay, so I've talked about it already. Peacock has the generic face-to-face promos. They just talk about the upcoming potential matches they might have pretty much anywhere in the United States or beyond. And of course, the set, I call it the set floating around out there. It's New York based, so we get Madison Square Garden promos, Nassau Coliseum promos, and the like. Thanks again to loyal listener Howie D. He pointed us in the direction of some good promos a couple of episodes ago. This week, he sent me episodes from his area growing up. Howie D sends me one from the Anaheim, it's not quite the pond yet, the Anaheim Arena, the WWF making their debut in Anaheim. And coming in there is Razor Ramon, who has not quite made the babyface turn yet, but he's coming in to take on Lex Luger. Howie D, we want to thank you so very much. So give a shout out to Howie D.
Hi, Howie.
Thank you out there as we listen to this promo from Razor Ramon, Lex Luger out in Anaheim.
A WWF debut at the Anaheim Arena on Monday night, June 28th. We're just over a week away. On this card, Shawn Michaels, who has recently regained his Intercontinental Championship, will defend it against the one and only Mr. Perfect in the main event. The 8-foot Giant Gonzalez will square off against The Undertaker. Now, as a result of what happened last time at the Los Angeles Sports Arena, these two men will be facing each other in the squared circle. Joining me right now, face-to-face, Razor Ramon and the narcissist Lex Luger. Razor Ramon, you were very upset in the Los Angeles Sports Arena last time. Now, what are you going to do about it 1 week from tomorrow night?
It's like this, Ray. This horse face, he said, Rays,
Sticks and
could
stones,
you watch
Razor.
my back,
Sticks
man?
and stones.
Watch my back. I go down to save him. He's supposed to hit the
Save
good guy.
me?
And what's he do? He hits the Baghdad. He knocks me out cold. Only big problema, narcissi. I get up. And I keep getting up. And Chico, I'm coming after you.
Well, Razor, obviously the damage that's been caused to your career by yourself, by getting beat by guys like the Kid 1, 2, 3, has also damaged your memory. Because I never, ever, I mean, look at me, I never will ever need any help in a World Wrestling Federation match because I am the narcissist Lex Luger. And number two, you just bumbled your way down there like everything else you're doing in your career right now, and you got yourself knocked out, and you have me to blame, but now...
Lex Luger, are you claiming that because Razor Ramon got beaten by a fluke 1, 2, 3, that you are going to come into the Anaheim Sports Arena and just take over in the match?
Well, let's just say Razor Ramon will be like
Let's
another
just
opponent
say,
I
who
wrestle.
cares what you think, Luger? You big, yeah, I'm bigger. You strong, I stronger. You tough, I tougher. And Chico, I way meaner. There's
Razor.
nothing the bad guy likes more than a fight. So Chico, pump up, shave down, oil up, get all ready. Because right here in Anaheim, the bad guy gonna carve you up.
Seems very clear, Lex Luger, that Razor Ramon means business, doesn't he?
He truly has lost it, Ray, because I will once again show what every other competitor has found out in the World Wrestling Federation right there in Anaheim that Razor Ramon...
Pump up and shave down, says Razor Ramon. So, Lex Luger, some good shit. God bless these face-to-faces and these random towns that I'm getting sent these audio bites for. It's great. It's a true blessing to be able to even have these historical audio bites, really.
Yeah, they're tremendous. You can tell nobody gave a shit about what was said or who said it because they get it done and then they throw it in the can and whatever's on there is what's going out there. Razor killed it, man. That's the other cool thing about it. We talked about it multiple times, multiple shows, but like Bret Hart getting destroyed in these face-to-face things, and you could tell who has the chops for cutting a promo and thinking on top of their head when they're standing right across from the person they're going to fight. So Luger, he got destroyed here by Razor. He tried to play the kid, but he sounded too smart for his own good. But that was good shit. That was really good. I liked it. Thanks, Howie. We appreciate you. 100%.
Absolutely. We go on with the show.
Keep
Razor.
them coming.
Yeah, please do. And there's more. We've actually got a little bit more here before this episode's over. More from June, at least. Thanks to Howie D. We go on here, though. We get a clip back from Raw. It's Razor Ramon issuing that 10 grand challenge. We learned that the kid, again, accepted the challenge. We'll see that match on Monday Night Raw. We go back to the ring. Papa Shango taking on Tony Roy. Papa Shango during the match misses a corner charge, but then clotheslines Roy's head off for his troubles, and then the reverse shoulder breaker picks up the win in only 1 minute, 49 seconds. Following the match, Papa put some kind of voodoo on Roy here, and I wrote, why doesn't he set jobbers on fire anymore? Wasn't that fun, Steve, when he did that for a few weeks? Like, why did he just randomly stop doing that? Once you start setting people on fire, you should never stop.
Right? If you're a pyromaniac one time, you need to continue to be one.
Just keep doing it, yeah.
Yeah, that was good shit. You can tell they just don't give a shit no more because they took all that from him.
Yeah. Absolutely. We go back to the ring again. It's Mr. Perfect taking on the future Aldo Montoya. It's PJ Walker out here. It's a by the numbers Mr. Perfect match. The running drop kick, the nasty chops, the knee lift, rolling neck snap, and the perfect plex. Just incredible. Picks up the win on PJ Walker in 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Can Mr. Perfect become a 3-time Intercontinental Champion? That's the storyline we're telling here on commentary during that match as it continues on with his feud with Shawn Michaels. Then it's time for Special Report with Alfred Hayes as he talks Harvey's Revenge, as they call it. Again, we talk about Mr. Hughes taking the urn from The Undertaker, taking Paul Bearer out, and we hear another promo from Harvey Whippleman and Mr. Hughes.
Undertaker, I told you I was going to find somebody to destroy you and take away the meaning of your life. Now, everybody knows it's Mr. Hughes.
Undertaker, this is where you're paralyzed, and I'm the man who took it. And I promise you, you'll never get it back.
So I grabbed this one because I thought it was better than the Superstars version. I found it interesting that they used 2 different 20-second promos to do the quick update here about the Mr. Hughes taking the urn from The Undertaker. A better job here this time, I thought, as we go back to the ring, though. No, we don't. I take that back. On Superstars, we got a peek at the hood, Steve. We saw some people swinging on their feet. They're swinging 20 feet in the air there, up almost over the 20-foot chain link fence in the basketball court on the concrete. This time, though, we're in the subway near the hood, and it's more from Men on a Mission. Yeah.
Now ask yourself, what is this about? It's Men on a Mission and we're in the house. My name is Oscar, that's Mabel, that's Mo, and we're here to let you all know we're playing no jokes and we're playing no games. We're kicking butt and we're taking names. We're taking titles, that's a fact. Men on a Mission is the ultimate act. We're on a mission!
We're on a mission!
We're on a mission!
We're on a mission! Yeah! Woo! Men on a Mission, you don't stop. Oh yeah, Men on a Mission coming very soon to a ring near you, Steve. But speaking of tag teams, we're going to go back to the ring and watch the Head Shrinkers out here with Alpha in their corner taking on Ralph Mosca and Scott Desprez. Jim Ross acknowledges on commentary that the Head Shrinkers have beaten the Steiner brothers in the past. Seems like they're building to another match, like I already pointed out, but also, is he referencing 1989 NWA is what I was questioning there. Nasty spike pile driver during this match here, and stereo diving headbutts. A little change of pace here for the finish as Samu gets the pin on Desprez in only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The action continues with the Rocket, Owen Hart, back to his normal gear. He's moved back away from that high energy gear, thank God, maybe just a one-night accident, as he takes on Iron Mike Sharp, Mr. Clean himself. So as the match gets going, Mike Sharp lands a few shots, but he misses a drop kick, or what they would call a drop kick. I think he got about 2 feet off the ground with that one. Owen Hart takes over, though, connects with his own real drop kick. Sharp makes a couple of brief comebacks during the match, but it's Owen Hart who stays on top with a backdrop, a spinning heel kick, and a missile drop kick, because he's not Northern Lightsing Mike Sharp. Owen Hart picks up the win here in just 2 minutes and 32 seconds. And it's more face-to-face as we go to the Nassau Coliseum. We hear from Money Incorporated, who are still technically the tag team champions here in this face-to-face. They cut a promo on the Steiners. We also hear again from Luna Vachon and Sensational Sherri. This is a really fun one. She actually references the Mad Dog, Vachon.
Also in one-on-one action and joining us face-to-face, a couple of ladies, Sensational Sherri and Luna Vachon. Sherri, here's the match you demanded of promoters, and you've got it 1 week from tonight.
Luna Vachon, it seems that you've inherited your genes from the Mad Dog, Vachon. The only thing that I haven't seen you do yet is foam at the mouth. Now, I have it by good sources that you're nothing but a certified lunatic. I've got nothing to lose.
Lunatic? Who are you calling lunatic?
I'm calling you a lunatic.
I am the most dominant female force here in the World Wrestling Federation. And in Nassau Coliseum, I will eliminate you from the ring. I will eliminate you from the WWF. And I will eliminate you from wrestling.
Thank you very much, ladies. Sensational Sherri and Luna Vachon, one-on-one 1 week from tonight. How'd you like to end up going home to that on a night?
How would you like to end up going home to that on a night, Steve?
Which one is he talking about?
I'm assuming both. One of them, I would say yes, please.
Lord. I bet you. We'll just move on. I'm not answering that question.
That promo was actually from a Nassau Coliseum face-to-face. Howie D again comes into effect. So once again,
Hi, Howie.
Thank you again for this Anaheim promo. It's Shawn Michaels talking about his upcoming match with Mr. Perfect in Anaheim. Shawn Michaels has with him his new bodyguard.
Joining us now, face-to-face, Mr. Perfect and Shawn Michaels, accompanied by his bodyguard. Now, Shawn Michaels, what's with this bodyguard? Do you feel you need protection?
No, that's not the case. See, in the past, I was always, of course, Mr. Popular. But now that I'm the two-time World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion, I'm more popular than ever. I mean, the chicks are coming all over me. They're coming out in droves. So I hired this bodyguard just to protect me from all my fans who are trying to get close, touch me, grab me, feel me, that kind of stuff. That's all it is, Ray. That's all it is.
Mr. Perfect, how do you feel about that?
Unbelievable. You're going to sit there and tell everybody you got a bodyguard to keep the chicks off of you and keep the fans away?
Huh?
Let me tell you something. The only reason you got anybody in your corner is because you know, Shawn Michaels, you can no way beat Mr. Perfect. This is just another excuse for you, another way out to keep the Intercontinental Championship belt.
Now, do I strike you as that kind of guy? Do I strike everybody?
No, but I'm going to strike you like that kind of a guy. I'm going to strike you right upside that silly-looking little head you got.
Oh, come on now,
and if
Mr.
that goon
Perfect,
you got in the background, I know your reputation. I know his reputation. I know what kind of man he is. But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be perfect if I wasn't me. And I'll tell you what,
something,
Shawn,
I'm glad that you know him, because in the future, you're going to get to know him real.
There you go. Then what I said is true. You're going to use him in your wrestling. Is that what
No. I'm the wrestler of the 90s. I don't need any help. If you're so perfect, how come you don't have one of these?
It's a matter of time. Are you standing in a hole, or is that much taller than you?
He's 6'10", Jack, and he's going to knock you out if you get anywhere near me.
Mr. Perfect, that has to concern you. The fact that when you now have your title shot, but you will have to contend with outside interference.
Hey, it's never bothered me in the past. It's not going to bother me now. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I wouldn't be the world's greatest athlete if I wasn't Mr. Perfect. Shawn Michaels, when I get my hands on you, keep the goon out of it. This is between you and I.
Talk is cheap, Jack, just like you and your career.
So he goes and picks up a bodyguard because, quote unquote, the chicks are coming all over him.
Of course they are. He's Shawn Michaels.
We'll have actually a bunch more face-to-face promos as the show goes on, and Diesel actually speaks, and I believe in all the rest of them. So it's kind of interesting because I don't really remember Diesel speaking at this point, but apparently he did in some of these localized promos. So that's going to be pretty fun here. The main commentary as we close out this episode of Wrestling Challenge focuses on the fallout of the King of the Ring, obviously, but a lot of different situations going on. They really have an idea of where they're going in so many different facets of the company for the first time, it feels like, in a very long time. We know Yokozuna's the champion now, and he's got the Body Slam Challenge coming up on the 4th of July. We know Jerry Lawler's attack on Bret Hart. That's another storyline in the works. Razor Ramon and the 1-2-3 Kid, that even gets a segment to be talked about here as well here on this episode of Wrestling Challenge. We know the tag team title scene all over the place. The Steiners have won the belts, lost the belts. We'll learn again they regained the belts. It seems like the Head Shrinkers are next in line, but we know Mid on a Mission also coming in. And as you heard in this face-to-face, and of course earlier on in the show, Mr. Perfect in the ring, Mr. Perfect gunning for the Intercontinental title, looking to become the first 3-time Intercontinental champion. They seem to have directions beyond just the main event for the first time here in the WWF in a very long time, Steve.
Yeah, I would say so. At least in 93. I thought in 92 the tag titles were kind of all over the place, but I think the IC title was pretty well taken care of with Brett and Davey Boy. I think that's where they wanted to go until steroids happened. But yeah, it's been quite a while before they had, you can see where they're heading and get you excited for some of those future matches. So good on them for turning things around a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like they actually have a focus here, at least heading into the summer months. And as we conclude this episode of Wrestling Challenge, we learn that next week it's the Wrestling Challenge debut of Bastion Booger. Also, Bobby Heenan has a special message for his father. Remember what Bobby did on Mother's Day? He said his mother better give him a nice present. Let's listen to what Bobby has to say about Father's Day. We'll hear about Bastion Booger.
Plus, we'll see the debut of Bastion Booger. Who? Bastion Booger will be here next week.
I don't know who he's wrestling, but I got to pick him.
And for the Brain, I'm Jim Ross, wishing all the dads a happy Father's Day weekend. Hey, Brain, what do you get your dad for Father's Day?
You got that backwards, Ross. They get me gifts. He better not get me what Ma got me. We'll have him, too.
So long, everybody.
Bobby says his father better not get him what his mother got him on Mother's Day. I love Bobby Heenan, and of course we continue on with Booger being his pick. So that's the entire butt of that entire gimmick. It's almost like Who, right?
Yeah.
It's another Who.
It's a creative way to get around that, I guess. Instead of doing the Who gimmick, we could just do the Booger gimmick.
There you go. That's
so
my
stupid.
pick. It's my pick.
So stupid.
Hilarious, bitch. That's what we're doing.
Sure.
And we'll close out the weekend with June 20th, All-American Wrestling. It's Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan, the All-American exclusive. Owen, the Rocket Hart, taking on Bastion Booger, taped in Sydney, Nova Scotia, May 25th. Remember Virgil pinned Bastion Booger? Well, here it's Bastion Booger pinning Owen Hart in 4 minutes and 5 seconds with a splash after Owen Hart misses a missile drop kick. Do you remember when I've talked about this in the past, Steve, when we talked about 1989 NWA? This match, Mike Shaw, Muck and Sing, Bastion Booger, and Owen Hart used to be a Match of the Year candidate back in the 1980s in Stampede Wrestling. Not so much now here in 1993 WWF. Also, I wrote, why wasn't Owen given the win over Booger rather than Virgil? It's like Owen is paying for getting injured at this point.
That's what it feels like. Yeah. I mean, that's sad. He jobbed to Bastion Booger after Booger jobbed to Virgil. Wow.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be on the totem pole of talent. To be underneath Virgil.
Definitely not.
No, definitely not. Also, during this episode of All American, I should point out they finally acknowledged too that the Steiner brothers regained the WWF Tag Team titles the prior day, Saturday, June 19th in St. Louis. So the Steiner brothers are now officially the WWF Tag Team champions at the end of this weekend. So congratulations go out to the Steiner brothers. Dibiase, of course, puts in his notice, and the Steiner brothers long overdue. So I was ecstatic that the Steiners finally got the belts that they seemed like they deserved from the day they walked into the company.
Yeah, me too. They're clearly the class of the whole division, so it's about damn time. They should have quickly got into a program with Money Inc. and got the belts rather quickly. The belts didn't need to be on the line at WrestleMania for Hogan and Brutus, so if the Steiners had the titles, that match probably would have been a lot better, and the finish would have been okay, but the titles were an afterthought, and, well, here we are.
Yeah, I think, you go back and Hogan won the WWF title. Had that never been a scenario, it would have been a better off, and I get that they think that the tag team titles needed to be on the line in order to make it a more important match, but you don't put the belts on the line, Hogan drops the leg, and he pins DiBiase or Irwin or whatever you want to do there. That would have been just as good, and be happy and send the fans home with that nonsense, whatever. But, yeah, it's been long overdue. I'm happy the Steiners got the belts. Seemed like they did that a lot, though. Road Warriors coming in the summer of 1990, and I get it was different times. They don't win the belts until a year later at SummerSlam 91. After I felt like they had lost a little bit of tread in their run by that point. So it just seems like that's just something Vince did. He didn't want to give guys belts right away. Not necessarily everyone. We know, Kerry Von Erich, he got the belt as soon as he came in. But,
right.
Yeah, but it seems like in the tag team division, specifically guys that seem to deserve it and should have won the belts immediately, they play around with them for a little bit before they put the belts on them. And I felt like that hurt the Steiners a little bit, but again, they don't really have a whole lot of teams to work with. Thank God there are the head shrinkers out there, and thank God we know we'll at least get another solid match with the Smoky Mountain tag team on their way into the company here soon. So,
yeah, and the Quebecers. So,
oh yeah, absolutely. I wasn't trying to forget them. Nope. And we got the Quebecers heading in too. They're not the Mounties. No, they're not. On behalf of the Wrestling Memory Grenade and the WrestleCopia brand, we are proud to announce our very own Patreon account. We encourage everyone to stop on over to patreon.com/WrestleCopia and check out an amazing 14 tiers. And depending on your budget, we have everything from as little as a $1 tier to as much as a $100 tier. Get you all sorts of exciting offers. It really all depends on what offer you value the most. You can do anything from join Steve and I right here as co-hosts for an episode of The Grenade, all the way down to unedited versions of the show, early access to upcoming episodes, beat everyone else to the punch, see what we're saying before everyone else gets to hear it, plus my insanely detailed show notes, which I value ever so dearly. You can even pick the flick. And what that means is, if you subscribe to one of our You Pick the Flick tiers, you'll tell us, me and Steve, what show it is you want us to review. It can be a watch-along on the WWE Network, YouTube, Daily Motion. It can even be a live review of a rare show from my personal archive vault of videos at home. No promotion, no territory, no era is off limits. You can request anything from your favorite WrestleMania to an episode of 1982 World Class to the 60-minute classic between Jack Briscoe and Dory Funk Jr. from 1970's All Japan. Hell, if you want to put us through the misery, we'll even pull a Mystery Science Theater over here and watch Hell Comes to Frogtown starring Roddy Piper. You tell us what you want us to review, and we'll do our own little watch-along and do our best to entertain you guys and give you guys insight in the process. And it doesn't end there. There's a $5 tier, the all-access tier. Not only do you gain access to everything on every lower tier, but you'll also have complete access to our entire full library of random show reviews and watch-alongs we've done and continue to do as a side project. We review everything from the Flair Steamboat 2 out of 3 fall match from Class 6, all the way down to the Halloween 1985 edition of Saturday Night's Main Event. It's a proverbial hodgepodge of randomness, as you never know what we'll review next. And it's exclusive to the all-access tier or any of the higher tiers over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. Check it out now. That address again is patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That's Wrestle, C-O-P-I-A. All right, and before we move on to Monday Night Raw, Steve, I forgot to mention it at the beginning of the episode. For those who don't know, Steve works on the images that we put out there for the episodes of The Grenade, going back to the NWA shows and here in WWF in 93. And he goes and he does a great job cutting out all these pictures. I don't know how to fucking do it. See, I probably could learn how to do it, but I don't have the patience to do it like you do. I'll put it that way. A lot of hard work, and man, I had to put you over here for the banner that you did, the logo that you did for the King of the Ring episode of the Wrestling Memory Grenade. For those who didn't go and look at that, check that out. He's got all 8 guys that were part of the King of the Ring on there with the King of the Ring logo in the middle. Really cool stuff, man.
Yeah, it's I've been doing it for like probably 20 years. It's a pastime for me. It calms my nerves and soothes me, I guess.
That would do the opposite for me. It would drive me fucking nuts.
I mean, I get focused in and like I don't hear anything. I don't see anything else that's going on. Like I can just zone out and focus in on that. So it's not the greatest work. I mean, there's millions of people that are better than me in Photoshop. I'm very basic, but I liked it. I like the idea of it. It shows the heels on one side, the faces on the other, and some of those images you probably never even seen before because I busted them out of the magazines. I have the whole year of 93 WWF, so I just went through and found stuff that not everybody uses. And we've talked about this off the air, but my pet peeve is if you have a banner of like WrestleMania 3 Savage and Steamboat, you need to get era-specific Savage and Steamboat. I don't want 1992 Macho Man with a shirt on, and looking flabby as hell, and then like a 94 Ricky Steamboat from WCW with a dragon head on himself. So I want it to be error correct, and that's what we got there. So I'm proud of that one. I like it.
Yeah, not to go too far off topic before we continue on with this show, but there was somebody that made a WrestleMania 6 one time, and that's my go-to. That's like my favorite of that era. And they put a picture of Demolition on there with the masks on. You remember the fall of 90 mask? It's like you had to go out of your way to fucking find the wrong picture there in order to put that on the WrestleMania 6 banner. What they do, wear there for like 3 weeks? My God.
I don't get it. I mean, if you're taking the time to make something, why not take the extra effort and get a picture that matches with what you're making? It's not that hard.
Yeah, people. So listen to what Steve has to say. It's not always about being the best at what you... Well, I guess it is kind of be about the best at what you do, but do it right if you're going to do it. God's sakes.
Exactly. Yep. I agree.
We'll move on to WWF Monday Night Raw for June 21st, back in Poughkeepsie once again, Mid-Hudson Civic Center, and we're live, Steve, this week. We go back in time 6 weeks ago. Wow, has it been that long already? As we see 1, 2, 3, yes, the now named 1, 2, 3 Kid pinned Razor Ramon 6 weeks ago. And after chasing the kid down and offering him $10,000, the rematch is finally at hand here today as we get an introduction from Vince McMahon, Macho Man Savage, and Bobby Heenan. We know the rematch here tonight is Doink the Clown taking on Marty Jannetty in the 2 out of 3 fall match. Bobby Heenan then checks under the ring and laughs hysterically, implying there's multiple doinks possibly to be had here this week. Steve, I like that touch. Bobby added those little things. They were so little, but they were so good.
Yeah, and they're really picking up with Doink, like, going forward. We'll talk about it, next episode and things, but they're just doing little things that's adding to his character that I don't recall anyone ever really talking about. So very cool that Heenan did that. He probably did it on his own.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But,
sure. Very, very cool. This goes to show, like, Heenan jokes and horses asses around a lot, but that dude was dialed in and knew everything that was going on. So just awesome stuff.
So as we get going here, June 21st, it's the first day of summer, says Vince McMahon as we go to the ring, and the new WWF Tag Team Champions, the Steiner Brothers, getting ready to take on Barry Hardy and Reno Riggins. I wrote, new champions.
Wham! Bam! What the fuck just happened?
What did happen, Steve? We heard that the Steiners had beat Money Incorporated for the titles on Monday, but then lost them back to Money Incorporated on Wednesday. Well, if you listen to All American, which I probably didn't back in 1993, we did learn that the Steiners recaptured the tag team gold on Saturday in St. Louis, so they are now finally the reigning WWF Tag Team Champions. As Vince explains all 3 title changes during commentary here, we learn the Steiners have also entered the Stars and Stripes Challenge to attempt to slam Yokozuna, which I thought was awesome, because if you wanted a list of guys who were going to try to slam Yoko, the Steiners would be high on that list for me. As the match gets going, Scott is lighting Reno Riggins up here, more so than usual. Not like he's trying to kill him or anything, but he's just having a lot of fun on Reno. Meanwhile, Rick Steiner picks Barry Hardy upside down into that over-the-shoulder, what would you call it, like a powerbomb type situation. Runs him, oh my God, smashed him into the corner as usual, but a little harder than typical, I'd say here. I wrote, "What a maneuver!" What a maneuver, says Vince McMahon, as Rick Steiner just obliterates poor Barry Hardy. But that wasn't the worst thing in this match. No. Scott sets up for the Frankensteiner on Riggins. Riggins decides he's going to jump for the move, Steve, not just roll over, take the flip. It's how you take the Frankensteiner. You just let Scotty guide you over, you tuck your chin and do the flip. Instead, Riggins decides he's just going to jump into the air, and Scotty tries to catch him. Both guys land on their heads simultaneously. I wrote, ugh. Scott Steiner picks up the win in 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Watching the Steiners never gets old.
Never does. Do you think Scotty just laid into Reno in the back? Like, what the hell are you doing?
I don't want to get into the mind of Scott. Had you asked me, like, did 1997 Scott Steiner? Yes, yeah, I could see a Steiner recliner in the dressing room. 93, I don't know where his head was. I don't know if he was a little more, cool about shit, like, especially with a guy who's on the road with them constantly, a guy that, in general doesn't fuck up as a job guy. So I don't really know. Maybe Reno remembers.
Maybe we should go ask him.
Yeah, I gotta go find Reno. Shouldn't be too hard. We continue on with the show, though. It's the return match from last week. This time it's best 2 out of 3 falls featuring Marty Jannetty taking on Doink the Clown. I wrote, oh boy, it's GIF time, Steve. GIF time, if you will. As Doink the Clown, Matt Bourne, on his way to the ring, riding a unicycle. I wrote, what talent? Is there anything Matt Bourne can't do? Besides stop doing drugs and philandering with underage girls. But yeah. Matt Bourne to the ring on a unicycle. What'd you make of that one? I don't remember that one. That was fucking badass.
It just goes to show how talented he is. I mean, he was something else. He really was. So, like I said, those nuances, he's switching it up and just doing different things. Man, I wish his run could have lasted longer. I really do.
We spent most of 1989 in the NWA talking about how Shane Douglas and Johnny Ace never bought their gimmick of the dynamic dudes. Well, Matt Bourne was all in. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody more all in on a character. Maybe people would argue The Undertaker. But I think this takes a little more work. Well, Pillman, yeah, that's debatable on how much of that was a character, I think. But yeah, Doink has to be right up there. It's short-lived, so yeah, it's a 9-month run. But man, was he so good. I mean, as far as being in the ring and actual talent besides fucking around in the crowd. But man, oh my God. I love that he's not necessarily past crushed, but he's past crushed to the point where we're getting all this cool new stuff from him, and it's great.
Yeah, I agree with you. Good shit. It's good shit, pal.
Good shit, motherfucker. So we move on with... See, that's what he should be
You're
saying.
fired.
That's
You're
it.
fired.
Can't say that on TV. As we get going, fall number 1, Doink the Clown taunts Marty Jannetty. He gives him a clean break in the corner, to which Macho says, DTA, don't trust him anyway. I like that, Macho. Doink then suckers Marty in, though, and the next time around he takes over. Doink repeatedly tries to gain control of the match, but Jannetty continues to outdo him on the mat. Marty Jannetty makes a fool of Doink on a crisscross spot when Jannetty stops and Doink keeps running across on his own. That seems like something Doink would do as a babyface. I wonder if he did do that later on. Ugh, I didn't want to think about that, though. Much more fun here, Marty doing it to Doink and Jannetty on the offense, but it's Doink who begins to be frustrated. He even powders out of the ring late in the fall. Back inside, though, Marty Jannetty with a monkey flip in one corner, but he misses a corner charge in the opposite corner and goes crotch first into the middle buckle and bounces off to the mat. And it's whoopee cushion time. Doink the Clown with a flying ass drop off the top rope picks up the win, 7 minutes, 15 seconds. Doink up early, 1 fall to 0. But the match just keeps going. It's fall number 2. Doink attacks and takes over on Marty, immediately dominates the fall. And as he continues to pummel him, he apologizes. I'm sorry. And he's cackling. He's like, it's good stuff. It's not as hokey as it sounds. The way he does it, it's creepy, but it's awesome. He's like literally mauling Jannetty as he's apologizing to him while he's doing it. They wind up outside of the ring. Doink off the top rope to the floor with a double axe handle right in front of Savage. So that gets the reply on commentary. He stole my move. I wrote, isn't it funny how Macho notices this every week? The one week Sean does the elbow. This week Doink literally off the top rope with the double axe handle to the floor. Savage, they're stealing my moves. What's going on? Let me back in the ring, Vince. Aha. Doink back inside, though. Sleeper hold on Jannetty. But Marty with the comeback. There seems to be some type of confusion as Marty goes to the top rope and he waits. And he waits. And he waits. And he realizes Doink is not going to ever get in position. So Marty comes down off the top rope and instead, super kick. 1, 2, but Doink gets his foot on the rope. Marty, though, back to the top rope with the flying fist drop. picks up the win. Second fall, 4 minutes, 37 seconds. We're tied at 1 fall apiece as we move into that third fall. Doink begs off in the corner. He tries to sucker Marty in, but it fails. And Jannetty on the offense early, but Doink goes to the leg of Jannetty and locks in the figure 4. And we get a really good figure 4 segment here. They actually sell it. They play it up. We get a really good Marty chant. This crowd's really into it. They move away from the Manhattan Center. We're in Poughkeepsie here. And there's a big Marty chant here as he finally is able to turn the move over, forcing Doink to break the hold and roll out to the apron. But Doink comes back inside, stays on the leg, locks in an STF, and another Marty chant breaks out. Doink gives up on the STF, and he goes back to the top rope. He looks for another whoopee cushion, and why not? It got him the first fall. But Marty catches him up there and slams him off the top rope. Marty makes the comeback. But what is that, Steve? It's a second Doink rushing to the ring. There's a second Doink going to the ring. Did you see that, Steve? There's 2 Doinks out here now. As fans alert Marty, the fans are telling Marty, there's another Doink under the ring. So Jannetty checks under the ring. I guess he doesn't see a Doink. I don't know where they hide under there. It's an illusion, I suppose. And Doink from behind with a boot to the back of Marty's head. I wrote, oof. It looked like a stiff boot to the back of Jannetty's head. And then he posts Marty to boot. Get it? To boot. Heenan proclaims, Doinks are like Jell-O. There's always room for more. Back inside, Jannetty sends Doink back outside. This time, Doink crawls under the ring. And as the referee and Marty seem to be waiting for Doink to come out the other side, he tricks them all, Steve. He comes back out the same side he crawled under. He tries the sneak attack, but it doesn't work. Marty sends Doink out again. And this time, it's the old switcheroo. As the second Doink, Steve Kern, comes out, Vince McMahon shouts, look at the paint! His paint has returned. You would think if they were really smart, he would have had some of his paint running off, but it was, look at the paint! You can tell it's a fresh Doink. Only in the WWF. Fresh Kern Doink, now in the ring, complete with his Skinner laugh. I don't know if you noticed that. He gets in the ring, he takes over. Skinner always did that like squat, and he put his hands on his thighs, and we get the Skinner laugh here out of this Doink number 2, and he even executes a nice pile driver here on Jannetty. Fresh Doink, the illegal Doink, hits the pile driver and picks up the win on Jannetty, 8 minutes and 44 seconds. The Doinks win the match 2 falls to 1, or do they? Macho Man Randy Savage up from the commentary booth, gets referee Earl Hebner, and explains that there's a second Doink. Savage then enters the ring and blasts Steve Kern, the one that made the pinfall, then pulls Matt Bourne Doink out from under the ring to show the referee that there have been 2 Doinks all along. Well, that's a hell of an illusion. I don't even know how you do this. And the decision is reversed. Nearly 21 minutes in total of wrestling. Every second of it aired on TV. The commercial took place in between the falls. We didn't miss 1 minute of action. 21 minutes of wrestling between these 2 guys. Marty Jannetty winds up winning the match on a disqualification here in the third fall. Randy Savage raises his hand following the match. A lot of good wrestling.
Yeah, it was a pretty good match. It's fun. I remember this from the times I've rewatched Raw. It's one of those matches that kind of stick out and you remember as you're going through because it's pretty good. I like the building. I talked about that before, but I agree with you, man. The crowd, like mixing it up, it seems like they go between these 2 buildings for Raw, and the Manhattan Center kind of wears out its welcome, and then they go here, and by the time it's over after 2 or 3 weeks, it's like, yeah, they're wearing out their welcome too. So they did a nice job of breaking it up when they had to. I will say, like, just a little foreshadowing, this finish gets played out real quick over the next month or so.
And it's played out on the house shows, just so you know, too, between the Doink versus Crush matches. So I saw that, myself. But that's where we are. It's like, hey, that's a good idea, stuff, pal. Yeah, it's good stuff until you, like you said, do it to death. Yeah, but I'm glad we got that much wrestling. We didn't go commercials during the matches. We got to see all the action, which is something that was pretty unique for the time period.
Rare.
Yes.
Rare. Like, I was watching some stuff for our next episode, and I'm like, man, this never happened in the 80s. Like, even Saturday Night Main Event, there's maybe a handful of those cards that have a 10 to 12 minute match with an actual finish. Man, it's like every week on these shows now, like towards June and July, that we get at least one match that goes 10 minutes with a finish, and it's a nice change of pace. And they're good matches. They're not bad at all. No. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell was going on there, but I liked it. I wrote
Is
good
it sweeps?
Yeah, well, no, not in July. No, you don't really have summer sweeps. Nobody's watching TV, so I don't really know what just
Vince wasn't there, so somebody was doing it.
Somebody else was. This was somebody else's idea.
You guys want to work? You guys want to actually work? All right, go out there. 10, 15 minutes.
There you go. That's what it seems like. Yeah, coming up in July. Yeah. I wrote good win for Marty here, but I wasn't a fan of the DQ finish. Marty, I like the idea of the finish, but I don't understand how this helps Marty. Marty looked far more competent here than Crush has since January, though. So they've certainly failed Crush at this point. I think we can all agree on that. I wrote, why aren't they doing something more with Doink right now? Seriously, so good. I know he had a 2-week arc here with Marty Jannetty, but there's not a whole lot more to that to be done. I did enjoy this, though. It was really good. Like we said, the wrestling was good. I just wish maybe restart the match. Let Jannetty do a surprise sunset flip. Pin Doink. It's not going to mean anything. It's a sunset flip. It's a restart. I just would, after all of that wrestling, I would have liked to have seen an actual pinfall. I'm just nitpicking, though.
Yeah. Do you think they initially created the Doink gimmick just as a throwaway, we got a killer clown type deal, and then Matt Bourne just took it and ran with it and made it better than they ever thought it would be? So
I'm gonna
maybe had the one feud in mind with Crush,
right,
but they didn't have anything else after that. Do you think?
Well, my first thought is 95% of whatever the hell he comes out there and does is clearly Matt Bourne. That's his idea. They just said, "You're a clown, pal. Go figure it out." Is basically what I came up with, what I can come up with there. Whose idea was that? Wasn't that Hawks or something? Somebody come up with that silly nonsense, and they just kind of ran with it.
I think you remember. Yeah, I think it was something like that. But I just like you said, there's nothing really for him. He had Crush, and then they kind of didn't know what to do with him after that. That's why I'm wondering if they didn't expect him to be this damn good in the role.
But they've had 6 months to come up with something else. They only needed a couple months to go, this guy's good. Let's figure out something beyond Crush. I'll say this much. They protect him pretty damn good here against Crush all the way to the very end. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So maybe they did have something for him, and the demons reared their ugly head again.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting there here in another couple of months, unfortunately. And that impacts, more than just Doink, but we'll get there as time goes on. In the meanwhile, we continue on with Raw. Mr. Hughes with Harvey in his corner, of course, also with the Undertaker's urn, taking on Bobby Who. The Fink doesn't even know his name, says Bobby Heenan. I love that. He goes, Bobby Who? And Bobby Heenan says, see, Fink doesn't even know this guy's name. So Bobby Heenan just having a little fun out there. As Vink is, I love this, during the Mr. Hughes squash, Vince McMahon shills all 3 Porky's movies this week on USA. You don't hear that anymore.
Does he even know what? You think he even knows what Porky's is?
He has no idea. What is that? Isn't that the pig?
Oh, jeez. I know he shills some Weekend at Bernie's. I think it's him, right? Later on.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure Vince shills whatever the fuck they tell him to shill. For these.
Well, the movie was in theaters, so I don't know if USA has anything to do with it, but
well, it had already come out long before this. So, yeah.
No, Weekends at Bernie's too. The second one, my bad.
Okay.
I don't know if that was Ross and Lawler, or if that was Vince and Lawler, Ross and Heenan, or Vince and Lawler. But I know one of them shills Weekend at Bernie's. I'm like, you actually watch that shit or know what's going on? Vince knows what's going on in the real world?
They send him notes, Post-it notes. He just kind of reads the sticky note and kind of, oh, this is all right. I'll read that. I don't know what this means, but I'll say it. Damn it. It's just part of the agreement with USA, I suppose, or whoever's sponsoring them. But Mr. Hughes is in the ring here.
Stockings.
Yeah, Silk Stockings. Next on USA.
Yeah. Good times.
Mr. Hughes against Bobby Who, though. Worst powerbomb in the business, I wrote, but a hell of a sidewalk slam. Hughes gets the win 3 minutes and 1 second. Yet here it is. We've been waiting 6 long weeks. 6 weeks in the making. Razor Ramon gets his rematch. $10,000 offered up to take on the 1, 2, 3 kid as Waltman is back from New Japan in the Super Juniors tournament. Razor carries the bag out with 10 grand inside. Again, I was waiting for that Scrooge McDuck money sign on the side of it, but damn, they let me down again. Kid, though, and rightfully so, hesitant to get in the ring to start the match. Razor, though, misses a swing on the apron, and the kid goes straight to the top rope with a sunset flip and a near fall, damn near beats Razor in just a matter of seconds. Spin kick again, gets another near fall as he begins with the educated feet like kicks, with the kid taking Razor down, but the kid runs into Razor's fall away slam. And it's It's bad guy time from there. We see a nasty Beal as the kid's thrown across the ring and does an inside-out bump off of a clothesline from Ramon. Kid tries the cute backflip out of a hip toss gimmick, but he gets countered with a choke slam on the back of his head. I wrote, awesome. Ramon just dumps him on the back of his head with that choke slam.
Nasty.
Yes, we go into the Ramon abdominal stretch spot. He ties the kid up and slaps him in the back of the head as well. Bulldog and a power slam. Back superplex, and that's it, says the bad guy. Boy, he gave the kid a little bit of everything here. But instead of going for the Razor's Edge, he tosses the kid outside. What is Ramon up to? As Razor goes out, he pulls up the safety mat. No pretty blue mats here this week, says the bad guy. He sets up the kid for the Razor's Edge on the concrete floor. But the kid somehow manages to counter with a backdrop, sends Razor down onto the concrete, and 1, 2, 3 kid up to the top rope. Somersault senton off the top rope to the floor, but the kid slips and misses, and his skull first onto the exposed concrete. I wrote, fuck. That was supposedly the finish to the match. He was supposed to land on Ramon, go get the money, and get the hell out of the ring. But instead, they completely screw up here. The kid slips and falls and lands on the back of his head off the top rope. And of course, of all times, that's the only time they remove the mat here in the WWF. And yes, he lands on the concrete. He completely missed Razor Ramon. But Ramon
Jerry
covers.
Lynn-esque.
Yes, it was nasty. But Ramon covers it well. He rolls the kid into the ring, and they go into the same exact spot that we saw where the kid actually pinned Razor several weeks ago. And they do it again here. Razor misses the charge into the corner. The kid goes up and hits the moonsault body block. 1, 2, but Ramon kicks out. Not this time, kid. So the kid immediately crawls over, grabs the bag of money, and leaves the arena. Razor goes chasing him backstage and outside the arena where a car is waiting. Somebody already in their driver's seat. Kid jumps in and peels out, leaving Ramon a fool again. During the chase backstage, we hear the bell sound, signifying what I presume to be a double countout in 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So the kid outdone Razor Ramon again. He didn't pin him this time, but he took his 10 grand, made him look like a fool. The bad guy can't be happy about this. And what a nasty bump on the outside. And kudos to Razor for going right into a spot that he knew the kid would remember, because that's what they used last time. So it worked out perfectly, though I remember the kid saying he kind of doesn't even remember anything that happened after that bump to the floor.
I can't say I blame him. Holy shit. He probably got in the car and went to the hospital to get checked. Because that was, like I said, Jerry Lynn-esque. I know a lot of people bring up the Jerry Lynn spot against RVD. I think it, Anarchy Rolls or something. It's just as bad because he slips and completely eats the concrete, like right with the side of his head. And you mentioned Razor did a great job. The commentary did an excellent job, too. They clearly just saw this kid eat it. But they made it like, oh, he's worn out. He's taking a beating by the bad guy. There's no way he has anything left. They totally ignored the fact that he just made a botch, but sold it in a way that makes him look good still. Heenan didn't even joke about it. So, again, everybody involved did a great job of covering it up. But, man, that is – he's lucky he's able to get up and just continue.
Finish the match, yeah. The fact that he could even –
that was nasty.
Yeah.
The fact that he could run down those stairs and into the car without falling over from head spinning is beyond me.
Yeah, the fact that he could roll back in the ring and do a moonsault immediately after cracking his skull off the concrete. Like, what are the odds that the one time somebody moves the padding on the floor is the one time somebody decides they're going to do a somersault dive to the concrete here in the WWF?
You sure as hell don't have to worry about that with Hogan and Andre.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Although some of those video games, the shit Andre did, I don't know. Anyways, go on. Following the match, Razor Ramon back ringside, and he is pissed off as he talks to Vince McMahon. He says, nobody makes a fool of the bad guy. Nobody steals his money. Razor is on his way after the 1, 2, 3 kid. I wrote the psychology made sense here. Kid got in. He tried some quick upsets immediately to get the hell out of there as fast as possible, but he was caught. And Ramon, the veteran, dominated until the kid sees an opening, and at that point, he takes the money and runs, as he clearly had the backup plan in wait. The guy was already outside with the car, with the engine going. So this was perhaps a plan all along, plan B if he couldn't get the win over Razor Ramon here. Let's remember, Razor offered him 10 grand to get in the ring, not 10 grand if he beat him. So technically, if you ask me,
exactly.
He outsmarted him.
It's great angle, great story. It kind of wraps it up as far as they go, as far as them feuding with each other. But
which you wouldn't know because Razor just said nobody makes a fool of him. So you think this is continuing at this point.
Yeah, you think so. So very good shit, man. Really nice. They have so many good TV feuds that if you try to watch, you just watch certain parts of the year and you just skip over a few months, you're going to miss out on a lot of stuff. So, I mean, it's really, at least watch Raw because there's so many good TV feuds there. They're starting to pick up on superstars and stuff like that too, but lots of good 2 or 3 week things. For example, you get Razor and Kid on Raw, and Bastion, Booger, and Virgil on Superstars. Right? It's so if you watch one thing, just watch Raw. It's good shit most of the time.
Next week on Raw, it's the Night of Champions. At least that's what Vince calls it when he announces that Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels will defend against Kamala. Somehow that justifies being called a Night of Champions, I guess. I wrote solid show from top to bottom, not the biggest wrestling match show, other than Doink and Marty, who did eat up basically half the show. That was really good wrestling. Now, the Razor Kid stuff, more about the storyline. Not a whole lot there outside of Razor just dominating. But yeah, it was another solid episode of Raw, a memorable episode of Raw.
Absolutely. Good shit.
And we'll go on WWF Superstars June 26th, taped May 24th in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Double feature this week. 2 big matches here this week. El Matador Tito Santana takes on Mr. Hughes. Oh, and it's Booger versus Virgil 2. Yes, Bastion Booger for the rematch with Virgil here. As we get things going, we see Mr. Hughes and Harvey Whippleman up on the video wall. Let's hear what they have to say.
El Matador, in just a few minutes in the ring, Mr. Hughes is going to destroy you and destroy everything you stand for. Just like he destroyed The Undertaker and took away everything he stands for.
Harvey using The Undertaker to get a little heat there as Mr. Hughes has to take on Tito Santana this week. Vince thinks we're going to see a highly competitive match. He's fooling himself.
Yeah.
Jerry Lawler completely ignores that as Lawler responds with not only a racial slur, Steve, it even blew my mind, but he finally explains how Tito made his money at that second job that he referenced several episodes back. He talked about Tito not necessarily needing to qualify for King of the Ring because he had a second job. Well, let's hear what Lawler has to say about El Matador.
Well, that is, I guess, your opinion and the Macho Man's opinion over there that this Tito Santana, this wetback, is going to be able to hold his own against Mr. Hughes. I don't think so.
First of all, we humbly apologize for the remarks made by King Jerry Lawler. You know something?
We do. Wait a minute.
I mean, it's one thing to do what you did to Bret Hart. That's dastardly enough. But to offend everyone. I mean,
I'm not offending everyone. I'm talking about nobody but Tito Santana. You know why I call him that?
Why?
Well, I'll tell you this. He used to have a second job. He used to make a lot of money helping illegal aliens come into the United States from Mexico. See, he would swim across the Rio Grande first, and then the rest of the Mexicans would walk across on the dead fish. That's how he made his money.
Oh my God! He waited weeks to deliver that line. It's got to be something that Memphis water, because it goes back to when Lance Russell said,
"Tell him in Mexican just to get out of here."
Tell him in Mexican just to get out of here. Not Spanish. Tell him in Mexican just to get out of here. I love you, Lance Russell, though. But yeah, here, Jerry Lawler. What did you make of Jerry? And the jokes that they make, because we talked about Ventura and Tito at WrestleMania 6 and beyond. Those type of jokes. Man. I fancy myself as an amateur comedian. I always have since high school. And my teachers told me so. Okay, so I understand the art of comedy, the art of jokes. A lot of people say there's no room for those things in today's society. That's fine. I'm not here to argue that right now. The jokes, I'm cool with. Like, I can chuckle at them. I just couldn't believe he straight up said wetback. Like, even in 1993. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Like, the joke, it's just a joke. I mean, there's offensive jokes on every race, every color, every, gender, whatever the case may be. It's like an equal opportunity thing that almost anybody can do as far as tell a joke. I mean, you can get a joke book and find some pretty offensive jokes. but that's just what they are. They're jokes. But wetback, that's just like, using. I mean, like, that's ridiculous. I'm more offended by that because that's not a joke. That's a derogatory statement towards all Mexicans and anyone of that nationality, and that's crossing the line to me. But again, I can put jokes aside. That's fine. But Jesse never went as far as calling him a wetback or whatever you want to call him. His stayed along the lines of joke or called him Chico. I mean, there's a difference there. There's a difference in getting heat and just being a complete dick. And
that sounded like 1984. It sounded like 1984 Roddy Piper's Pit or something like that. That's like the last time I would have felt like I would have heard that word or something, Yeah,
it definitely is from a far long gone time. Even for 93, it seems out of place. So you can tell too, because Vince immediately. He's not speaking for us. This is Jerry Lawler speaking.
But he doesn't care so much as to stop the editing and go back and say, all right, we got to start this again. You can't say that. So it didn't bother them that much anyway. Yeah.
I mean, but at least he, said something.
Right.
If he just did the joke, I doubt he said anything. But calling him a wetback is just utterly ridiculous.
Right, yeah.
Just stupid.
The cheapest of heat, I suppose.
Yeah, I will say too, the Jesse joke was a million times better anyway.
Oh yeah, that was. That's what I said. We waited all these weeks for this. Yeah, we waited all these weeks, and I was kind of disappointed with the punchline to that one, but whatever. As the match gets going, of course, Tito Santana works the arm of Mr. Hughes to start things off. Hughes takes over on the back of Santana, but misses a running leg drop across the middle rope, crotching himself. In the process, Tito fires back and nails the flying forearm for a 2 count. Tito then goes up top for a cross-body block, but Hughes rolls over on top, gets the win in only 3 minutes and 19 seconds. I wrote, surprised at the lack of finisher here. Basically, what I'm referring to, guys, is that Tito did the old cheap way out, the cross-body, Hughes rolls over, gets the win, versus Hughes just hitting Tito with his finisher, the sidewalk slam. I figure Hughes getting ready for The Undertaker, it's not really big of an issue to put him over Tito Santana with his finisher.
Tito's on the verge of being the WWF champion in 1993, man. Come on. He can't do
Is he still on that list?
Like
okay,
that.
Yeah, that's right. They might go to Spain again.
No. I was surprised, too, because Mr. Hughes is too big to be doing a roll-through on a crossbody. It just didn't look very good, and it wasn't very clean. And I'm with you. Like, Tito's been a jobber for 3 years now. Why the hell is Mr. Hughes not being able to beat him to get him ready for The Undertaker? So it made no sense to me.
As we move on, it's time for Update with Gorilla Monsoon. He talks to Kevin. I'm assuming Kevin Dunn he's yelling at on the phone. Keep your pants on, he tells him. He talks about the tag team title changes. Let's listen to the Gorilla.
From inside the pages of the WWF magazine, here's Update.
No, you almost got it. No, that was in Rockford. Well, Kevin, just keep quiet and listen and keep your pants on, and I'll explain it so that even you can understand. I gotta go. Goodbye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Update. I'm Gorilla Monsoon, and the tag team situation here in the WWF is just unbelievable. See these two guys, Money Inc.? They're out. It all happened last Monday night is when it all began in Columbus, Ohio, when the Steiner brothers defeated Money Incorporated for the belts. But listen to this, folks. Money Incorporated, very smart upstairs where the gray matter is concerned. They had a return clause in their contract so that on Wednesday in Rockford, Illinois, under very suspicious circumstances, Money Incorporated got their tag team belts back. Then the saga continues 3 nights later in the Gateway City with a big arch, St. Louis, Missouri. Steiner Brothers did it again. They defeated Money Incorporated and became an unprecedented 2-time in 1 week holder of the WWF tag team belts. Imagine that.
New tag team champs. It was a long, hard, tough road. We may have been overconfident once or twice, but we got the belts now, and we're going to keep them. We worked all our lives to be WWF Tag Team Champions. We're going to work that much harder to keep them for a long time.
Well, there you have it, folks. Signed, sealed, and delivered. It is a fact right now. Steiner Brothers are indeed the reigning WWF Tag Team Champions. But Rick and Scott, I got news for you. Guys, it's not going to be easy to hold on to those belts. I can see it right now. It's in the books. Return matches all over the lot, all over the United States, all over the world for that matter, against Money Incorporated. And folks, if you're lucky enough to have that particular match in your hometown, you could be part of history, because it's been proven that when these two teams get together, something drastic always happens, and you could be part of and see a tag team title change hands right in your own hometown. Well, we'll keep you up to date on everything that goes on here in the WWF. So until next week, Gorilla Monsoon saying, so long, everybody.
Gorilla relegated to these updates and things of that nature now, but it's official. They made it official. They kind of make it sound like we're set here now. The Steiners are going to remain the tag team champions, at least for the time being.
He doesn't seem interested in doing this shit at all. He seems a little tapped out on the work, but he's getting through it. It's still Gorilla, and I like it. But yeah, it's pretty cool that the Steiners are champions, and they like that seems pretty finished of the hot passing around the hot potato.
Right.
So it's so odd to see Rick Steiner on WWE TV today. You know, like this week. Is this signs of things to come? I'll be cool with the Steiners Hall of Fame run.
We'll have to wait and see. I don't know if Scott Steiner's allowed in the buildings yet, but
well, hey man, that's just because it's Triple H, and they don't really give a shit about him these days. So you never know.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Rightfully deserved though if they do get in.
And we go back to the ring. Doink the Clown taking on Scott Dane. We see a nasty belly-to-belly suplex and the flying butt drop by Doink. Good stuff, but the match ends simply too fast as the stump puller picks up the win in only 1 minute and 1 second. I wrote, awesome shit post-match. This was good shit here. Doink goes down the aisle back towards the video wall and watches himself on the video wall as he does the mime deal with himself on the video. Then he begins to laugh while his video begins to frown. And we get the It laugh. He does the, I don't know if you guys actually watched the original It from 1990 with Curry as the Pennywise, the clown. But he does that laugh identical to that. So he stole that from It at the very least here. I thought that was pretty cool. I just wrote, so fucking good. When you're thinking that far ahead, I'm going to go down the aisle after my match and I'm going to mime whatever they're showing of me on the screen. And then the screen turns to a frown, so he begins to laugh. So we see both sides of Doink at the same time on camera. It's just next level shit for 1993.
Yeah, it is. This is kind of the stuff I was talking about. Like you said, 95% of what he's doing is him. So he probably thought of this ahead of the time. It's like, I watch my video every time I walk back, so I'm going to do something with it. We're going to go with this illusion gimmick and really make it look legit. Very good shit, man. It's awesome. Matt Bourne doesn't sound like a very good person, but his character work is excellent.
Yeah, dare I say maybe like the first coming of the Bray Wyatt mind, maybe. Like as far as just owning that character and that darkness and making it your own kind of thing. I'm talking pre-Fiend anyway.
Yeah, I agree. Like Cape Fear, Bray Wyatt.
Yes, good stuff. Show goes on as we hear from Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna. It's all about the Stars and Stripes Challenge.
Standing by now, Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna.
1 week away, Stars and Stripes Challenge. That's right. Why my Yokozuna will challenge all professional athletes, all superstar wrestlers from the WWF, also all professional athletes from baseball, football, basketball, track, you name it. For only one stipulation, must be American. That's right. We want to celebrate. By doing so, we want you to try to pick up my 550-pound Yokozuna and try to slam him on a carrier USS Intrepid. You try, we see if you can do it. Try to pick my man, because we are celebrating our victorious victory in King of the Ring, where he had beaten 5 times WWF champion Hulk Hogan. That's the reason why Hulk Hogan is finished. So we make all challenge to all professional athletes. Reason why? Because simple. We want to make all athletes look like big fool. You understand? Big fool. That's right, ne. Yokozuna ne. Hanashire.
All Americans. Weak.
Very, very weak. You understand? Only Japanese are strong, and Yokozuna will survive.
So does...
Banzai ne!
Banzai!
Mr. Fuji promising victorious victory at the Stars and Stripes Challenge. We'll have to see about that. We heard the Steiners have entered the Stars and Stripes Challenge. Now we're going to hear from a couple of more guys coming to the USS Intrepid attempting to slam Yokozuna. We're going to hear from Crush and Tatanka.
Yokozuna, 550 pounds. Brother, you're bigger than ever. You've issued a challenge to any American professional athlete to try to body slam you. Not only on the 4th of July, but worst of all, on the USS Intrepid. Brother, look no further. Take a good, long look at your destiny. Yokozuna, you want to issue a challenge on one of the most celebrated holidays of our country? Well, me being the first American, a proud Native American, I want to accept your challenge, Yokozuna. And with the power of my people and their great spirit, I will take your 550 pounds and slam you through the floor.
So the Steiners and Crush and Tatanka all lined up to be part of that big body slam challenge on Yokozuna. They're really selling this thing pretty much every segment of every show. They're putting a lot of money into this deal and putting all of their bricks in one load. Let's hope this pans out, huh?
Yeah.
Victorious victory. Oh, boy-san.
I kept on waiting for them to announce when it was going to be on TV. I was very surprised that they didn't put this on TV. It was a Sunday. So
I have a fun story about that too when we get to the actual challenge about it not being on TV. Just a memory I have from way back that day. But this show goes on. No, it didn't. It shocked the hell out of me that they couldn't get this on TV. But we go back to the ring. It's the Head Shrinkers over Mike Davis and Buddy Lane. Fought with a splash off the top rope on Davis. Picks up the easy win, 2 minutes, 42 seconds. The Head Shrinkers definitely sold as the new number one contenders for the tag team titles. It seems like that was the direction they were going to go. Of course, we don't go that way, but man, do they maul Davis and Lane here, more so than usual, and the announcers all over the Head Shrinkers being the next in line for a title shot. But we go back now to face on the Peacock. We hear what's next for Lex Luger's career as the narcissist talks to us. I don't know that he even knows what's next for his career just yet. And then 2 promos. We go back to Howie again. If you remember, Howie D earlier in the show sent us some promos from the Anaheim area as far as face-to-face goes. Well, here's a couple more involving Harvey Whippleman, and then we're going to hear from Shawn Michaels and Diesel. Shawn's coming back to Anaheim to take on Mr. Perfect.
Harvey Whippleman this Monday night in Anaheim. The Undertaker meeting your man, Giant Gonzalez, and a chance for revenge.
A chance for revenge, exactly, for the Giant Gonzalez. You know, this Monday night's going to be a big night in my career. I want all the Undertaker fans to come on down to the Anaheim Arena and see the Undertaker for one last time, because the Giant Gonzalez has promised me that he is going to put the Undertaker out of the World Wrestling Federation.
He promised you that, Harv?
Yes, he promised me that, you bald-headed little geek.
Hey, you watch what you...
Let me tell you something, Gene Oakland. You have some wavy hair, you know it. It's waving goodbye every day.
Hey, Harvey.
What?
Take a lock, will you? I'll see you later. Harvey Whippleman, a little Anaheim. Get ready on Monday night, 7:30 p.m. There is more tremendous action. I like this one a lot. Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels will be facing Mr. Perfect. He is a 2-time Intercontinental Champion like you. He says this Monday night it's going to be the 3-peat for him.
I don't think so. He doesn't have Michael Jordan on his side helping him out, and I gotta tell you, he really needs him. See, Shawn Michaels has got something that Mr. Perfect is never, ever gonna have.
What's that?
The Intercontinental title. Whoop! Make that 2 things. I've also got Diesel.
Yep. Diesel, what role are you going to play in his Intercontinental title defense this Monday night in Anaheim?
You know, Chrome Dome, it's simple.
You.
As long as Perfect stays in the ring, he ain't got a problem with me. He gets out of the ring and runs into the Diesel, he ain't nothing but a roadkill.
Well, I don't know about that. You know, here's a guy that really has done it all in the World Wrestling Federation. Nobody knows that better than you, Mr. Michaels.
Well, sure, because I'm the guy that has done it all. You were talking about me, right?
No, I was talking about Mr. Perfect.
Look, Mr. Perfect is a thing of the past, and Shawn Michaels and Diesel are going to make sure he stays that way.
You know, it should be quite a shootout when you, Shawn Michaels, as the Intercontinental Champ, defends against Mr. Perfect. Part of the action slated for the Anaheim Arena this Monday night at 7:30 p.m.
You know, as much as you can talk about those promos, I really played those to talk about Gene for a second. He aggravated the piss out of me in WCW, going to business for himself, get himself over, and he did the same thing to the point in the late 80s that Vince removed him from TV there for a little bit in I think it was 88, and even the WWF What the World Is Watching was changed from Gene's voice to Fink's voice, kind of to teach Gene a lesson that you can be replaced. So yeah, we've seen that with Gene going into business for himself, but I'm telling you what, I'm scared for Gene leaving here by the end of August because he makes these face-to-faces. His shit, just his rebuttals to Harvey, to Johnny Polo we'll hear in the upcoming episodes, to Diesel here, just saying you. He says, fuck you, Diesel. It's good stuff.
It is. And, you know, I wonder if he went into business for himself in WCW because he knew it was a matter of time before that ship was sinking. So he's like, I'm going to make as much money as possible. I know he did it from the get-go, like 94, 95. He was hawking that hotline like it was nobody's business. But, you know, if they put that in his deal, I'm going to do it too. I mean, if my deal is dependent on me selling this hotline, then I'm going to do it. If you're going to give me TV time, I'm going to push that shit. I don't care. Nobody else is going to do it. I don't recall him getting removed from TV. So like when Craig DeGeorge was doing all the interviews and stuff?
No, it was very briefly, just a matter of a few weeks. I feel like it was even maybe summer of 88, maybe SummerSlam time. I mean, I could be wrong. It could have been 89, but
because I don't even think was he at SummerSlam 88?
That may have been when it was. I feel like the
Mooney,
opening. I feel like the beginning is when Fink does the voiceover too. The WWF What the World Is Watching. Yeah, but yeah, it was just interesting.
Mooney did the interviews, so yeah.
Too much partying and putting himself over, and Gene kind of got put in his place there for a few weeks. But still continued on, and we'll continue on. But before we do, we talked about the Peacock version of Face to Face. We talked about the Anaheim version of Face to Face, and I would like to move on without doing any more Face to Faces right now, but I just can't, Steve. Because yes, they're returning, the WWF's returning to Nassau, the Nassau Coliseum. Duggan versus Yokozuna and Lumberjack matches on the card, but that's not why I grabbed this soundbite. Oh, no. The WWF is giving away free toothbrushes, Steve. Free WWF toothbrushes. Let's listen to what Gene has to say.
Receive a coupon for a free Dentax WWF toothbrush. You got to keep the little toofers clean. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us face to face, a man who became recently the World Wrestling Federation champion, Yokozuna, along with his manager, Mr. Fuji, and the man that is going to challenge Yokozuna for the title, in a return, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Lumberjacks are going to be all around that ring, Mr. Duggan. I believe that's the advantage for you.
I believe so, Mean Gene, because last time I had that 550-pound Japanese man beat. He was down, he was mine, all I had to do was cover him. But no, Mr. Fuji got in there, the salt got in there, and victory slipped through my fingers. Not this time.
Lies! I did not never throw salt in your face.
Liar!
All you did was, you were so afraid of my Yokozuna, you jump over the top rope and ran. That's the reason why we got a lumberjack.
There's only one man I'm afraid of on this earth, and he lives in Glens Falls, New York, and I call him Dad. I ain't afraid of that 500-pound man. I'm taking him down, and Mr. Fuji, if you get in the way and the lumberjacks can't stop you, I got a piece of U.S. lumber that will.
I thank you very much. Get ready. Tomorrow night, we're going to be at the Nassau County Coliseum. 7:30 start. Box office open all weekend. Oh, yeah.
Easy job for Yoko there. Just shout bonsai at the end of the segment. Very, very good stuff. Just stay out of the nonsense between Hacksaw and Mr. Fuji. But even though the match is coming to Nassau, the one takeaway I got from that is
you got to keep the little toofers clean.
A free coupon for a WWF toothbrush. Amazing.
They're not even handing out the toothbrushes. They're just giving you a coupon to go get one.
Yeah, there you
go. We're not even buying them. Here's a coupon. You got to go do it yourself. Wow. Keep the twoffers clean. It's good shit. I got to
keep the little twoffers clean.
Yes, sir. What's your question?
Like the heels, so Andre did it forever, but like he said, I never lost before, even though you clearly did the job to Hogan and other things. Do you like that as a tactic to get heat? Like Fuji, no, you never did that. You're lying. You never did that, even though we can see that it happened. Like, at what point does that become lazy?
I don't know that it's lazy here. I mean, that is lazy. I don't know that it's lazy here as much as it is Mr. Fuji's just not a very good promo.
Do you like heels using that?
Not really. It's pretty lazy. I'm sure there's always the exception to the rule, but typically the rule is don't do that.
Yeah, I agree. Andre did it, and I thought it was always funny because with his English and everything, it wasn't the greatest. So he's just kind of mumbling, "I'm undefeated," and all that. It's God bless Andre. He's probably the only person I didn't mind it.
Another guy that's undefeated right now is a fellow by the name of the 1-2-3 Kid as we go back to Raw and see him steal the 10 grand from Razor Ramon again here on Superstars. But it's back to the ring for Bastion Booger versus Virgil 2.
What the world has come to.
As Verge picks Booger's leg and takes him down to work the leg on the ground. Virgil runs into a clothesline, however, but he tries a reverse body block and misses afterwards. Then it's a middle rope splash from Booger. Whole match went 1 minute and 58 seconds. Booger picks up the win with the big splash there. So Booger gets his revenge. Booger's revenge here this week. Vince McMahon says some words I wasn't even familiar with. I had to actually Google them after the fact. He says Booger is the grossest mass of adipose tissue. Do you know what adipose tissue is, Steve?
Beats the hell out of me. I'm assuming he's talking about his hump there.
Body fat. It's body fat. I looked up. Adipose tissue is body fat. Of course, Vince would know the technical
Of course,
term.
Vince would know that.
The grossest mass of adipose tissue. Also, he called Bastion Booger the quintessential endomorph. Do you know what an endomorph is, Steve?
No.
It says endomorphs have bodies that are always rounded and soft. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
He has adipose tissue and an endomorph.
There's no way he did research on this. He knew this
No, he knew this shit. Yeah, absolutely.
You can tell what Vince knows and what he doesn't know. He'll talk about a movie or TV show and have no clue what the hell he's talking about. But
when it comes to bodies,
stupid ass terms to talk about to define a body, like he knows it.
It's men on a mission rap. They're in the subway again this week, so we'll skip playing it because you already heard that on Wrestling Challenge. And back to the stage area. It's Bonnie Blackstone out here to interview Bam Bam Bigelow. And this week, Bonnie's hair has improved. It looks like it's not as poofy here. It's right back to the weird shit as far as her outfit goes. Another flight attendant type suit and some giant scarf shit hanging over half of it, hiding half of it. So poor Bonnie Blackstone. Joe definitely knows, clearly, what to do here with Bonnie's outfits. We also know that Bam Bam, Bigelow says he's the biggest, the meanest, the strongest, and even the best wrestler in the WWF. However, Steve, we don't know that he has another side to him, and that is his heart and his feelings. Bam Bam has sensitivity. Bigelow has found love, Steve, his new main squeeze. And that love turns out to be Luna Vachon, who they try to get over here as his love tick, as in lunatic. Of course, this only lasts for this promo, the whole lunatic thing, the love tick thing, I should say. Bonnie asks if Luna corrects Bonnie, lunatic chants start briefly, as Bonnie calls her the lunatic, if you will. Luna warns Bonnie she's standing too close to her man Bam Bam. Yikes. Bigelow, well, she does like him big, I guess.
She does like him big. I was going to say that.
There you go. Luna knows what's up. Bigelow puts over Luna's body and her mind, along with the guts to have what it takes to get the job done in the ring. Luna says, Arnold Schwarzenegger, eat your heart out. Mel Gibson, get out of the way. This man is on fire, and he makes her hot. Somehow this duo, is as odd as they look, it worked. Like, you didn't question it. I didn't anyway. So they were trying to get the whole lunatic thing over here by having Bam Bam call her his love tick. Although that, I don't think that goes any further than this actual interview here. But they continue to try with the lunatic thing, yeah.
Yeah, she turns into the main squeeze. But no, I never questioned it either. I thought they went perfect together with the... Does she have the veins in the side of her head now? Like, does she have that going on already?
She had that.
She had that from the
get-go. Yeah, because Rob Bartlett was even talking about them erupting and things. So
yeah. So I mean, like, that's what I always connected them with, is just the veins and the head tattoo looking stuff. So I liked it.
So Bam Bam now paired with Luna. Part of that has to do with the Luna and Sherri feud and what's going on there. We'll get to that on the next episode. But Mr. Perfect in the ring beats Bert Centeno with the Perfect Plex, 1 minute and 43 seconds, and it's back to face. As we close the show, the Peacock Network has Money Incorporated talking about beating the Steiners, coming back for those tag team title belts. Nassau Coliseum, it's more of the same. It's face-to-face with Money Incorporated and the Steiners as they talk about the tag team titles. But in Anaheim, it's Tatanka and Bam Bam Bigelow, now with Luna Vachon. Even though the feud has been very cooled off, we're getting a lot of face-to-faces between Tatanka and Bigelow even holding scissors in a lot of these promos.
And also this Monday night down in Anaheim for the debut of the World Wrestling Federation, a couple of gentlemen who are joining us face-to-face. The great Native American superstar Tatanka is going to be meeting Bam Bam Bigelow here with his new manager.
Hey! That's my main squeeze.
Okay, well, she doesn't look like Tommy Lasorda anyway. But Bam Bam, we all vividly recall what you did to Tatanka in front of a national television audience. It was disgusting.
What I did?
Yes,
what I did? You want to know exactly what I did? I got my payback. I got what I wanted. I wanted his scalp, and I got it.
Tatanka, nobody knows better than you what transpired there in those halls.
Me, Gene, this Monday night, I cannot wait to get my hands on Bam Bam in Anaheim. Bam Bam, you, the beast of the East, you speak with a forked tongue. You do not tell the truth. The real truth is I came to the aid of a friend, Sherri, but what did you have to do? You had to attack me from behind, knock me out with a chair, but then you had to take it one step further. You had to cut the most sacred symbol that I carry every day, a symbol that symbolizes all my Native Americans and all my people. And Bam Bam Bigelow, you will pay. You will pay for this.
Luna
I will
Vachon.
get my revenge on you.
Yes. What are you... Go ahead, Luna. You got something to say?
For now, Tatanka, you grieve a little. Soon, very, very soon, you will grieve a lot. And your scalp will belong to us.
Yeah, Luna Vachon, you talk just like Bam Bam Bigelow. You disgrace my heritage. Well, Luna Vachon, go ahead, interfere in the match. Maybe I'll have a surprise
All right,
for you.
thank you very
Bam Bam
much.
Bigelow,
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout Southern California, the World Wrestling Federation.
So many of these face-to-faces have to go onto our YouTube here in the coming weeks. Because it's just not the full thing unless you see some of the stuff they're doing here. Bam Bam holding up scissors and dancing around, putting his hand over, whoa, Indian stuff, and the faces Gene's making at Luna Vachon during these promos and things. So it's fun stuff all around in these face-to-faces, at least while Gene's here. And we close out this episode of Superstars with the Hacksaw Jim Duggan music video. Next week on Superstars, Steve, it's the return of Bret Hart. Bret will return after being beaten down by Jerry the King Lawler at the end of the King of the Ring pay-per-view. Bret's returning for an interview, but Jerry Lawler is one of the commentators on Superstars. How will they interact? We'll have to find out next week on Superstars as we move on to WWF Mania for June 26th, hosted by Todd Pettengill. The Mania exclusive Lex Luger taking on the Rocket Owen Hart from Columbus, Ohio, June 14th. Prior to the bout, Luger was ordered by referee Mike Chioda to wear the elbow pad or risk losing the match by forfeit. So Luger does agree that the narcissist here pins Owen Hart with a forearm to the head in 4 minutes and 39 seconds after Owen moved the referee Chioda out of the way during the match. Luger saw the opportunity to remove the forearm pad and nail Owen Hart, picking up the pretty easy win. Again, just 4.5 minutes. Poor Owen Hart. Also on this episode of Mania, because of the upcoming Stars and Stripes Challenge, they're really putting a lot of effort into this. We see the Art of the Body Slam segment as we watch Andre the Giant slam Big John Studd, Hulk Hogan slam Andre the Giant, and then they asked, how did Hogan fare with Yokozuna? Well, it didn't work out. So they show Hulk slam Andre, but they show him fail to slam Yokozuna here. So it's basically pointing out that Yokozuna's possibly unslammable if Hulk Hogan can't do it. Todd Pengold enlists some of the athletes coming to try to slam Yoko and gets some of their comments as well. Bobby Heenan and Jim Ross also joined the studio during this episode of Mania to discuss the Slam Challenge. It was also during that weekend on WWF Supercard, the Canadian TV show, on June 26th, Kamala fought Bastion Booger to a double countout in 5 minutes when both men began brawling on the floor. Booger not having a lot of wins here so far in the company. A double countout with Kamala. And this one, thanks to Richard Land out there, he sent me the link to this. This match is on YouTube, guys. So anybody that wants to see Bastion Booger wrestle Kamala, any curiosity there, just go to YouTube and punch it in. It's something else, to say the least. We go on, though. WWF Wrestling Challenge, June 27th, tape May 25th, Sydney, Nova Scotia. Jim Ross standing on the USS Intrepid. JR discusses its history and how Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna want to embarrass the American athletes. JR believes that someone will step up and slam Yokozuna. Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna with a promo, same promo from Superstars, where they say no one will be able to get the job done. Fuji promises that victorious victory. Good job by Jim Ross running down the history of the USS Intrepid, though. Good way to kick off the show.
Yeah, I liked it. I don't know if this was his idea or what, but I'm starting to sound like a dude from American Choppers, but I don't know if this was his idea or not, because it feels like a sports, something that they would run on like a sports center or something leading into a big game, or on a pregame show where they're talking about the significance of what is about to happen, and it just give it a bigger feel, like it feels important in the way he talks and the way he presents it, and just being there on the Intrepid, I thought it was very well done. I sometimes just skim through the opening and everything, but I saw JR on the Intrepid, so I stopped and listened to the whole thing, and I was like, man, I want to go watch this now because it just feels big time because of the way he presented it. So excellent job by Jim Ross.
Yeah, getting an opportunity to do a segment where you have to take things seriously. Jim Ross hadn't given up on that just yet here, especially in 1993. So they told him to go out there and make this count, and man, he did a hell of a job.
Yeah, he did.
In the ring, PJ Walker stands awaiting his opponent Adam Bomb along with manager Johnny Polo, and as they come out the curtain, Johnny Polo with a badminton racket, and you know what that means. He has some shuttlecocks along with them. Johnny Polo batting those shuttlecocks into the crowd repeatedly on his way to ring. I don't know how many shuttlecocks he had, but there were several of them, Steve. As the match gets going, though, Adam Bomb with the top rope clothesline and the Atom Smasher powerbomb picks up the win in just 1 minute and 57 seconds. I thought this was a good time as any to make this little note. I have no idea if there's any truth to this, because it's Adam Bomb that's made this statement, Steve, but he's claimed that the contacts, those Adam Bomb contacts in his eyes, prevented him from doing some of the cool moves that we've talked about, him not doing a lot of big man moves. But he claims that they blocked some of his vision, and thus he had to keep things pretty basic, which leads me to question, then why are you going to the top rope and doing clotheslines and spinning elbows and slingshot clotheslines off the apron? I call bullshit here. You're telling me you can't throw the guy around a little bit more? I just think it's the greenness of Brian Clark.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he said that's why he's not doing some of the moves, like the moves that he should be doing are very basic. They're just power moves that a big guy's been doing for years. Why can't he do them? But he can do all these high-flying shit to make himself look ridiculous. I think you got to know your audience. And Vince's audience is, if you're going to be a big guy, you need to be a big guy and act like a big guy. If you go in there flying around and doing, like you said, top rope clotheslines and spinning elbows and shoulder blocks, he's going to look at that and say, yeah, well, you just cut your nose off in spite of your face because you don't look like you're not acting like a big guy should. So I'm not saying everybody needs to be the same and everybody needs to be dropped into the same bucket. If you're a big guy, you don't need to be a big stiff, but there's nothing wrong with the offense that a Scott Steiner has. Like, if he ran as a singles, he's bigger. I don't think he's as big as Brian Clark as far as height, but he's way more powerful and looks more like a big guy than Adam Baum ever did. Yeah, you just got to know your audience and know who you're working for.
For sure here, and it's time for Special Report with Alfred Hayes. He talks about the recent WWF Tag Team title switches as we go back to the ring. Hacksaw Jim Duggan takes on Iron Mike Sharp. Duggan with the typical clubbing here. Sharp bails and pulls Jim out to the floor, but Duggan with, yes, more clubbing and the wind-up slam. Pretty impressive to pick up a guy Mike Sharp's size and wind him up in the power slam. Jim Duggan, 3-point stance clothesline, gets the win, 2 minutes, 33 seconds, and it's off to face. And we're back in Anaheim again, thanks to Howie D. It's another Bam Bam Bigelow versus Tatanka promo. This time, Bam Bam holding his scissors, and Tatanka, he has a weapon too.
Joining me right now, the Beast from the East, Bam Bam Bigelow, and the pride of the Lumpy Nation, Tatanka. Bam Bam Bigelow, what are you doing with a pair of scissors today? Now, they will not help you tomorrow night in your matchup.
Hey. Don't tell me what's going to help me defeat the Indian for the first time in his short career, we might say.
Oh, wait a minute. He's a Native American. Let's get that straight.
He's an Indian, Ray. And Bam, the Bam Indian attacked Native American. Attacked me from behind in front of millions of TV viewers, tried to embarrass me, come up from behind, drop kick me off the podium, and then I got my revenge. Yeah, Bam Bam Bigelow. You speak with a forked tongue. You don't tell the complete truth. The complete truth, I came to the help of a friend, Sherri. Instead, what did you have to do? You had to retaliate, but you had to take it one step further. Yeah, you had to go even a little bit further. The most sacred symbol that I carry every day. It symbolizes all my people. You had to cut it. Well, Bam Bam Bigelow, I got something for you, too. I've got my weapon. You want to scalp me again? When you see those tattoos, I'm going to scalp them right off your head. Bam Bam Bigelow. I cannot wait to get my hands on you at the Anaheim Arena. The proof is in the bag. I scalped you once, and I'm gonna scalp you again. And in Anaheim, you bring your axe and you bring your war paint, and you will be there. I will be there. I will be there. I will be on war. And when I start that war dance, Bam Bam Bigelow, you can guarantee when that Anaheim building starts shaking, you're gonna feel the power of all my people, and I will get my respect, and all my people will get their respect back. Bam Bam Bigelow. You dance around this fire, and you dance around it no more.
You know, Bam Bam Bigelow, tomorrow night at the Anaheim Arena, is going to take more than a pair of scissors to stop this Native American who is on the warpath and is focused on you. I think that the flames are going to be going even higher than what you have on your costume right now.
Raymond Rougeau just doesn't have the same oomph as Mean Gene in these face-to-faces. But the reason I played that one, and unfortunately this is another one that won't translate as well as it would on YouTube, and that's Bam Bam's holding the scissors, and he's spinning them around, and he's spinning them around until he gets bored doing it. And then they just wind up in like a knife position at his hand, and he just randomly, I guess just out of habit or whatever you would call that, starts making this like stabbing motion with the implying he's going to stab and murder Tatanka. And then Tatanka, out of nowhere, goes, you have your weapon, I have mine, and out of nowhere pulls an axe up, a tomahawk up into the screen, and tells Bam Bam he's going to scalp the tattoos off the top of his head. So clearly none of this was cleared before these guys went on here and did this.
Definitely not. Holy shit. So we got one dude murdering somebody and another guy
murdering somebody.
yeah. I mean, good Lord. We need a gif of like Brad Pitt from Inglourious Bastards. I'm gonna scalp me some Nazis. That's what Bam Bam's doing.
Oh, Bammer. On the other end of things, in the Nassau Coliseum, we also heard a face-to-face in the New York market for the Money Incorporated and Steiners. They're coming in there for another title match. Harvey Wippleman and Mr. Hughes also cut a promo on Bob Backlund. Mr. Hughes versus Bob Backlund. No thank you. As we get a Men on a Mission vignette. Once again, it's a repeat vignette, so we'll skip that and move on. Bastion Booger in the ring taking on Tony Roy. And this is his Wrestling Challenge debut. Jim Ross refers to him as a gargoyle-like creature, which is kind of funny because that was the original plan for the gimmick before Mike Shaw is whatever he is here. Bobby Heenan on commentary asks if Booger, wasn't he Miss Oklahoma? That's right, nobody won that. Booger beats on poor Tony Roy, shouting, come on, Canadian, come on, Canadian, throughout the match. And a falling front power slam, Booger picks up the win, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. As we go on with the show, it's the King's Court. Jerry Lawler's special guest, very special King's Court this week, as his guest is Jerry the King Lawler. That's right, he's interviewing himself. He asks himself, King, why did you attack Bret Hart? He says he didn't attack anyone. Bret provoked it. He wanted to explain Hart was an imposter, but Bret attacked him. Lawler was defending his crown, his throne, and his robe. Some people say Lawler is the self-proclaimed king. What made him king? Lawler doesn't need to wrestle or sweat to be a king. He was born a king, Steve. Royal blood runs through his veins. He is the only king in professional wrestling. Lawler asks himself, what is the criteria that makes up a king? A king needs a royal scepter, a robe, and a throne. Bret doesn't have any of those anymore, except the throne in his bathroom. And a king needs a crown. Does Bret have a crown? Well, he was crowned, Steve. Hart finally saw the light and kissed Lawler's royal feet, just like everyone else will in the WWF. Lawler is the only king here in the World Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, he switched up the voices as he was talking. It looks like he was under the weather a little bit. Sounded like anyway. At least for the next couple weeks anyway. But no, this is good stuff. I liked it.
Very good. I still have the commercials intact here, and I noticed a Crystal Pepsi commercial at this point. Round 1 of Crystal Pepsi.
Yes.
Talk about selling the Stars and Stripes Challenge. Well, Pepsi sold the fuck out of some Crystal Pepsi here back in 1993, and when it came out, I had to have it. Please buy it for me, please, please, please. And they got it, and there it was, clear Pepsi right in front of my eyes. And it tasted like shit. But I was determined. You know, I'd asked for that shit so much, I wasn't going to sell it that I didn't like it. So I did my best to try to drink the majority of a 2-liter over the course of X amount of days. I never asked for it again, and it wasn't on shelves much longer after that.
I thought, aren't they bringing it back?
I think they may already have brought it back. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know in recent months or years or whatever, I remember that being a deal. But I lived it the first time, so I'm good.
Never had it.
It's at this point in the episode we learn that the Macho Man is now the co-host with Todd Pettengill of the Stars and Stripes Challenge, but he's also an entrant.
The Stars and Stripes Challenge. Got bad news for you, Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji. I'm going to be in the red, the white, and the blue, MC and the announcer. Yeah. A few surprises. Yeah. Some professional athlete's going to slam me. I'll guarantee you that. And I'm thinking right now that the big bad news that you got is that I'm going to give you a try myself. Yeah. Macho style. The red, the white, and the blue. Decked out from head to toe. I feel the power of the United States of America, and I'll take you and slam you myself. Dig it.
Macho Man added to the Steiners, added to Crush, to Tonka, at least 5 WWF athletes. And I'll tell you guys, I'll spoil it right now, guys. Bob Backlund, a 6th athlete from the WWF going to try to slam Yoko. But Bob, he never gets a promo. Not on Mania, not an All-American, nowhere, no how. He probably just showed up that day, and they're like, Bob, what are you doing here, pal? Well, I figured everybody wanted to see the All-American Bob Backlund try to slam. Oh, okay, Bob, sure. Whatever you say, Bob.
Nobody wants to hear him talk, but we want to see him try to slam Yoko.
Well, remember he announced Andre the Giant's passing and induction to the Hall of Fame like 8 weeks after it happened. So maybe by October, Bob will announce that he's going to try to slam Yokozuna. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We go back to the ring. It's the narcissist. That is key. The narcissist. Lex Luger taking on Mike Bell just a week before the Stars and Stripes Challenge. And as we're heading to the 4th, Lex Luger can't love himself any more than he does right now here on TV. And he can't pick Bell up for a body slam, I wrote. And we've talked about this ad nauseum, or at least I have, that Luger is a bodybuilder. He's not a power lifter. Luger is not a very strong individual when it comes to lifting things. Mike Bell, a little out of sync when getting up for the power slam, or body slam, and Luger having all kinds of issues trying to deadlift him here. But he tries, and it eventually, a good cover-up, Bell counters into a inside cradle on Luger for a near fall. Luger gets up and clotheslines his head off, though, and he is mad. He looks pissed off here. And it's the pounce. I wrote, fuck. Pounce elbow. It looked awesome. As Luger picks up the win with his pinky on the chest of Bell, 2 minutes and 38 seconds. And with Bret Hart now working a program with Jerry Lawler, Lex Luger is going to need something new to do.
Wonder what that's going to be.
Have to wait and see. The guy loves himself, though. As we go on, it's the Kid stealing the money from Razor from Raw here on Challenge. And it's back. No, wait, we're not going back to the ring. Instead, we're getting a promo from the Steiner brothers. They talk about squatting and benching over 500 pounds. And now they promise they're going to slam Yokozuna.
Yokozuna, we consider it a slap in the face, just like any American would when you challenge any U.S. professional athlete to slam you on the USS Intrepid on the 4th of July.
We both squatted and benched over 500 pounds. On the 4th of July, when we get on the USS Intrepid, we're going to slam you through the deck.
What a sight that would have been. Yokozuna going through the door. I'm surprised they didn't rig that. Vince didn't pay anybody off. Maybe in the Attitude Era when he had more money. Not so much here in 93. But it is back to the ring. Crush taking on Scott Taylor. He launches Scotty 2 Hotty across the ring in a press slam. Then it's a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Cranium Crunch gets the win in just 2 minutes. As we close out the show, face-to-face in the Nassau Coliseum, we hear from Sherri and Luna Vachon. It's actually a replay from one of the ones I've already played here earlier in this episode. Also, in Anaheim, Harvey Whippleman calls Mean Gene a retrobate. Another word I had to look up. I wasn't familiar with. Are you familiar with that one? Apparently that means someone who's morally corrupt. And I'm sorry, not Gene. Harvey, that would fit Mean Gene, though. But Harvey calls Raymond Araujo a retrobate, a morally corrupt person. Raymond Araujo cuts him off, though. And we also hear a promo at that point from Shawn Michaels and Diesel. They talk Mr. Perfect. And for some reason here this week, Diesel tries out his old Vinny Vegas voice. I think you know you're right, baby. That's what he tells Shawn Michaels here in this promo. I didn't grab this audio, but it was fun. I just had so much face-to-face stuff at this point. I'm like, man, I can't play all of it. But maybe it'll make its rounds on YouTube here in the coming weeks. As we go to All-American for June 27th, Gene Okerlund and Bobby Heenan, quote-unquote, on the USS Intrepid. Of course, it's a green screen. Everything's comedy here on All-American, guys. They're not even trying to pretend like they're really there. It's not the old Gorilla Monsoon waving to the green screen fans. Anywho, Bobby Heenan selling mini flags, he says, at the Stars and Stripes Challenge for $500. He says they're going to be vintage flags from World War II. Love you, Bobby. So awesome. The All-American exclusive this week, Ted DiBiase taking on Bart Gunn from Columbus, Ohio, taped June 14th. DiBiase pins Bart Gunn in 9 minutes and 16 seconds after IRS, who appeared ringside late in the bout, hit Gunn in the head with the briefcase. I wrote, boy, did he hit him. You should have heard the sound, Steve. Whack! There was no pretending there. He nailed him good with that briefcase. DiBiase picks up the win. I just wrote, damn. So the Gunn's still doing jobs, even here in singles competition, even with DiBiase putting in his notice. And there will be no All-American next week on the 4th of July, but there will be an international All-American, and I can't wait to tell you what the exclusive for that is at the end of this episode. We go to WWF on TSN. Terry Taylor, no more. He's been replaced on TSN as well as Spotlight by Gorilla Monsoon. So Taylor, now he's not even got his E, F, and G shows to host. Terry Taylor may be on his way out the door here. It's pretty bad when you're getting replaced on Spotlight and TSN. You know Vince isn't even watching those. So it's kind of...
He's not watching Superstars, probably.
Clearly not.
And he's there doing commentary.
So you're going to love this one. And I grabbed this specifically for you, Steve. Brett, we talk about Brett not really having a personality, though he did call Lex Luger a horse face recently, which made me pop. This is face-to-face for TSN, which is Canadian. And this just happens to be the WWF coming to the Calgary Stampede. Bret Hart coming home. On July 9th, it's going to be Bret Hart taking on Lex Luger in a lumberjack match. And I love this promo, too, because Bret Hart's actually holding the crown on which Lawler stomped, that yellow crown, which Lawler destroyed. Bret's holding it here as he talks to Raymond Araujo, but that's not what makes me pop. Wait till you hear what Bret has to say, and he talks about his friends back home.
Standing by right now, the recently crowned king of the ring, Calgary's own Bret the Hitman Hart. Bret, you will be facing the narcissist Lex Luger in a lumberjack match.
Well, you know, first, Ray, I just want to mention, does that look like there's a whole lot of respect there? Does that look like the kind of crown you'd want to wear in the Stampede Parade? Huh?
No,
Does that look
quite.
like the kind of thing you'd want to celebrate with all your friends down on Electric Avenue when you go out with Stubby and Gibby and all the guys? You want to wear something like that?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so. You know what I think? I think there's too many people that think they can walk all over me. Well, they've got one thing coming. Lex Luger, you think you can walk all over me in Calgary? Not a chance. The Cowtown Kid is going to be excellent. The Hitman is going to be in top form with Mom, Dad, and all my brothers and sisters, uncles, grandkids, everybody in the front row, and all my compatriots. Everybody watch, because the Hitman is going to wipe out Lex Luger, and all those guys around the ring, they're going to make sure that Lex Luger can't run and he can't hide from the best there is.
Why haven't we heard more about these friends of the Hitman, Stubby and Gibby, Steve? Tell me more about Stubby and Gibby.
Street.
Yeah.
Electric Street and Cowtown. And Brett's like, you know what? I'm just going to talk like I'm at home. I'm not on TV doing this recording. I'm just going to talk like I'm at home. So that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, and he's still got all his
lines.
Did
this match actually happen?
Yeah, they continue to do these matches. Well, we'll get to that in the July show, but basically, Luger will raise Brett's hand at the end of the matches or whatever. So,
I'm surprised he made it up to Calgary on the Lex Express campaign.
We'll have to see what goes on with that. I'm not even sure what day. I don't think it takes off. I don't think it kicks off that early. I think it's a few days later.
I gotcha.
Yeah. But Bret Hart with the Smash Crown talking about his buddies Stubby and Gibby up there in Calgary. All right, I wonder what happened to those guys. And we move on. It's
Go
another.
Tweet him and ask him if he knows who they are. I bet you he will respond.
Yes.
Hey, how's Stubby and Gibby doing?
How the fuck do you know them?
Talking about?
How do you know those guys?
Yeah.
Oh, you cut this promo on TSN back in June of '93.
Oh, the Calgary Stampede with Lex and the Lumberjack.
He probably does.
The one?
Have it wrote
he
down
would
somewhere.
know.
Yeah.
He would know it immediately. Yeah. He'd know it immediately.
So before we finish this episode of TSN, another random face-to-face. This time it's a July 8th show in Edmonton. It's Shawn Michaels and Diesel talk Shawn's match with Mr. Perfect.
You know, Ray, I'm here to watch Shawn's back.
You wash his back, you said? You going to wash his back?
I said watch.
Oh, okay.
Learn
wanted
the
to clear
verbiage.
that up.
Learn the verbiage there, Ray, okay? The second thing, I'm here to make sure that this belt stays where it rightfully belongs, around the waist of the wrestler of the 90s, Shawn Michaels. And you know something, Ray? You keep getting on his nerves, and you're going to get to know Diesel real well.
All right, fans, this all takes place Thursday night, July 8th.
Well, folks, just about out of time here on the WWF, here on TSN for this week. It's been a blockbuster of a lineup.
Alrighty, so Raymond Rougeau trying to have a little fun here. You wash his back? So Ray doing some comedy. Who knows what's going on here? I wouldn't put it past any of them. So yeah, that's where we are.
They do everything else together.
They sure do. As we move on to Monday Night Raw for June 28th, back in Poughkeepsie at the Mid-Hudson Civic Center. This was taped last week, June 21st. It's Vince, Macho, and Heenan ringside, and it's also the final Raw before the Stars and Stripes Challenge the following Sunday. And out to the ring is Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels, accompanied by bodyguard Diesel, taking on Kamala. Well, that's a hell of a head scratcher there. Who came up with this one? And I don't know about you, but this feels like the clash of two completely different eras / promotions as the, I don't want to call Shawn serious, but the serious character wrestler takes on the old cartoon gimmick guy here in this match. I couldn't wait to see how this one was going to work. To my surprise, it wasn't too bad. Could you imagine Kamala, the Intercontinental Champion? Yeah, I can't either.
Great lineage there. Macho, Kamala. that goes together.
Randy
right?
Savage, Ricky Steamboat, Mr. Perfect. Come on. Good shit. Shawn Michaels tries early to outsmart the Ugandan, teases a handshake before he lands a cheap shot, tries to lure Kamala into another handshake by begging off, but Kamala bites Shawn's hand this time. Wasn't falling for it twice. Kamala on a roll here, even jumps up and touches his toes. In the middle of his offense, Shawn bails and stalls, but jumps into a bear hug of Kamala's as we take a commercial break. Back from break, Kamala with some near falls in the bear hug. He has Shawn pinned to the ground in the bear hug, but Shawn gets Kamala to release and chase him outside and finally attacks the Ugandan giant. But back inside, Kamala holds the ropes to avoid a dropkick as he's coming off the ropes, once again outsmarting the champion Shawn Michaels. So Kamala knows how to stop and hold the ropes to prevent being dropkicked, but he can't figure out how to roll a guy over and fucking pin him after a fucking year in the company. You got to be shitting me here, guys. So whatever. Kamala, though, we're talking too much logic here for the WWF. Kamala misses a corner flying knee. I had to pop for that a little bit. Kamala with a flying knee into the corner. Unfortunately, he misses and injures his leg in the process, which Michaels begins to work over. Eventually, Kamala sends HBK into the buckle hard, and it's comeback time with big chops by Kamala. I wrote, holy shit, Kamala's paint is completely gone off his tits and his stomach. He looks like a normal human here, and it kind of creeped me out. I totally fucking forgot he was Kamala here for a second, but the match goes on. Kamala with the double thrust chop and the big splash onto Shawn's back. And Kamala once again cannot figure out how to roll Shawn Michaels over. He can't pin him, Steve. We had a new Intercontinental Champion. If only Kamala could roll him over. I wrote, damn it, Kamala. As Diesel up onto the apron, he distracts Earl Hebner and Kamala. Shawn Michaels in with a super kick to the back of Kamala's head, and he takes a bump much better than Crush did at King of the Ring. And Shawn picks up the win in about 10 minutes. Post-match, Kamala attacks Shawn briefly before Diesel comes in and lays him out with a clothesline from behind. And then the big punch. They've been selling Diesel as a one-punch knockout gimmick. Shawn joins in on the beatdown as I wrote the dick, as Shawn and Diesel beat down poor Kamala. Kamala put his working loincloth on tonight, though, Steve. Easily the best thing he's done in his entire 92-93 run, I think. It was fun. It was good for what it was. The crowd was actually really into it. Plus, now Vinny Vegas has the KO punch, apparently. I must have missed that in WCW when he was getting jobbed out every week.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. On paper, you're like, oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Kamala, really? And then you watch it, and I've mentioned it earlier on other early episodes how Shawn gives the jobbers offense and time to let him sell and do some things to make himself look really good. And so, like, I wasn't too concerned because I knew Shawn was going to make Kamala look good. And so it worked. The crowd was into it for whatever reason. They didn't mind it. I don't know if it was necessarily the gimmick being over. It's just they wanted something to cheer. These crowds in both places seem like they're more of the smart marks type deal. And they're just there to have a good time and cheer whatever the hell they want. And if they want to make Kamala get over, they could do it, I'm sure. But no, this wasn't bad at all. You think it's terrible, but it's really not.
Yeah, no, I expected a 4-minute squash, Kamala doing the goofy stuff, and it's like Shawn wants to have a good match. So it's like he went to Jim Harris backstage and said, hey, man, you want to go out there next to have a match? And I'm sure he was like elated, like, yeah, I can do a couple things. So they go out there and they have a pretty decent match. For what it was.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm not
top 10.
This isn't like this isn't Shawn and Razor or Shawn and Taker or something like that. It's just for 1993, Shawn Michaels was in this mode where he just wanted to go out. It didn't matter if he was working a jobber or the lowest guy in the totem pole that had some name value. He was going to try and put on a good match with anybody to get himself over. He was still in that mode of, I deserve better than what I'm getting, even though he's the IC champion. Kind of feels like an afterthought. He's not really in any sort of feud that gets a lot of TV time. I know, like, here and there you'll get it, but it's not consistent. Like, Taker seems to be consistent. Yoko's consistent, obviously. But Shawn's kind of just, like we talked about, 10 different feuds at once. And he's like, you know what? If you're going to put me in all this shit, I'm going to make everybody look good. You're not going to hold me back. You're not going to keep me down. So kudos to him. I'm not a huge Shawn Michaels fan, but you could tell he's ready to elevate himself. And the only way he thinks he could do it is by putting on good matches with anyone.
Yeah. And like I said, I wasn't calling this a top 10 match or anything, but from what I expected, what I anticipated,
yeah,
this was leaps and bounds above that. I'll just say that much.
Absolutely.
And to go 10 minutes and not be awful, like pulling my eyeballs out awful. Yeah, this is not bad. So we continue on. Vince McMahon in the ring promo with Yokozuna and Mr. Fuji. They talk all about the Stars and Stripes Challenge this Sunday, July 4. Mr. Fuji loves the opportunity to embarrass American athlete. Vince tells Fuji he is not the first person to try and desecrate America, and how America always comes through, Steve, on every occasion. Somehow, somewhere, someone steps up to the plate and someone knocks a home run every time for America, says McMahon. What a patriot. Mr. Fuji says Hulk Hogan failed.
He really is.
He really, I know that. Fuji says Hulk Hogan failed and Hulkamania is now dead. Yoko says American athletes, no good. Just like American products. I wrote LOL. Lots of English lately out of Yokozuna. Did you know? I didn't remember him speaking English this often. Pretty much almost on the weekly here, ever since Hulkamania must die. So Yokozuna with another line here, though. Yeah, I didn't either.
No.
I don't know when they decide, you're talking too much English, and it's probably when Cornette comes in. I'm feeling like I feel like they have Yoko talk because he talks better English than Fuji. But once Corny comes in, that probably changes.
Both of you shut up,
So
Cornette's here.
So after Fuji and Yoko cut their promo, Vince McMahon has to be that big American and start up the USA chant with the fans in attendance. USA! So USA chants from the fans in attendance here in the Mid-Hudson Civic Center. I wrote, this was not Mr. Fuji's best stuff over this post-King of the Ring era. But Vince really worked the crowd here for this segment. Vince McMahon, who owns the company, did the best job of the three, I felt, here in getting the big body slam challenge over. And post-promo, we hear promos from the New York Giants' George Martin, Jim Campen of the Green Bay Packers, the Native American Tatanka. All of them will participate in the Stars and Stripes Body Slam Challenge. Vince even announces they're giving away a brand new red, white, and blue Chevy pickup to anyone who can slam Yokozuna on the USS Intrepid. Boy, that's something else.
Nothing screams America like a red, white, and blue Chevy.
That's right. Americana. The only thing more American than that is if Dusty Rhodes was sitting in the back, baby. As we go on,
right.
The Smoking Guns taking on Iron Mike Sharp and Barry Horowitz. And a new finisher here this week. Surprise, surprise. Bart Gunn with the over-the-shoulder backbreaker on Horowitz as Billy comes off the top rope with, I wrote, I think an elbow? ? The Guns pick up the win 4 minutes and 27 seconds. I wrote another crap finisher. Back to the drawing board, hopefully, for the Guns. Same shtick. The crowd is just dead for Smoking Gun matches. Say what you will. They're not over at all, as far as I can tell. Going 4 minutes and 30 seconds in a squash match doesn't help things either. But yeah, the Guns, the wrestling's okay. It's got to be the characters, right?
I think the noise at the beginning, the Guns, work. But after that, it's like the bell rings, the old Jim Cornette line, and the bell rings because it is dead, and they can't really get it back from that initial entrance. So.
And they don't really do anything wrong in the actual match. Like, they're not slow and just plotting. It's just, I don't know, man.
It's nonstop action, and they're doing, some pretty brutal-looking moves, and they're doing drop kicks, and they're doing some flashy stuff, and they're selling to the crowd. So, I mean, it's not for lack of effort. It's not like they don't want to be out there doing what they're doing, like the Dynamic Dudes. I guess we're going to compare everybody to them, but I mean, these guys are into it, and they're trying their hardest. It's just the crowd doesn't give a shit. But then again, I'm wondering how does it work, like, on the house show circuit in different places other than the Northeast? Because certain things will work and certain things aren't going to work there. And a Western Cowboys is probably not going to work in New York, in that area. So
I don't know how well that's going to work in Tennessee, or in Texas or Oklahoma either, because I'm pretty sure these guys are figured out by the locals who probably are really Cowboys.
I'm sure. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how the house shows went for them, but it's not working in New York.
No. Last week, we go back in time to the Kid stealing Razor Ramon's $10,000. Vince McMahon announces the Kid is nowhere to be found. His whereabouts unknown. Call Unsolved Mysteries, Steve. Robert Stack, one of your dudes. As we go back, Vince McMahon, we don't see this very often, but we get two in-ring promos. We saw Vince with Yoko and Fuji. Now it's Vince McMahon with Money Incorporated. I wrote two in-ring promos, very interesting, and they're both for very good reason. Vince says the tag team titles seem to be missing around the waist of Money Incorporated. Of course, the Steiners now tag team champions. IRS says they have a rematch clause, doesn't every champion? And they will be champs once again. Dibiase says Money Inc. know how to hold on to their money. unlike Razor Ramon. IRS refers to him as Razor Jabron. Very interesting. They said Razor stepped in the ring with a virtual nobody, but couldn't keep his cool. His own ego allowed a nobody to beat him on TV. 10 grand is a lot of money for Razor Ramon, says Dibiase, and a fortune for that kid. Dibiase suggests Razor go back to school where the Steiners went, Simpleton University. Next time we see the bad guy, maybe he'll be wearing the earmuffs and the Letterman jackets like the Steiners, so he can join the Steiners as the third stooge, says Money Incorporated. Vince suggests Dibiase may regret those comments, but Dibiase says they aren't hard to find. Razor chants begin as Dibiase offers Ramon a job as his house servant. Nice. When this happened, Steve Razor was deep into the story with the kid. This was so out of left field for a heel to randomly shit on another heel who had done nothing to him, seemingly unprovoked. So that said, even in 93, it became pretty clear pretty fast that Razor was headed to a face turn after this promo. The question was how they'd handle the kid's story. I wrote very intriguing.
Yeah, it was different. Like, I was curious too, like, why would Ted go after Razor? I guess it's, you said like heels don't go after heels like that. It's kind of like an unwritten rule. But at the same time, if you're sitting back and you see somebody who's, recently challenged for the WWF title and all of a sudden he gets beat by a jobber, like, that's hilarious. So let's make fun of him. Like, who cares if we're a heel or not? I like, that's just kind of my mentality of like how a heel would think. It's funny. Dude sucks. He can't even beat the kid. So I get the philosophy that they're standing, like they're trying to use, but it just wasn't done at the time. And like you said, it came out of left field, and I tend to agree. It came out of nowhere. This is not something that they did all the time or even once. It was just crazy, but I liked it. I thought it was good, and Ted did an excellent promo.
Yeah, I mean, once they got going with these things like this and what's to come here on July 4th, I questioned it at first because it's what the fuck's happening. And now I'm not saying I didn't enjoy what becomes of these things, but at first you're still like, what the hell's going on? It's still confusing at first. So it's just very different. But I thought it was really good stuff, though. Really cool. As we go back to the ring, we just saw this match on Wrestling Challenge, and here we are again a day later. It's Adam Bomb in the ring once again with PJ Walker, or as the Chiron reads, BJ Walker. That's okay. Vince doesn't even know who the hell he is in an upcoming tag team match. Some of the catchphrases here. Adam Bomb's catchphrase, not catching on. Total destruction, Johnny Polo says at every corner of every match. Meanwhile, he coins his own catchphrase here this week. He said, it's Polo Fever. Catch it. And he'll use that well into 1994. At least I remember him singing all the time on radio WWF. Back in the ring, Adam Bomb with the side slam, and on the outside, inside out clothesline on PJ Walker on the floor. Then back inside, it's the slingshot clothesline and the Adam Smasher with authority. Adam Bomb picks up the win 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Macho Man puts over today's wrestlers. What are they doing? He says, talking about some of the high-flying moves here by Adam Bomb. Wrestlers of today versus yesteryear, the Macho Man says, no comparison. And he's actually putting over the guys of 1993, believe it or not. And we get a Yokozuna challenge promo. Hulk Hogan couldn't slam him, they say, and he squashed all other challengers. He's headed to the USS Intrepid. I thought this was a fun little 10, 20-second promo here. Hulk Hogan couldn't do it. So just had to shit on Hogan a little bit more as we head into the 4th of July. Back to the ring, though, it's Crush Shaka Bra taking on Bastion Booger. This guy's drawn some... He couldn't even beat Virgil. Now he's in here with Crush. Vince McMahon calls Crush one of the faves to slam Yokozuna. Crush tries to pick Booger up into a fireman's carry, but he fails. He tries for a backdrop, and oof, it was ugly, Steve. I don't know if it's in your notes, but Crush goes for a backdrop, and Booger kind of just falls off the side of him. And Macho Man said it was kind of a backdrop and kind of not. So I love that there by Randy Savage. It's a drop kick sends Booger out to the floor, but on the outside, Bastion post Crush and nails the old Karachi Crunch from behind into the ring post on Crush. Avalanche to Crush on the outside. Bobby, meanwhile, on commentary throughout the match, obsessed with the hump on the back of Bastion Booger. As we go back to the ring, Booger applies a bear hug. Crush eventually escapes and hits a shitty suplex as Booger falls over the side. Just a terrible. How this guy even lasted the rest of 93 is beyond me. Bobby even says good luck. And it wasn't even in like Bobby Heenan comedy. He was just like, Crush goes for the suplex and Bobby just goes, good luck. He just knows nothing good is going to come of this. I wrote, Mike Shaw is awful. Just awful. As Crush picks up the win with not one, not two, but a trifecta of body slams, proving he can slam a 400-pounder. Picks up the win 5 minutes and 38 seconds. I wrote, awful match. Shaw is absolutely horrendous. Crush always put in shit situations around every corner, but slamming Booger 3 times was a pretty damn good way to build Crush up as a favorite to slam Yokozuna. I get what they were going with there on the 4th of July on the Intrepid, but the match, couldn't we just went straight into the body slams? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a far cry from Norman. That's how bad he's fallen off the map here. It's unfortunate, and he acknowledged it himself. Like, he let Vince down. They gave him an opportunity, and he kind of shit all over it. So I'm not surprised at all. I did like the fact that Macho said, "No, that wasn't a backdrop." It kind of was, kind of wasn't.
Kind of was, so kind of wasn't.
Both guys are acknowledging the shit they were watching. So that was terrible. Poor Crush.
Yeah, and to have that match in front of Vince, and Vince just keep let's keep making an ass out of it. He wants to suck that bad. We'll just keep putting him on TV. Ha ha. The old Vince logic.
That's
there.
probably what it is. Probably is. We're just gonna make him look as terrible as possible until he decides to quit on us.
So the show goes on. We see a promo with the Macho Man standing midfield in the Meadowlands Stadium with New York Giants running back Joe Morris. He tells us Joe Morris is going to slam Yokozuna for all the Giants fans and all of the USA. Macho Man then puts his shades on Morris and says, dig it, yeah. So another name for the New York Giants. Makes sense. They're in New York for the Intrepid. So a New York Giant added to the list of people trying to attempt to slam Yokozuna. And next week in action, apparently they found the 1, 2, 3. He was missing earlier on this episode of Raw, but now they found him because we know he'll be here next week in action. Plus, we'll see footage from the Stars and Stripes Challenge. Looking forward to that. Moving on to WWF Superstars July 3rd, taped June 15th, Huntington, West Virginia at the Civic Center. I wrote, holy shit, a new opening. Kind of threw me off for a second. That was random and out of nowhere, a weird time of year. Completely new theme, completely new intro. Clearly made weeks ago, though, as Hogan is the feature in some of the video here. So probably some slight changes coming again in the weeks ahead to this video. As we kick things off with Vince, Macho Man, and Lawler, King thinks America has seen better days. Even worse, the Slam Challenge is in New York, who has never seen any winners. He makes sure to list all the losing teams like the Mets, but fails to mention the Yankees as he lists some of the losing teams in New York. As we go to the ring, it's Marty Jannetty over Tom Stone. They talk about Marty being the former Intercontinental Champion, so they're still pushing him here as he nails a super kick, the rocker dropper, and a flying fist drop. Marty with the win, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. We've heard what a maneuver, and we've heard awesome maneuver, and here's the latest in Vince McMahon's McMahonisms. Beautiful maneuver, Steve. So he's really expanding his repertoire of words. They all end in maneuver, but at least he's changing things up.
Yeah, he is. I always liked Vince because I think nobody knows how to sell their product better than the owner. So I always felt like he was the natural for commentary because he knows what he wants.
We go on with the show. It's Update with Gorilla Monsoon. He talks about this Sunday, the Stars and Stripes Challenge. I don't know if you heard about that or not, Steve, but it's coming up this Sunday, the 4th of July. Mr. Fuji and Yokozuna promo here. Fuji forgets how much Yokozuna weighs. He refers to him as 505 pounds. He actually has to go back during the promo and correct himself. Again, he promises a victorious victory. And remember the former Hulk Hogan. He says, Yokozuna says, America and everyone will go down. Yoshine Banzai. Sayonara. It's time for a new mouthpiece, I wrote. Couldn't come any faster for Yokozuna. Fuji not getting the job done here is the mouthpiece for Yoko. God bless Fuji, but not so much here as the lead promo guy for a character who isn't supposed to speak English, being Yoko, here as a main event heavyweight champion.
Makes sense. So I'm surprised it took him as long as it did.
Well, they had to. I guess they had to figure something out, and they finally come up with something here very, very soon. We hear from New York Giant Carl Nelson. He speaks, but he's not going to be there. I wrote, "What the fuck? What's the point of this promo? Hey, you were famous, so why don't you talk about the Stars and Stripes Challenge?" Okay, well, one of my guys are going to slam you, but I'm not going to even be there. Not only am I not going to try to slam you, I'm not even going to be there. So, Carl Nelson, everybody. We also hear from...
I don't even want to watch this shit. That's probably what he's saying.
It's like, what the fuck is this? I don't even know what a Yokozuna is.
You'll be staying on the Intrepid for 4 hours in 100-degree weather?
Yeah, no thank
Kiss
you.
my ass, Vince.
Yeah, absolutely. We hear from James Campen of the Packers once again, Joe Morris of the New York Giants once more, and Gorilla announces this here, and I must have tuned this out, Steve, but Gorilla announces at the end of this update there will be no live coverage of this Body Slam Challenge, but results will be aired on Raw the following night and on syndication next week. As we go back to the ring, it's the 3rd of July, if you're following me here, Steve. July 3rd, the day before July 4th, the day before the challenge, and it's the Narcissist in the ring taking on Rich Myers, the son of the famous Jim Myers. You may know him better as George the Animal Steel. Myers with several near falls on roll-ups on Luger earlier here in the match until he's turned inside out on a clothesline, and it's the pounce as he continues to run these guys over, the pounce forearm. Luger picks up the win, kneeling across the chest of Myers. In 1 minute and 48 seconds, we go to face. Gene Okerlund talking the Slam Challenge here in the New York market. He talks to Crush, former New York Giant George Martin, Pittsburgh Penguin, Peter Taglianetti, Bill Fralick, currently here in 93 of the Detroit Lions, formerly the Atlanta Falcons, and Kenny Anderson.
Kenny Anderson,
like
5'8" and 150 pounds. He's going to slam Yoko.
Yeah, his hoops card was probably worth about 2 cents.
Yeah, probably. Probably still is.
Kenny Anderson of the Nets. I love it. The Slam winner also, don't forget, Steve, they get a 1993 red, white, and blue Chevy Silverado pickup. It's tomorrow on the USS Intrepid. Over on the Peacock version, it's face-to-face with Tatanka and Bam Bam Bigelow once more.
One of them, Bam Bam Bigelow, who last week set the wrestling world on its ear when he announced that Luna Vachon would be his manager.
Hey! That's my main squeeze, man. Get it right.
On second thoughts, he doesn't look like Sparky Anderson. Also joining us this week, face-to-face, the great Native American superstar, Tatanka. Welcome, sir. Bam Bam Bigelow, let's go back in time. I vividly recall what happened in front of a national television audience when from behind you attacked Tatanka, and I guess the long and the short of it all is you clipped his hair. You took that sacred scalp from his head.
Oh, you got it all wrong, Gene. First of all, he attacked me. And then I did what any man would do, was get back. I got even. So what did I do? I scalped the Indian, I took his pride, and now I'm going to take his heart.
You didn't have to do that, Bam Bam. I mean, I think that's carrying things too far. You'd have to agree, Tatanka.
Oh, but it's all right.
That's right. Bam Bam Bigelow, I cannot wait till we meet in a squared circle so I finally have the opportunity to get my revenge. Beast of the East, you speak with a forked tongue. You do not tell the truth. The truth is, I came to the aid of Sherri. What did you have to do in retaliation? You hit me from behind with a chair, but you had to take it one step further, didn't you, Bam Bam Bigelow? The biggest mistake you made in your whole life. You had to cut the most sacred symbol that I carry every day that symbolizes all my people and all my Native Americans. And you must pay for your actions, Bam Bam.
It is so that there have been many powerful Native Americans, but you, Tatanka, you're not one. Your hide and your scalp belong here to us, and we will be the ones to take it.
Luna Vachon, you're just like Bam Bam Bigelow, disgracing my heritage. Well, Luna, when me and Bam Bam meet, I might just have a surprise for you. Bam Bam, prepare yourself, because I'm coming with the power of the Great Spirit and all my people, and I will make all my people proud, and I will get my revenge. Keep on, Bam Bam Bigelow.
Bam Bam.
Keep on.
Is that mean squeeze of yours going to be at ringside when you meet Tatanka?
Well, why don't you buy a ticket and find out?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm asking the questions here, not you, pal.
Just get a ticket and you'll find out. In fact,
you're gonna see the Indian lose for the first time.
Native American, I'm thinking you're bringing Luna because you're scared. You need someone to interfere outside. Bam Bam Bigelow, there's nothing to
Just a little
There are a couple of
lookers,
lookers, there's no doubt about that. Luna Vachon, Bam Bam Bigelow. He's going to be meeting Tatanka right here.
I wrote LMAO as Bam Bam once again does the scissors in a stabbing motion as Luna's actually the savior of this particular promo as she mocks Indians really, really well, if that is such a thing. She does a really good job here of mocking the Native Americans.
Jesus. And this is on the Peacock version.
Yes, the Peacock version. So don't tell anybody. Don't go fucking tell Peacock. You don't need that.
Oh, I'm not, but
I don't mean you. I meant the listeners.
they're gonna edit it out like blackface stuff, like 2 incidents of blackface, and all right, we did our part. We're done editing this shit.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more.
Meanwhile, Lawler can say wetback.
Yeah. This is that was on Superstars, right? So that's definitely probably on the network, no problem.
Yeah, that's where I got it from. So yes, it's on the network.
Oh my God.
Back to the ring, it's new WWF Tag Team Champions, the Steiner brothers taking on Brian Costello and Barry Horowitz. We get an insert promo from the Steiners during the match talking the Body Slam Challenge with Yokozuna. Lawler tells a joke? ? I wrote Lawler tried to teach them class. Tried to teach the Steiner brothers class, Steve. He took them to the ballet. They asked King, why don't they just get taller girls? I sat there and I'm like, I don't get it. And I listened to the joke 3 times, Steve, because I usually get a joke. And I didn't get it. And Savage goes, and he's straight up serious. He goes, I don't get it. Like, Savage is completely confused. So I looked this joke up. I looked up the punchline. So Lawler tells the joke. I tried to teach the Steiners class. I took them to ballet. They asked the King, why don't they just get taller girls? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Here's the way it's supposed to go. Lawler should have said, I went to see the ballet, and all the dancers were standing on their tiptoes. I said, why don't they just get taller dancers? Not a good joke, but at least I get it. Lawler botched that one bad, but it is what it is. You better go back to that Henny Youngman joke book. As the Doomsday Bulldog on Costello ends this 2 minutes and 26 seconds, Lawler uses the Magistrator post-match to draw the Steiners, turn them into Mickey and Minnie Mouse.
He made Macho look stupid. I don't get it.
I don't get it. I didn't get it either. So I don't blame Macho Man.
Oh, shit.
We go back to Raw. We see clips of the Money Incorporated promo where they mock Razor Ramon. Savage on Superstars claims Razor has respect for the Kid. When the fuck did that happen? I didn't see that on Raw, but apparently that's the story now. As the Macho Man says Razor Ramon now has respect for the Kid. I wrote, that was an odd change of heart. As Jerry Lawler agrees with Money Incorporated, he said, Razor's done as a wrestler, so if it wasn't enough for DiBiase and IRS, now Lawler sticking the dagger as well into Razor Ramon, the heel. So very abrupt, but they're making it very clear Razor Ramon is working towards the face turn.
Yeah, if one's doing it, it's just a joke, but if others are doing it, then clearly they're trying to tell you something.
And so the Kid was still in Japan during these Superstars tapings, so we actually see a match that was taped from the June 21st Raw tapings. It's the 1-2-3 Kid taking on Reno Riggins. Jim Ross is solo here on commentary for this match. Just an odd situation altogether. The Kid still in his Lightning Kid tights here, even though he's never been anything that starts with an L in the WWF. He has the L Kid tights on as he right away with the educated feet and a drop kick into the corner on Riggins, spinning heel kick before some karate moves, wah, and things like that. Kid telegraphs a backdrop and Riggins finally takes over, but Kid comes back with an enziguri to the face. But Reno comes back again and crotches the Kid on the top rope. I popped for this. I don't know if you listen to this, Steve. Reno climbs up for the superplex and he says, now you're going to see a Renoplex. I loved it. But no, the Kid sends him off the ropes and the Kid locks in my first ever tornado DDT. What the hell did I just see? As the Kid picks up the win with the tornado DDT, 2 minutes, 51 seconds, 1, 2, 3 chance. After the match, I wrote, not quite the Christmas Kid we'll see in the WWF, but unique style compared to the rest of the entire roster.
Yeah, absolutely. You think Mr. Perfect chopped the shit out of Reno Riggins for stealing his line when he got to the back. Reno's causing some heat, man. Doing the jump on the Steiners, stealing Perfect's line. Like, he's pushing some buttons.
I don't know. I'm sure he was basically a full-time guy, at least for the TVs at this point. So I'm thinking, what do I think? Do I think he got chops? No, he probably got a rib. He probably got back there and there was shit in his bag or something along those lines.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or itching powder in his trunks or something.
Yeah, those trunks that don't fit, those leopard trunks that don't fit. He only wore those one time.
Right, yeah. I mean, he's having fun, so good on him, man.
Next week.
Obviously, he must be my guess is he's boys with maybe not the Steiners, but Perfect. It's like, you got me, I'm going to get you. So he goes out and steals his line. It's probably a retaliation from a rib that's already been done.
It's possible because these guys respected the hell. And I go back to Crockett and everything. These guys respected the hell out of an enhancement talent that could really make you look good and knew what they were doing. And Reno Riggins definitely called. Yes, absolutely. Next week, it's the war to finally settle the score, I hope, as Doink the Clown meets Crush right here on Superstars. I wrote, thank God this thing is coming to an end. Thank God for Doink. Thank God for me. As we go back to the ring, Bam Bam Bigelow with his main squeeze, Luna Vachon taking on Rudy Gonzalez. Just noticed little Jack Doan, now a referee here in the WWF during this match. Diving headbutt. Bigelow picks up the win 2 minutes, 45 seconds as Macho Man ponders if Luna is a biological female, which Vince does not touch, even in 1993.
No, he doesn't. I had notes on that one, and wow, I was like, "Holy shit, they're questioning this." I think I messaged you like, "Wow, did Macho really just say that?" So, man, it's wetbacks one week and then questioning woman's gender the next. It's like, good Lord, they're canceled immediately in 2022.
During the match, during the Bigelow squash, Jerry Lawler leaves the broadcast booth conveniently, saying his crown was tarnished and he had to go shine it up. He will conveniently miss the next segment, which just happens to be the interview with Bret the Hitman Hart. And Bonnie Blackstone up on the stage interviewing the Hitman. This is Bret's first appearance since being laid out by the King at the King of the Ring. I wrote, what the fuck is Bonnie? That seems to be like the subject every week. What is Bonnie wearing now? Only Joe knows. This is not an accident. Clearly, Steve, a fucking brown plaid suit top with another hideous pendant attached to the chest, and then a fucking long red skirt. They don't even match at all. And I just wrote, seriously, what the fuck? As Bonnie puts over.
Joe's scared.
Joe knows that she needs out of there in a hurry. So what can we put you in this week, honey? As Bonnie puts over the Stars and Stripes challenge, Bret Hart talks Yokozuna as WWF champion. Hart says he isn't focused on slamming Yoko, but rather winning the WWF title. Slamming isn't a priority. I know I can't slam Yokozuna, but I can beat him. Because he's technical, Steve. Wow, okay. Way to bury the challenge, fuck nugget. That's what I wrote. That's all they've done for weeks now is hype this fucking challenge. And Bret's like, oh, fuck the challenge. I just want the title. So Bret being Bret, just Bret being Bret. Bret.
I thought it made sense.
Well, it made sense, Steve, but you don't bury your shit.
I agree. I never even thought of that. I was just like, man, that makes sense. Bret knows he's not going to be able to slam his ass, but he can beat him if he gets him to run around for 20 minutes.
Unfortunately, that shits on everything else that they've been building.
It does. It does.
But that's just what Bret does. It's just what he does.
Vince is probably sitting there, you son of a bitch.
You motherfucker. You son of a bitch.
He should have just sneezed afterward, and then Vince really would have blown.
Give me a reason. Sneeze. Give me a reason to fire your ass right now. Sneeze, damn it. Sneeze, damn it. I can see, do it, bitch.
I can see it, too.
Motherfucker. Bret changes subjects, though, and they talk Jerry the King Lawler. He says he's not the Burger King, he's the Dairy Queen. What a great line. You know, Bret was saving that all week, like, oh, wait, I got a good one. I got a good one. Wait till I go out there and do it. My goodness. He calls Lawler the Dairy Queen. Hart talks about having 3 grueling matches. He had to call him grueling, Steve. before being crowned the King of the Ring and then pounded on by Jerry the King Lawler. Hart promises he will destroy the King, not just destroy him, I'm going to destroy him and obliterate him. So destroy and obliterate, says the hitman here. Lawler's going to be excellently executed by the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Hart says he is the King of the Ring. Savage even puts over the intensity of this promo. It's probably the most personality, I'll give him this, that Bret has used up to this point in his career. It seemed like a very serious promo. He almost had anger in his actual voice at the end of this promo. So I thought it was a good job overall. If he hadn't, buried the whole fucking slam challenge thing. But the stuff with Lawler, at least that stuff was good.
He's still pissed that Hogan left him high and dry. But I had this. Those are the notes I had, that he does seem to be pretty angry these next couple weeks into July and everything. So his promos do seem to be pretty good. He still gets hung up on his words and what he's going to say, but the intensity's there, the anger and everything else that you need when what happened to him happened. So I liked it. This is probably Bret's best work. Not necessarily this promo, but this stretch of run that he's about to go on as far as talking goes.
Yeah. And
up to this point.
Up to this point, right. Yeah, then there's that whole, when he turns heel again in 97 or whatever you want to call that. Whenever you want to say he turned heel.
When he did good. Hyena every other week. So.
Lousy hyenas. Those are the worst hyenas. Those are the hyenas I really can't stand. The lousy ones. Lousy hyenas.
Gang of degenerates.
Degenerates.
Lousy, yeah.
Lousy hyenas. Hyenas travel in packs, Steve.
That's right. I learned that from the Lion King.
Very good. I learned it from Bret Hart. So there we go. My son always used to ask me, Dad, what's a hyena? What's a hyena? We were walking through the zoo one time. There was actually a statue of a hyena. I go, that's a hyena. So now you know what Bret's calling them all the time. So there you go.
It's like
a dog wolf looking thing? Okay. All right.
Yeah,
whatever.
With spots. It's like a hybrid of like 4 different animals.
Yeah.
And they're mean as hell.
Lousy as hell.
Just go watch The Lion King. It'll tell you what hyenas are. That's how I learned what they were.
I'll take it. We go on with the show, and they're into projects this week, baby. It's Men on a Mission. Yeah, boy!
They're coming to WWF. All right, they're coming next week.
Look out, superstars, Men on a Mission, headed to the program next week, but they'll be here before we close this episode of The Grenade, actually, Steve. They'll be here on the last episode of TV we do in just a few minutes. Adam Bomb to the ring, taking on Jay Sledge. Of course, Bomb has Johnny Polo in his corner. And, of course, Jerry Lawler returns the commentary conveniently after Bret Hart's been done with his promo. I wrote shocker as Adam Bomb with the top rope clothesline and the Adam Smasher. Power bomb, total destruction, Steve picks up the win, 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Let's look at some face-to-faces here. On the New York market, Mean Gene interviews for the USS Intrepid. He says the Intrepid begins at 10 a.m. in the morning, $7 at the box office. $7 to come aboard the USS Intrepid and watch the Body Slam Challenge. We hear a promo there from Yokozuna and Fuji. On the Peacock version, it's Crush talking about his match with Doink next week on Superstars. He says, you know what I heard, Mean Gene? Doink was throwing pennies on the ground and stepping on kids' fingers when they went to pick them up. I wrote, what the fuck? Somebody stop Crush from cutting promos. Jesus Christ.
Is that what they do in Hawaii? Is that how they bully kids, tease them with money, and then step on their hand?
I don't remember picking up pennies even as a kid. I mean, you could have said quarters.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Give me $1 or something.
There was something odd here, and I don't know if the plans just changed or what the deal was, but he told Mean Gene not to worry. Mean Gene asked him, "Are you worried about 2 doinks, Crush?" Crush said, "Don't worry, brother. He's got someone watching his back as well." Kind of interesting because we don't really see that happen. We also hear from Marty Jannetty. He wants the Intercontinental title back. He talks about Diesel helping Sean Costin the belt. He says Sean's been a spoiled brat all his life. If he can't have it, he'll buy it. So Marty's still cutting promos on Shawn Michaels. We go on to WWF Mania for July 3rd. Todd Pettengill and his brand new co-host, the Macho Man Randy Savage. Aha! So they're aboard the USS Intrepid here, our Savage and Pettengill. They'll actually host the Body Slam Challenge tomorrow on July 4th, but Macho Man has joined Mania, hopefully to spike the ratings, I'd have to imagine. And the Mania exclusive from June 15th, Huntington, West Virginia, Marty Jannetty pins Bastion Booger in just 4 minutes, 30 seconds with a flying body press. After the bout, Booger attacks Jannetty, and he hits a power slam, and then the old trip to the Batcave. So Booger takes Marty to the Batcave there, but Jannetty pins Booger as well. I don't know that Bastion Booger's having such a great run here in the company thus far. Jim Ross also on this episode of Mania interviews the only horse jockey, the 110-pound, 5'2" Julio Pazua, who will attempt to slam Yokozuna tomorrow on the USS Intrepid. You go, Jose. Julio. Sorry, Julio. Yeah. So I'm not going to pull a Lawler and question his. Never mind. So anyway, because it's American app. Never mind, Steve. We're going to go on to WWF Wrestling Challenge for July 4th, taped June 14th, Columbus, Ohio. It's the last thing we're covering here, guys. In front of only 3,700 fans. Remember, we're in the smaller arenas now. And it is Independence Day. Happy birthday, America. Fuck yeah. We open up with a replay of Fuji and Yokozuna promo on the Body Slam Challenge. It's Jim Ross and Bobby Heenan hosting the show. And even though we learned that Bobby Heenan is on the USS Intrepid, it's ongoing right now. They're pretending as if the Body Slam Challenge is happening right now as we watch Challenge. Bobby Heenan's also on Challenge. So how is he in both places at the same time, taking phone calls and being alerted that nobody has slammed Yoko yet, even though Bobby's on the boat? I guess we don't have to question that. As the show kicks off, it's Tatanka taking on Bill Baker, and we get the old Indians hit the deck. As Tatanka's music begins to play, Bobby Heenan, a good one there. Insert promo by Tatanka here talking about the Body Slam Challenge going on right now. Bobby Heenan says Tatanka will apologize to his grandfather afterwards when he can't slam Yoko. He will say, "You know something, yellow coward?" That's his grandfather's name. "You know something, yellow coward? Ugh, me no slam Yokozuna." Oh my God. Another, it's funny. I don't care. It's funny. Tatanka.
Oh my God. I was dying.
Bobby says, Tatanka reminds me of an old Pinto car. Brown sides and red on the top. Wow. Jim Ross is offended because he says he's from Native American descent. News to me, JR. I learn something new every day. Bobby also thinks if Tatanka can't slam Yokozuna, he will be defeated. Good point, Bobby. But he puts over the undefeated Native American in his streak and how long it's been going. So Bobby shits all over Tatanka the entire match and then puts him over at the end. But you know what? He's been undefeated for over a year and a half. So kudos to Tatanka. Basically, Bobby says here, Tatanka does the old war dance. Baker sucks. He cannot bump. He's not long for the WWF doing jobs. JR says Baker is in trouble, and that he is. Heenan says he was in trouble when he tied his shoes. So they are literally acknowledging this guy is not a good job guy. He sucks. He has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
And they're really on a roll. The commentary in this match, they were really having fun. Papoose to go picks up the win, 2 minutes and 44 seconds. I don't know if you caught any of the commentary the first time around. If not, we'll just move on.
Oh, yeah, I was laughing. I think I sent you some messages about what was being said when I was watching it, but I thought it was funny. To me, it's just a joke. It's not making fun of a nationality or anything. It's just a joke. It didn't offend me at all. But, yeah, it's good shit. Heenan being Heenan.
It's back to the ring. Doink the Clown taking on Chris Hahn. That's actually one of the guys that was set on fire by Papa Shango. Old Johnny Paradise, for those who know him from the Great Lakes area. He was a bodybuilder, a stuntman, an actor, and he wrestled here on the Indies in the Great Lakes area as Johnny Paradise. Here he's Chris Hahn, good old Chris Hahn doing the job, and as they continue to sell the Doink versus Crush match, Next week on Superstars, Doink just stretches Hahn here, nails the whoopee cushion butt drop off the top rope. The stump puller picks up the win 2 minutes and 5 seconds. It's off to face-to-face. Mean Gene talks Madison Square Garden in the New York market for August 13th. It's Randy Savage versus Jerry Lawler. Bret Hart against Yokozuna for the WWF title. And it's inside a steel cage for the first time in 2.5 years. The steel cage coming back to Madison Square Garden. Also on the show, an elimination match. A 6-man elimination match is Mr. Perfect teams with Tatanka and Marty Jannetty. Their opponents, Bam Bam Bigelow, Shawn Michaels, and Diesel. And we hear them here on Face to Face, and I wrote, what a sight seeing all these guys together in this one.
And what about this? A 6-man elimination tag on one side. Mr. Perfect, the Native American Tatanka, and Marty Jannetty are going to be squaring off against this threesome, along with Luna Vachon, Bam Bam Bigelow, Diesel, and the Intercontinental Champion, Shawn Michaels.
That's right. You know something? When Luna came up with this idea, I didn't think in a million years those three stooges would go for it. A 6-man elimination tag match. You know what that means, Gene?
Yeah.
That means when one of them gets beat, it's back to the dressing room.
See ya.
Conceivably, we could have all 4 of us on one of them.
What about that Bam Bam Bigelow?
Well, you know, the Indian's still a little mad because he tried to buy back Manhattan for a bag of groceries. What an idiot. And if he thinks he is going to conquer the 3 of us in Madison Square, I can't even talk about it.
Well, he's so upset. He's upset.
Guy's
In the
excited.
garden. You know something? Tatanka, I got this haircut from Bam Bam. I don't think he's going to be as nice to you as he was to
Hey,
me.
just a second, gentlemen. What about Diesel now? I've never seen this guy wrestle. What is he doing in this match?
Hey, I got something to say to you, Baldy. You might as well call us extra strength Tylenol. Because when we're through with them, 3 headaches are going to be gone for good.
And Luna Vachon, any comment from you?
All I've got to say is this. It's our reality. Our reality will be your horror show.
Thank you. Get ready. A 6-man elimination match. Part of the action at Madison Square Garden Friday night, August 13th. Get your tickets in advance.
What a sight to see Shawn, Diesel, and Bigelow all standing together. Needless to say, eventually Bigelow will quit because of Shawn and Diesel. But for right now, they're standing here together cutting a promo. And just what a sight to take on Marty Jannetty, Mr. Perfect Tatanka. What a cool little match.
Baby totally killed his lines.
Yeah,
oh my
just
god.
went out to say Madison Square Garden. Shawn tries to help him out.
I got a pop when he said Bam Bam gave me his haircut. That was good stuff right there.
Shawn's just trying to think of something to cover up. I love when Bam Bam starts squirming with the words too. Luna's growl just gets louder, like she's trying to help. Everybody's trying to help him. And Kevin Nash had to get in that cool line about extra strength Tylenol. You can tell he was thinking about that all week. Another promo here from Anaheim, and I had to get this one in. Raymond Rougeau does these because Mean Gene's still around. He's doing these big ones here in New York and things, but coming to Anaheim, Doink the Clown scheduled to take on the 1-2-3 Kid. Mr. Hughes also in action, but I thought you'd really get a kick out of this Raymond Rougeau Doink promo specifically.
Joining me face to face, the evil clown Doink.
I
You're
love
smiling?
I've never beat one up, though.
Now, wait a minute, Doink. You're laughing right now, but you know the 1-2-3 Kid did beat Razor Ramon right on television. He could beat you right here in Anaheim.
Oh, you think so? Why don't you bring yourself up to my level so you can see it how it really is? And you can admit to the world that I am the funniest clown that you know.
Well, I don't think you are the funniest clown I know.
Oh,
You have a weird sense of humor.
How about being able to get out of any situation that the WWF has put me in?
How many W's?
How many would you
You
like?
are funny.
But I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Rougeau. When I get into that ring, nobody clowns around and makes a fool of me, because that's my job.
All right, thank you very much. There you have it, the evil clown Doink. Standing by right now, the rugged Mr. Hughes, accompanied by his manager, Harvey Whippleman. Harvey Whippleman, your man, Mr. Hughes, will face The Undertaker. What happened? You couldn't get the job done last time? Now you brought Mr. Hughes to get the job done?
Wait a minute. The only thing that separated The Undertaker and his demise from the World Wrestling Federation last time was mere inches. Well, right here you've got a whole bunch of miles. right in Mr. Hughes' hand.
Well,
That's right! You see, Undertaker, this here is where you're paralyzed. Just like when I gave Paul Bear that sidewalk slam, I'm gonna give you the same thing. You're going down!
So first, Taker, John Gonzalez seems to have disappeared. Even though he's working The Undertaker at SummerSlam, he's not on TV. He's not even really being mentioned. And now Taker working Hughes on the house shows as well. So it's kind of funny. It's like Vince is determined to get this other match. Taker had to have, I need to at least pin this motherfucker before you get rid of him. But I thought you might get a kick out of the Doink stuff. It was just kind of funny, his interaction with Rougeau there. Matt Bourne goes a little too far back. He calls it the WWF, and Rougeau says, "How many W's?" And how many do you want?
How many do you want?
That's right. So
yeah.
I just thought it was good stuff.
Crush, Doink was excellent there. That was good shit.
So,
I loved it.
good stuff as we move on. Tag team champions Steiner brothers over Scott D'Amore and Otis Apollo. During the match, it's an insert promo from the Steiners. They talk about slamming Yokozuna on this very day here on the Intrepid. Scott Steiner in the ring. Dragon
Is that
Soup.
the Scott D'Amore?
Yes, indeed.
The one from the Canadian?
Mm-hmm. That's him.
Cool. Cool.
Yep. Former job guy. Dragon Suplex.
He was skinny.
Yes. Yeah.
That's why I didn't
Once
know.
upon a time. Right. Yeah. Once upon
He
a
was
time.
small, so I didn't know.
Right.
But good stuff.
Scotty even Dragon suplexes D'Amore here. Rick Steiner picks Apollo upside down and rams him into the corner. Poor guy. But it's the Steiner screwdriver on Apollo that I cringed at. And if that wasn't enough, hey, why not? The Doomsday Bulldog off the top by Rick Steiner picks up the win on poor Otis Apollo. 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Show goes on. Mr. Hughes in the ring with Harvey Whippleman in his corner taking on Mike Collins. An old lady at ringside, a very old granny at ringside yelling at Harvey Whippleman. Heenan says, "That's Sensational Sherri." I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did. We see Hughes pick Collins up and land a trifecta of backbreakers without ever sitting him down, and then turns it into a big slam, and then it's the sidewalk slam, picks up the relatively quick win, 1 minute, 39 seconds, easily. I thought Mr. Hughes' best squash to date, much faster, to the point. It's what he should have been doing every time out here. Commentary puts over Hughes versus The Undertaker. No mention of Gonzalez again whatsoever. It's like he doesn't exist, even though he's at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, he disappeared during that angle, and we've never seen him again.
Oh,
it's amazing how that works, huh?
Probably by a Taker's request would be my guess.
Had to have been.
Show continues with Marty Jannetty taking on Rock Werner. We see the super kick, the power slam, a nasty-looking Chuck Austin-type rocker dropper as Rock Werner takes the bump on his head. Doesn't break his neck, though. The flying fist drop picks up the win 3 minutes, 43 seconds by Marty Jannetty. During commentary, they play up Marty as wanting the IC title back yet again, but also Jim Ross really sold Marty's characteristics. It's almost like he's pitching you a product. As if you turned on this TV, Jim Ross was trying to sell you what Marty Jannetty is, who he is, if he was coming to a house show near you. So it was really a throwback to the old UWF days, I thought, by Jim Ross here, since they really didn't have a whole lot to talk about beyond Marty wrestling. So really interesting approach. Good stuff by JR on commentary, and a fundamentally sound squash match by Marty Jannetty. Show goes on. We see the Money Incorporated promo from Raw on Razor Ramon. We also see the Kid versus Reno Riggins match from Superstars, which was taped at Raw. So that's made the rounds as well. I should mention the SummerSlam promos have begun airing the last couple weeks, and they say it's an event so hot it has to happen at the end of the summer. I wrote, lame. I don't get it. It's so hot it has to happen at the end of the summer. It just sounds like shit.
It's building up all summer long to the hottest that it could possibly get.
But we're
so
not.
You have to wait.
How do they know that in advance?
They don't.
Okay.
It's terrible. I'm just saying, like, that's probably their logic.
Sure. SummerSlam. Feel
but
the
they're
heat.
always at the end, right? They're always at the end. It's always like the 25th, 26th of August.
This was like the 30th.
The actual
right.
last day. Yeah.
I feel like it's the Monday. I remember that one being on a Monday, I believe, if I remember correctly.
It is a Monday, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I remember that very well. I'll have to tell that tale when I get to the watch-along. Remember, next week, Men on a Mission make their debut on Superstars? Well, guess what, Steve? We ain't waiting until Superstars. It is the debut of Men on a Mission with their manager, Oscar, here in the ring, taking on the team of Dwayne Gill and Barry Hardy, because if they can't get you over looking good, nobody can. Maybe nobody can. Mike McGurk trying to introduce Men on a Mission at the same time Oscar raps. I wrote, what a mess. 2 live mics at the same time. One guy doing a terrible job at rapping. Mike McGurk introducing him at the same time. I can't hear a damn thing either one of them are saying. Is Oscar with awful rapping into the ring? Could Oscar have pulled the biggest shit on Vince McMahon ever? Based on talent, I wrote, question mark. So do you think Oscar has to be up there, right, Steve? Like, it's one of the guys who had absolutely no talent, but somehow got a job here for a couple years with the WWF.
Yeah, I agree. He's right at the list. Him and Jameson.
Yeah, that's true. But Vince went to Jameson. Oscar came to Vince, so he really conned Vince. Vince just an idiot when it came to Jameson. So Bobby Heenan with some lines here. He says, who are they called? Are they men who live in a mission? Men from the soup kitchen? So Bobby Heenan already having fun. He's got his little notes down here. Barry Hardy attacks Mo, but gets dumped right away. Mabel tags in and swats a Barry Hardy crossbody attempt. Dwayne Gill comes in, and he tries for a clothesline, but runs right into a spinning heel kick from Mabel, which wakes the crowd up. I wrote, holy fuck. Did he run him over with that spinning heel kick? Awesome. And the crowd pops huge for that one move. Mo comes back inside with a gourd buster on Dwayne Gill, which sets Mabel up, coming off the middle rope with what I thought was a butt drop. And holy shit, does he murder Dwayne Gill here. This is not the vertical whoopee cushion butt drop. It's Dwayne Gill laying horizontal. And I thought Mabel was supposed to come out with a leg drop, but he lands ass first, 500 pounds, right in the gut of the 100 and some pound Dwayne Gill. Holy shit, man. It's a wonder Gill ever wrestled again. But Men on a Mission pick up their first TV win, 2 minutes, 53 seconds.
Brutal. I saw that. I was like, holy shit. They quickly fixed that. Next week it's the leg drop off the middle rope. So somebody must have said something.
It's no good for poor Dwayne Gill here. Nobody said anything early enough, though, unfortunately. And it's just, Mabel obviously really sticks out here, not because he's tall, not because he's just big. He's the only one that looks like he belongs in the WWF. Mo looks like, the guy down the street or something. I don't know what it is about Mo. I'm not buying him as a wrestler. And
yeah, I'm not either.
I've already told you what I think about Oscar and his rapping techniques. So we go.
If you want to call it that,
sure. We go back to our final face-to-face, talking about Madison Square Garden on August 13th. Macho Man talks about his match with Jerry Lawler. Bret Hart talks about his match with Yokozuna in a cage. Again, holding the yellow crown, Steve. So he kept it. It's like you said, he has it. And he calls Yokozuna an orca at one point. I wrote, nobody knows what a fucking orca is. Do you know what an orca is? I know what an orca is, but the average human being.
It's a fish.
Yeah, it's a fucking killer whale.
Fish.
Yeah, it's a killer whale. It's Shamu. Yeah. But he calls him an orca here. I don't know. They have orcas in fucking I have no fucking idea what's on the western and eastern ocean.
I doubt they have orcas.
I don't know.
Aren't they a Pacific thing?
Well, that's on the west. I know they don't have them in Calgary, but I meant on the Pacific or the Atlantic. Well, you have Alaska and Vancouver and all that shit over there.
Yeah, but there's not a lot. Like, majority of Canada is just uninhabited.
Well, Bret Hart knows what a fucking orca is. That's all I know. He didn't call him Shamu, like Lawler will with Mabel, and he didn't call him a killer whale. He calls him an orca. So Bret Hart, lowering himself to calling Yokozuna fat, apparently, and he says he's going to.
He's trying to be nice. And I'm not going to call you a killer whale or a fat whale.
I'm just going to call you an orca.
And hopefully nobody knows what the hell it is.
But he does say he's going to spear him like an orca. So apparently Bret goes around murdering Shamus or something like that. I wrote, what the fuck was this promo about? Anyways, we move on to Anaheim. It's Anaheim, and we've passed the first time now. They've already went to Anaheim now. They're coming back August 21st. It was such a success the first time. And this time it's one of those 6-man elimination matches. We're going to hear from Bam Bam, HBK, and Diesel one more time.
Now, a 6-man elimination tag team. Mr. Perfect teams up with Tatanka and Marty Jannetty to face the trio standing by right now of Shawn Michaels, his bodyguard Diesel, the Beast from the East, Bam Bam Bigelow. And Bam Bam is accompanied by the love of his life.
Hey! What? That's my main squeeze. Get it right. Tell him,
Apologies. I know you're a very sensitive person, I heard.
Look, Ray, I think you should just show you.
All right, 6-man elimination. Now, the rules are, if one man gets beaten on one given team, He goes back to the dressing room. The match continues.
We know the rules. Who do you think came up with the rules?
Well, I'm
As
not
a result
telling
of what
you
happened
for
last
you.
time, I could see the veins in Luna's head pulsating as she was thinking of an idea. And what came up? She said, let's put all of our problems in one basket and solve them one by one. And you know something, Bammer? I can't wait to see that Indian with a bald head.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You just leave Tatanka, the bald-headed Indian, to me, and I'll leave you guys the rest, all right?
All right, you guys plan on an easy evening. Well, I have news for you. First of all, Diesel, you may be a great bodyguard, but can you wrestle?
You didn't even talk.
Yeah, can you wrestle?
Let me tell you something, punk. All we're gonna have to do in Anaheim is put a bug zapper above the ring and let those 3 gnats fly into it. We ain't even gonna break a sweat.
All right, Luna Vachon, do you plan on being there at this event? What are you going to do there?
Either I'm there or I'm not there. I guess you won't know for sure unless you're there.
I guess you don't know either.
Ray, I got news for you. We have got everything covered. All the bases are loaded. And you know something? We're going to eliminate them one by one. And eventually, it's going to be us 3, maybe 4 on 1.
All right, thank you very much. What a trio. All right, fans, this will all take place Saturday night, August 21st.
Everybody flubbing their lines there. It's like the end of the day or something. And I don't know if you caught that at the very tail end of the music, when they were playing things out, you hear Raymond Rougeau begin to laugh and start to speak to them. They don't even edit that out of the sound, so it's pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
They don't give a shit.
They don't give a shit right now. Yeah, these guys just out there saying some random shit. But I grabbed it. It was something different. Again, thanks to Howie D for sending all these Anaheim. He's already sent me a ton in for July as well. Some really fun ones coming up there. Some more comedy, if you will. So that concludes this episode of Wrestling Challenge. It's the 4th of July, the USS Intrepid Body Slam Challenge, ongoing, and they play that up as if it's ongoing right now during this show, all throughout the show. But what was crazy to me was at the beginning of the show, Bobby Heenan's on the phone getting an update. They're talking all about it as if it's going on right now. And then no other updates for the remainder of the show. They never mention it again. And what would have been great here if this was me booking, and this is obviously many, many years after the fact as well. But I thought, wouldn't it have been great if this episode had ended with Bobby Heenan on the phone? Wait, what? Who? Someone slammed Yokozuna? Tune into Raw tomorrow night for an update. And then you go off the air. That just hooks you. I got to watch Raw. What the fuck happened? Somebody slammed him. So I don't know. That's what I would have done there.
Yeah. It's kind of like what they did at the end of that Saturday Night Main Event leading into the Survivor Series at the end of 92 with Warrior and Savage, where they talk about how they're not going to go to the ring together.
Right, yeah,
Bobby. One team's going to have a new partner.
Right.
So Bobby clearly knows how to sell that shit to where you're like, oh my God, a new partner who's going to be there. I got to watch that. So that would have been awesome. I think it would have been a great way to end your weekend there as far as TV goes. And I, for one, if I was watching and I heard that, I'd be excited to see Raw, to see actually who did it. That'd be all you're talking about, really. Who slammed him? I want to know who slammed him. Why the hell wasn't this on TV? Why didn't they show this? That sort of stuff. Yeah, that'd have been awesome.
But Challenge got its point across. The main goal here, obviously, was to hype up the Stars and Stripes Challenge. And it's clear, it's evident, it's been very evident for the last 2-3 weeks here, how much attention this has been given on TV. Something this big. Nothing has ever been promoted to this degree and not even aired. Never seen. I've never seen them hype up something so gigantic, Steve, and then it's not even going to be on TV.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's a little foreshadowing, too, for what comes later on in August. So it's nothing new there. This seems to be the trend of 93. Let's build something up huge and not pull the trigger. So yeah, I was disappointed. I wanted to watch it.
We move on to All American, which actually didn't air here in the States on the 4th of July here in 1993. It was preempted by what? I don't know. I mean, God, take your pick. Maybe a Arnold Schwarzenegger collection of movies. God knows. Swamp Thing. That was another favorite of theirs back in the 90s on USA. But it did air internationally, Steve. And the only reason I'm mentioning that is because listen to this exclusive. Tito Santana pinned Virgil in 5 minutes and 33 seconds with a roll-up after the bout. The two shook hands, but El Matador pinning Virgil I'm going to try to locate that match. I think it may actually exist since usually there's not a listed time unless the video exists. So I'm hoping to get my hands on this El Matador Virgil match, guys. But that'll wrap it up. It's everything up to the USS Intrepid, up to the Body Slam Challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been informed Shawn Michaels has left the building.
Well, Shawn Michaels has left the building, Steve, so we're probably right behind him on our way out the door. But a very special announcement, guys, as our next episode of The Grenade, episode number 45, will focus on that Body Slam Challenge, on the Stars and Stripes Challenge, July 4, aboard the USS Intrepid. And we're going to talk all about that event, Steve. We're going to talk about memories of that event. We're going to talk about the ramifications. We're going to talk about everything DeMelt says coming out of there. And pretty much we're going to dissect that entire USS Intrepid Body Slam Challenge. I know it doesn't sound like there's enough there for a show, but it's really more about the man who steps up and slams Yokozuna. You know who I'm talking about, guys. It's Lex Luger. We're going to talk all about Lex Luger and the entire tour coming up, the Lex Express tour, the Call to Action campaign, and all that good stuff. I have all the notes ready. Everything's ready to go. I even have a few fun sound bites I've put together for that episode. So we're going to talk all about Lex Luger and his road to SummerSlam, Steve.
I can't wait.
I figured that.
You know me, I'm a Lex Luger fan, so I'm ready. I'm here for it. So I can't wait to see all the news and the rumblings and the behind the scenes. I know it's not very positive from what everybody's said recently, the last few years, but yeah, can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, and it was really, I was just going to make it part of the next episode, the July episode of The Grenade. And even when I started writing down small notes, I started saying, how the hell am I going to fit this on a show with all of this TV and all of these other things going on? And then as I got more and more and more notes about the fallout from the Intrepid, the Body Slam Challenge, and Lex Luger, I said, Jesus Christ, I've got like literally 10 pages on just Lex Luger. And so I came to the conclusion at that point that he needs his own episode. So I figured that would make you happy. So next week, guys, I hope you guys are very interested to talk all about Lex Luger and the USS Intrepid, the Body Slam Challenge. We're going to focus on that quite a bit. And then we're going to talk about Lex Luger and everything coming out of it. What I thought then, what I think now about everything that they put behind them and the build up. And we'll get your, obviously your opinion as well, Steve. But until then, guys, that wraps it up. Another several weeks of WWF TV in the books. It's July 4, the USS Intrepid in the next episode, Steve. And then we'll move on. We'll talk all about all of July the following week, all the way into August 1st.
Sounds good to me. I can't wait to talk about it.
All right.
This is big. It's like the biggest thing for 93 is right here. So
this is the biggest thing, honestly.
Lots of.
I mean, you could argue, Hogan and Andre, that was bigger. The match was, the storyline was bigger. But I don't know that they've ever put as much effort and money into something as they do here to push behind Luger. But that's exactly what we're going to talk about next week on the show.
Yeah. And this is the biggest thing that they do for years going forward.
Absolutely.
They don't do anything like this again until, if ever, I don't know, Steve Austin.
Vince probably said,
so
that didn't work the first time.
F this shit. Let's just let it get over naturally.
Yes, yeah.
I'm not forcing nothing. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation. Can't wait to talk about it.
All right, man. I appreciate being here. I appreciate you knocking this show out. For those who don't know, I'll break the fourth wall. We actually recorded half of the show. We put that out a week in advance on Patreon. So all of our Patreon members, congratulations. You guys got to hear half the show a week in advance. We were a little late on the second half, but we got it done. So I'm really happy. I appreciate you being able to step in and knock the second half out, Steve, so we can get to the big Lex Luger show.
Yeah, for sure. Got sick, man. I feel bad that it took this long to get this finished up, but I'm glad we did, and onward and upward, I guess.
What an eerie time for Steve's microphone or connection to get all weird. You said you were sick, and then your voice got scary. So,
I don't know. I must have got up on the mic too close, but no, just got sick, and it's onward and upward. So we'll be going forward. We'll be on time.
Excellent. So guys, want to thank you guys again, our loyal listeners. Obviously, you can go to patreon.com/WrestleCopia for more of our good stuff. Head on over to Twitter. Got some good things going to be given away here heading into the summer months of the WWF in 1993. Until next time, happy 4th of July, 1993. Happy birthday, America.
Promotional consideration paid for by the following.
We'd like to thank our loyal fan base of listeners as you guys continue to listen, download, and subscribe to shows. We can't thank you guys enough, and please continue to spread the word and retweet all the posts from our Twitter account to help the brand continue to grow. Of course, all of our shows are available on WrestleCopia.com, but you can also find The Grenade on all of your favorite podcast streaming apps. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google Pod, Stitcher, Overcast, Pocket Cast, Amazon, iHeartRadio, you name it, and we're probably there. And a reminder that you too can win free prizes as listeners of The Grenade as part of our continuous free prize giveaway offers. All you have to do is follow us on Twitter at Wrestling Grenade. That's at RASSLIN Grenade. It's that simple. Be a follower of The Grenade and you're automatically entered in each and every free prize giveaway contest. As always, we encourage you to stop on over to our very own Patreon account, which you can find at patreon.com/WrestleCopia, where we offer an insane 14 tiers of goodies with prices available for everyone's price range. Prices start as low as $1, a $1 tier, to simply show your support of the fledgling podcast network. Or you can select our $5 tier, the All Access tier, which is always offering up rare goodies, as well as complete access to our entire watch-along series, featuring prior WWF and WCW pay-per-views and special events that make a great complimentary piece to our Monday Warfare podcast. We're also making our way through the entire WWF Coliseum video series as a watch-along project on Patreon. Other shows in our watch-along series include episodes of WWF Saturday Night's Main Event, the classic Steamboat vs. Ric Flair 1-hour match from Clash of the Champions 6, and so much more. We're always adding new content and shows to the watch-along series as part of the All Access tier over at patreon.com/WrestleCopia. That's $5 for the All Access tier. And again, we thank all of our loyal listeners for everything you've done. And as always, please follow us at Wrestling Grenade on Twitter. Follow and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Wrestling Grenade. And now our own custom URL on YouTube. Subscribe and watch new videos there. I'll be dropping them. Maybe not as busy throughout the holiday season, but I will be back to dropping tons of videos relatively soon at youtube.com /Wrestling Grenade. And with all the social media talk out of the way, it's that time to say goodbye, but we will be back again very soon. More Grenade on the way. Once again, I want to thank you all. So from pillar to post and coast to coast, you pull the pin and we'll pick up the pieces right here on the Wrestling Memory Grenade. See you real soon. Don't miss it. Be there.
You got to keep the little twofers clean.